Chapter 1303. Do you have enough books? Li Yi was waiting for Madame Feng's people to wake up. He was going to give the books to them and make them his disciple as compensation. Li Dongzhu, you have released 152 medical books. We are short of 39 books. The rest of the books have been bought by the Feng family's people in Chang'an. The old man did not stand on ceremony. The reason why he wanted his granddaughter to be Li Yi's disciple was because of Li Yi's medical books. He did not believe that Li Yi could defeat the king of hell. He did not believe that as long as he was alive and reached Li family Zhuangzi, he would not die. He believed in the medical books. He bought them, learned them, and then gave them to the patients. He found that there were no problems with the medical books. Take out 172 medical books and give them to me. Li Yi added 20 more books. He had finished copying and printing them. He did not have a lot of books to give away. In the future, when the villagers come over, Madame Feng will be in charge. Li Yi instructed again. Since he had made Madame Feng's child his disciple, he had to take her away. He had to let them meet each other. When they come into contact with each other in the future, they needed people to take care of the medicinal herbs. The palace maids and eunuchs ran around, carrying books and new clothes for the 41 people. They wrapped the clothes from the inside to the outside. Everyone can go to Chang'an anytime. I will take Qing Dai and Li family Zhuangzi with me. If you miss your family, you can ask the winged knights to send you back within a day. There will be many children playing there. I will teach them other things. I will guide them based on their interests. I will not let Qing Dai suffer. Li promised Madame Feng's people that the children would live in the school. Other people would need a few days to take this route. But the winged knights would only need a day to reach the school. Master, can my parents come with us? The little girl looked up and asked Li Yi. Yes, you can. When you reach Zhuangzi, I will supervise your studies and give you a separate courtyard. Li Yi agreed. Li Yi did not mind increasing the number of people in Zhuangzi. As long as his disciple was happy, everything was not a problem. For example, some countries' youth training teams selected their children to be soccer players. Once they discovered that the child was a good seedling, they would even settle the child's family's housing and job. Not only did they not have to spend any money to train their children, they even paid them. It was much better than the national football selection back then. Back then, he had to have children and wealthy families to get into the team. Otherwise, how could there be a population of more than 1 billion people who had no problems with other sports but were bad at football? He was currently selecting medical talents himself. The little girl was 8 years and 4 months old. She could smell the small sachet worn by Princess Yongmu and tell him what medicinal herbs were inside. With just a slight hint, he took her pulse and found that she wasn't pregnant. 8 years old. In the absence of a pulse pillow, it was classified as a suspended pulse. He could tell whether it was a ball bearing by placing his little finger on it. Didn't you see that the imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Department wanted to snatch her away? Master, tonight when your feet are hot, I'll give you a massage. I know how to do it. The little girl earnestly said to Li Yi. In one sentence, he could see her family upbringing. Medical families had good family upbringing, especially Chinese medicine. To learn medicine, one had to learn etiquette first. To treat illnesses, one had to first treat one's heart. Virtue came before skill, and the rules were strict. It's good that you have such a heart. I value your virtue and skill more. Li pulled the little girl to his side. Whether one respected their master or not was not a matter of words. If one could educate their medical ethics and medical skills well, it would be a success. It was impossible for a person with good medical ethics not to respect their master. The little girl was not afraid of strangers at all. Standing beside Li Yi, she smiled brightly. Prepare to eat. What do you like to eat? I'll make it for you. Li Yi asked his disciple. This was his first official disciple. The other nurses were part of the teaching. The little girl, Feng Qingdai, was part of the teaching. The difference between the two was just one word, and the difference was huge. Hanyu had not been born yet, so there was no such thing as a teacher. A teacher was like a father, teaching and dispelling doubts. This Tao was the Tao of man following the earth following the heaven following the Tao, and the Tao following the nature. And this teaching did not only refer to academics, it included many other things. Imparting knowledge was not only imparting knowledge but also the influence of the Li family's farmstead. They were even more powerful than Li Yi's doctorate instructors. When doctoral instructors taught doctoral students, in many cases, they took the initiative to exploit them. At first, it was not so. Even many foreign doctorate instructors were not like that. They cared more about academics. Only some instructors in Li Yi's country took away the economic and scientific achievements of doctoral students for the sake of economic benefits. Some even needed to be willing to find female doctoral students. This way, there would be benefits in that aspect. Otherwise, they would not let you graduate. Only those who fought with their lives on the line would appear on all sides of the internet. To put it bluntly, the academic community in Li Yi's country was in a foul situation as a whole. You can't say this when you're promoting. Otherwise, why didn't you stop it? This was a teacher. A teacher is like a father. Anyone who asks for something in the name of a teacher is fake. Will a father harm his own child? Some teachers will use this name. Chapter 1304. Master, I know where we are going. There are things in my family. Sometimes, when we go up the mountain to pick herbs, we will live in the cave. The little girl, Feng Qingdai, walked beside Li Yi and talked about the situation in the cave. The Feng family opened a clinic nearby. The people who lived here would take turns to pick herbs. How could they not see Coxcomb Cave when they went up the mountain to pick herbs? It was cool in the cave in summer and warm in the cave in winter. However, it was humid inside. Their bodies could not stand it for a long time, so they did not live there. Li Yi listened with a smile. From time to time, he would exclaim and cooperate with his disciple. Although the girl was young, she was his first disciple. In fact, the little girl felt like she was in a dream. She met an immortal master who could make things appear out of thin air. There were so many powerful winged knights. She could eat the legendary braised pork at night. The little girl could only walk around the house. Her family did not allow her to pick herbs alone, even if she was very skilled in catching snakes and repelling insects. There were not only snakes and insects in the mountain, but also wolves, leopards, tigers, black bears, and other animals that ate people. Now, the little girl was talking happily and turning her head back and forth. Master, my father, fourth uncle, and I came up last month and saw several wolves. We were very scared. The little girl was looking for wolves. Last time, she was scared. This time, got it. Li Yi replied with 3 words. The Winged Knights experts in tracking immediately set out to find the wolves and kill them. The wild wolves in the Tang dynasty were not protected animals. In the future, a large number of herbs would be planted here and mushrooms would be planted in the cave. The workers had to be in a safe environment. Any animals that could harm people would be cleaned up. During the cleaning process, the animals would leave and live elsewhere. Then, the herbivores would have no natural enemies, and their numbers would. Try to tell the workers not to catch too many. Master, I raised a big dog last year. It was very obedient. It ran out and was bitten to death by a snake. My family tried everything, but still couldn't save it. The little girl mentioned sad things again. She was very sad. I will find you a mountain guard dog later. Li thought of Hu Feng. Hu Feng had 3 mountain guard dogs at home. The big dog could not be given to others. Let the mountain guard dog breed with a good dog to see if a new mountain guard dog could be created. Mountain guard dogs are 1 in a million, and they need to be discovered. A fine steed is common, but a Bo Lu is rare. Some dogs had the genes of mountain guard dogs, but no one discovered it. In the end, they were also raised as slightly more powerful native dogs. He would raise them, and when he needed to eat meat, he would kill them for meat. Generally, the owners of the dogs guarding the house would not eat them, unless they had a lot of dogs, leaving the good ones to guard the house and eating the rest. Looks like I'll have to trouble Master Hufeng. Li thought as he looked at his first disciple, wondering what else she needed. Qing Dai, do you like to study medicine? Li suddenly asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. He had taken him in as a disciple, but if he didn't like to learn, what was the point of taking him in? Yes. When I look at herbs, I can remember them after looking at them a few times. When others are sick and in pain, I'm most willing to see grandfather, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters heal them. When the little girl talked about treating patients, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Then, she lowered her head and said, but there are some illnesses that can't be cured. Whenever the adults tell them to prepare for their deaths, they will cry. The little girl's eyes turned red. Obviously, she still wasn't used to the death of others. Li patted the little girl's head and said, we have to improve our medical skills and try to treat more patients. We also have to cultivate more medical talents. But Master, there are too many people who study medicine. If there aren't that many people who get sick, how are the people who study medicine going to survive? The little girl raised her head and asked a question about the relationship between supply and demand. We'll talk about it when that day comes. Li didn't answer directly. Even if he said it, the little girl wouldn't understand. Li Longji followed beside them all the time. From time to time, he would look at Princess Yongmu and Li Yi's hands that were holding each other's hands. He asked, will that day come? Yes. Li Yi said, one is income, one is equipment, one is expenses, and one is welfare. One is virtue, one is system, one is status, and the other is support. Tell me the details. Li Longji heard one after another, but he didn't understand the other. The income of people who study medicine is equal to and higher than the middle class. That is, people who have their own houses and jobs in Chang and city earn at least 60 yuan a day. Li talked about the details. Successful doctors had to have a stable income. At the same time, they had to have corresponding things. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. In his time, some doctors graduated from medical schools, then went to the hospital for internships and worked in the hospital. Big hospitals were also competitive, and they couldn't compete with others. Community hospitals had less competition, but their income was low. At the same time, their equipment was not good. The overall medical expenses of the people increased, and the welfare of the imperial court had to keep up. Medical treatment was free. Relatively higher income required doctors to have good medical ethics, and the system was used to restrict doctors. The social status of doctors was raised, and they were given more support in other aspects of welfare. This was a part of the social system, but it had to be defined early. They couldn't think of ways to adjust after something happened. The detours that had been taken could not be repeated. They believed that everything would be fine. Li Longji listened and nodded from time to time. The palace maids and eunuchs each had a book and were there to take notes. The group of people from the Feng family were confused. They could understand every word. What were you talking about when you put them together? Easy to maintain. Li Longji thought that it would cost a lot of money. The system is important. We have to reduce the number of people in the management class, and at the same time, increase the restrictions on doctors and patients, so as not to waste resources. Li Yi compared to the rising sun city in the past. The medical benefits were good, but the financial pressure was greater. The public servants were like eating from a big pot. Will the imperial court support the future taxes? Li Longji also wanted the people of the Tang dynasty to see doctors for free and then collect taxes. The wool came from the sheep's back. He was worried that the taxes would not be enough. What if people frequently went to see doctors, massages, and so on? Li nodded. The taxes themselves are enough, but the future development of the Tang dynasty will not rely on taxes. We will get resources from others through technology. A world map appeared in Li Yi's mind. Good resources were now placed there. When transportation was convenient, they could colonize, but they would not give better weapons to the colonized areas. He was afraid that some of them would be too active and develop on their own, thinking about how to become independent. The leaders sent could be rotated, but how could the people in the middle be changed? After a long time, they would get rid of the leaders and turn around to say that they had established a country. If the weapons were good, it would be difficult to fight. Wouldn't the Rising Sun Cities colony in North America be independent? Moreover, after 2 world wars, the Rising Sun City actually became the other party's little brother. Of course, the most important point was that the Rising Sun City had a small population. They could not organize too many people to fight. Their own resources were also small, so they could only mobilize from other colonies. Chapter 1305. Master, what are you talking about? The little girl said the word master very skillfully, as if she had been saying it for many years. She had probably said it countless times in her heart that this immortal was her master. I'm talking about how to make the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. By then, no one will die of hunger, and no one will die of lack of money to see a doctor. Li Yi set a goal that he didn't think was great. At least in his country, people starving to death because they didn't have money to eat basically didn't exist. If they really didn't have money, they could eat and dash. Then, the other party would call the police and arrest them. If it was spread on the internet, the local government would have to find a way to arrange a job for them. Unless they didn't find a way, they would be able to eat anywhere. The little girl frowned and thought hard. After a while, she said, Master, I know. The people in the disaster area will eat at the Li family Zhuangzi. The people around laughed. The Li family Zhuangzi seemed to be more reliable than the imperial court in the hearts of the people. Li nodded. Yes, I still have money to help the people in the disaster area, but it's best if the imperial court pays for it. After the flood, when the flood is over, we can go back. The imperial court will pay for the construction of houses. During the drought, the imperial court will dig wells, open warehouses, and directly send food to the people. At the most critical moment, we doctors should go and stabilize the people. Where there are patients, we should be there. The little girl clenched her small fists. She liked to see others live a good life. Master, if the people in a place get typhoid, miasma, corpse transmission, cold, and sores, and everyone runs away, what should we do? The little girl named 5 infectious diseases: infectious cold, malaria, tuberculosis, leprosy, and smallpox. We'll think of a way to isolate them, and then we'll organize a large group of doctors to go there, Li Yi said very calmly. Ah! Then will we get those diseases? The little girl was nervous. She was worried that she might die. Maybe, but even if we do, we have to go. At that time, we'll be the last line of defense of the Tang dynasty. The soldiers at the border are fighting with their lives. The battlefield of doctors is here. When soldiers fight, those who don't obey orders and retreat when facing the enemy should be beheaded. If it were us doctors, what would we do if we ran away when we encountered an illness? Li Yi patiently guided his eldest disciple. The little girl clenched her small fist again. Slash! That's why we have to research new techniques to prevent ourselves from contracting those diseases. This will be part of what I will teach you in the future. Li Yi encouraged the little girl to study hard. Once she learned, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. Master, what is the recipe for the malaria severance pill that you made? The little girl nodded and asked the most important question in the medical field. Qing Dai. A few people from the Feng family called out together. Will you tell others about your family's secret prescriptions? Li Yi asked. The little girl shook her head. No, I know, but I won't say it. Oh, Master won't say it either, right? Li Yi squatted down, pulled the little girl over, and whispered a few words into her ear. Ah! It's that simple. The little girl's eyes widened. Remember not to say it, just like how you keep your secret prescriptions a secret. Li Yi didn't hide anything. Since his disciple asked, he had to teach her. He asked the little girl about her family's secret prescriptions. The little girl said that she could keep it a secret, so he was relieved. The people from the Feng family were also relieved. The little girl's master could teach her directly. She didn't need to do a lot of work first and then slowly reveal the secret. I know. Master, don't worry. I won't tell my parents. I have apprentices in my family, so I won't tell them directly. I need to see their quality. The little girl suddenly thought of something. Master, your medical book made many apprentices in my family run away. You wrote down the secret prescriptions in my family in your medical book. Don't be afraid. We can improve in other aspects, such as pulse reading and acupuncture. In the future, I will teach you how to perform surgery. Li Yi certainly knew that he had cheated many medical families who had secret prescriptions. They relied on secret prescriptions to survive. In the end, he wrote a lot of secret prescriptions in his medical book. Some of them were even better than the secret prescriptions of the medical families. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven for a disciple to get a prescription. They only passed it on to their sons and not to their daughters. When the medical book came out and his disciples saw it, she said, "Oh, I see. Farewell to you forever. I was your disciple for 15 years, but you didn't teach me. Now, I don't need you to teach me. Master, my fifth uncle scolded you. He said that you ruined my family's business, but he also said that the medical books you wrote were really good and that your morals and skills were unparalleled." The little girl sold out one of her uncles. What she said was the truth. Many medical families had scolded Li Yi and then worked hard to learn. They scolded and praised him at the same time. Have you scolded him? Li Yi asked with a smile. The little girl shook her head vigorously. I don't dare. I'm afraid that I will be punished by the heavens if I scold someone who can write so many good medical books. When we reach the cave, I will reward you with red braised pork. Li Yi held his eldest disciple's little hand and continued to walk up. Fortunately, it was winter and there weren't many plants. The path was relatively easy to walk on. There were 100 winged knights in the team. They were responsible for taking care of a big black pot and stove, which weighed more than 300 kilograms. Including the red braised pork inside. They took turns to carry it, 2 people at the front and 2 at the back, like lifting poles. A pot of meat was given to Madame Feng, including Princess Yongmu and other members of the royal family. When the sky was slightly dark, the team finally arrived at Coxcomb Cave. The winged knights began to set up the tent. It was a canvas military tent used by Li Yi. It was easier to set up than the military tents of the Tang dynasty, and the layout was more reasonable. Diesel lamps were lit and the chef started to cook. The little girl who fell asleep on the way woke up and insisted on playing with her new sister, Feng Qingdai. Li Dongzhu, your third brother's child is well taken care of. His body is strong. And that Bao, whose family is he? Old man Feng had seen the 2 children and found that they were good. Until now, he still didn't know Bao's identity. Bao is Wu Jieyu's child. The one next to Wu Jieyu is Lu Jieyu. My third brother is known to outsiders as County Magistrate Feng Chu, and the eldest brother is County Magistrate Huai Then. Li Yi hesitated for a moment and said the identities of these people. So, Bao is more precious than Bao? Old man Feng came to a conclusion. Li Yi was depressed again and shook his head slightly. No, among the children, no one can surpass Bao's status. How is that possible? Unless he is. Old man Feng compared the status of Wu Jieyu's son and didn't dare to say anything. Li Yi smiled and nodded. It was convenient to talk to smart people. Then. Ouch! I have a headache. I have this disease since I was young. When I have a headache, I forget some things. What did you say just now? Old man Feng patted his head with his hand and looked very upset. It was difficult for a doctor to cure himself. You said that you shouldn't put fennel leaves and Dahurian angelica in the braised pork. I didn't put them in the braised pork. You can just fry it with pepper and other ingredients. You don't need to add soy sauce, but you must add cooking wine. Li looked as if they were just discussing the problem of food. Chapter 1306. Old man Feng felt that even if he died now, he could rest in peace. This granddaughter of his was going to marry into his family. It was impossible for her to get married. His father, who was still alive, had the same thought. He wanted his granddaughter to be the most outstanding. He did not expect to meet Li Dongzhu when he brought his granddaughter to the mountain to learn how to concoct medicinal herbs in winter. Then, she was chosen by Li Dongzhu and became his disciple. She became Li Dongzhu's disciple. Li Dongzhu had godlike means. He actually had the emperor, the empress, the retired emperor, and the first prince by his side. This girl's life was good. She was also very capable. At the crucial moment, she could distinguish all kinds of medicinal herbs with just a sniff. Was it because the weather was cold and her nose was more sensitive? She was not so good when he taught her in the past. Old man, are there any traces of other wild beasts in the cave? Li changed the topic. There was a tiger, a male. The other wild beasts did not dare to enter. The tiger was killed by my medicine. Old man Feng said lightly. He could not beat a tiger. He did not know how to trap a tiger either. He knew how to use medicine. It was too easy for a medical family to kill an animal. What medicine did you use? Li wanted to see if there were any more bones and tiger penis. Croton and drunk heart flower. I used croton first, then drunk heart flower. The tiger was hungry and ate too much, so it became numb. The tiger skin was complete, the tiger penis was dried, and the tiger bones were also here. Li Dongzhu took them with him when he left. I have pickled the tiger meat for 2 years. 20% of the tiger bones were soaked in wine and sold. Old man Feng knew why Li asked. Everyone wanted good things. I don't want the tiger skin. If you don't want it, I can help you sell it at a high price. If you don't want the tiger meat, I will teach you how to make it delicious. I want the tiger penis. It is not very useful to soak it in wine for others. Give me half of the tiger bone. Actually, this bone itself is poisonous. It is mainly used to treat arthritis, especially rheumatism. Li did not ask about the tiger's gallbladder. He guessed that it had already been sold. Generally, for diseases that required animal gallbladder, including bear gallbladder, the gallbladder of poultry could also be used to some extent. Things like chicken galls were not delicious. Usually, it was fresh. There was a thin film on the outside of the chicken gall, along with the chicken fat. It was impossible to handle the chicken fat so cleanly. If you were not careful, you would break the gall. Ordinary people would not be able to drink without wine. The bitterness of Coptis chinensis was purer. Bitterness was bitterness. The bitterness of Cuting tea was a little fishy. The bitterness of the gallbladder combined with the bitterness of Coptis chinensis and Cutingca. Sometimes, Chinese medicine is swallowed raw without baking powder. In Li Yi's previous life, it was prepared with hard liquor overseas. Usually, the snake gallbladder was washed in the hard liquor first. Then, he switched to strong liquor, broke the gallbladder, and picked out the gall skin. In this way, there were fewer people who ate snake gallbladders and more who ate tortoise gallbladders. They also used white wine and drank it in one gulp. Also, don't breathe through your nose when drinking the blood of a turtle. Hold your breath while drinking. Raise bees. Bee venom can also play a role in rheumatism. There are also leeches. Raising leeches requires killing parasites. I'll write it down later. The leeches in the river can't be used casually. It's fine to raise them alone. There are also toads that contain honey. It's a little cruel. Li Yi said that toads were usually caught when winter was approaching. Stuff a piece of honey into its mouth and sew its mouth shut with a thread. Bury it and hibernate. Then, when spring came, remove the thread and take out a piece of honey that was a lot smaller to treat asthma. There were toad crackers in asthma medicine and throat pain anti-inflammatory pills. The effect was very fast. Numbness. After swallowing a few pills, the mouth would feel numb for at least 6 hours. Toad crackers were that powerful. No lozenges could compare to throat pain anti-inflammatory pills. Lozenges were not medicine. The most effective things in lozenges were mint and borneal. Throat pain anti-inflammatory pills were toad crackers. There were drug addicts who couldn't buy drugs, so they raised toads and used their tongues to taste the sweetness. It was poisonous. If they were not careful, they might poison themselves to death. The two of them began to exchange folk remedies. It was mainly Li Yi who was talking and old man Feng who listened. Tao Hong and the others were in charge of recording. Everything Li Yi said had to be recorded down. It was like an emperor's daily life record. No, the emperor's daily life record was not as important as Li Yi's words. He was thinking about how to make the Tang dynasty better. If the prime minister said that this river should be managed, then the imperial court would allocate funds and the local people would deal with it. If it was Li Yi who said that this river should be managed, then the local people would not need the imperial court to allocate funds. They should quickly get it done and wait to get rich. Li Dongzhu made a move. If the prime minister said that a certain official was better, let him be the county magistrate of Lantian County. The people of Lantian County did not care. You are the prime minister, so we have nothing to say. If Li Yi said that a certain official was better, let him be the county magistrate of Lantian County. The people of Lantian County immediately prepared a ceremony to welcome Li Dongzhu's good official. Unfortunately, countless officials wanted to hear a word of praise from Li Yi, but they could not get it. Master, I want to eat sugar-coated haws. After the little girl Qing Dai coaxed her little brother to sleep again, she ran over to ask for sugar-coated haws. Old man Feng sighed. He realized that he did not take good care of his granddaughter in some matters. He had been teaching medicine since she was young. His granddaughter was also sensible. She never cried or made any requests. After meeting Li Yi, his granddaughter suddenly became lively and took the initiative to ask for things. After dinner, if you are not sleepy, let's eat sugar-coated haws, okay? It's made of rock sugar, so it won't be burnt at all. Li Yi agreed. His eldest disciple was more than 8 years old. If she wanted to eat some hawthorn and rock sugar, it was not a problem. Let's put it this way. The imperial physicians and nurses who followed them were not old. Moreover, they were outstanding. Even with the same sachet, they were not as good as the little girl. They only needed to smell it and they were not wrong at all. These imperial physicians could not do it. They needed to smell it for a while. After that, they still could not make a guarantee. Master, I don't want a big piece of sugar. It's not comfortable to rub the most. The little girl continued to make requests. Okay, I'll knock them all down for you. It's just a stick of sugar-coated haws, with the seeds removed. Li Yi agreed. Not long after, the red braised pork was ready. The Feng family and the imperial family were all given a share. Princess Yongmu's face was full of happiness. She loved to eat the red braised pork made by Li Yi the most. This red braised pork was actually called Mao's red braised pork without soy sauce. It was said that Mao did not like to eat soy sauce, so someone used the method of stir-frying sugar to make it. The fatty meat was mainly stewed for a long time. As long as it was stewed for a long time, it would be delicious. This situation began to be widely known in the Song dynasty. Many people said that it was Su Shi, but in fact, it was not. The standard of living in the Song dynasty had improved, and everyone was thinking about how to cook delicious food. At night, the little girl finally ate the red braised pork. Brother Yi, are we going to the cave tonight? Li Longji found Li Yi again. He wanted to go in and take a look. After dinner, let's go. But we can't leave any calligraphy behind. Li Yi still needed to plant medicinal herbs here. If His Majesty said something, then someone would propose to supervise. Chapter 1307. After the meal, Li Yi made candied haws for the first disciple. The little guy also had one, but Bauer did not. He went to sleep. Li Yi brought some people into the cave and lit the lantern. There were no colored lights in Coxcomb Cave, but it was colorful. Li Yi had been here before, and he acted as a guide. The scenery in the cave was not interesting to Li Yi. If he looked at it too much, Coxcomb Cave would not be spectacular enough. What he valued was the temperature in the cave and the mushrooms. While they were playing, a group of people were gathering at Lu Huaishan's house in Chang'an City. Heavenly Earth sent food. Now, not only Lu Huaishan, but also the qualified ministers had a cooperative relationship with Heavenly Earth. For the dinner, everyone only ate half full at noon and took a nap. Steamed meatballs, 9-turn intestines, dried tussa pupa, and other dishes were all served. This old man said that he would not stop when he went out. Sure enough. Yao Chong took a sip of wine and said to Li Yi. Today's dinner was to criticize Li Yi. He went out to play and caused trouble for everyone. Song Jing said, to catch rabbits, we need to breed rabbits in large numbers. It is said that rabbits eat grass and give birth to a lot of rabbits. Turn the grass into meat. There are also a bunch of methods to breed rabbits. Let the court, he complained that he was a minister, but he was worried about rabbits. Rabbit meat could be eaten, but rabbit skin was more useful. It was just a small matter. Why write a letter to him? Li Yi, which department can't you mobilize? Wei Zhigu helped Li Yi. Xiao Yi directly wrote to the assistant ministers and doctors. You should say that she skipped over you. He was most grateful to Li Yi. Lu Huaishan's problem was money, but he was life's problem. The key is that we thought there were a lot of rabbits. In the end, a letter came saying that people help cows and horses to conceive cubs. A good stallion will give 1,000 mares a year to raise cubs. Do you pay taxes? When he heard the last 3 words, he knew that it was Bai Gu who spoke. He considered the 1,000-mile horse. 1,000-mile horse could produce 1,000-mile horses a year later. Even if some of them couldn't make it, even if it was only 1/10 of them, there would still be 100,000-mile horses. How much was a fine steed worth? The specific technology was actually not announced. It's cows. Farming cows. Raising cows is easier than raising horses. If an ordinary person gives his family a cow, his family can afford to raise it. How can they raise a good horse? Lu Huaishan was also on Li Yi's side. After all, he had taken advantage of Li Yi. Moreover, he also understood that he should be finished. Li Yi had already started to help in advance. Su Yi swallowed the crab meat in his mouth and said, Li Yi should have written a letter to discuss with us first, instead of giving orders through His Majesty. Do you think you can reject a discussion? Li Riji retorted to Su Yi. Lu Youqiu, who also knew who saved his life, muttered, it's all to show his power. Why don't the two of you try sitting in my seat? Su Yi was unhappy. I am the Zaifu. Do you think I haven't sat in your seat before? The two of them retorted. Yes, Lu Youqiu and Li Riji had both been prime ministers. Yin Xizhen, who had never been prime minister, held the position of Minister of Revenue and Minister of Works at the same time. Her 3 sons were now high-ranking officials. Who was worse than who? Don't mention official positions. It was embarrassing. Xiao Yi should use pigeons to send messages. Zhang Jiling thought of his pigeon friends. He missed the days when he and Li Yi used to send letters by pigeons in Guangzhou. Unfortunately, when they were in Chang'an, the two of them could not use pigeons to fly. It was so close. If the pigeons were not in a hurry to return to their nest, it would delay things. 2 days ago, Monk Dowan was cured of his cold. The imperial physicians were keeping an eye on him. Li Yi asked them to do so. Also, 6 days ago, scholar Lu Chong was poisoned and survived. It was Li Yi who sent people to follow him. They have been following him for almost a year. Lu Huaishan talked about serious matters. A monk was ordered by Li Yi. A scholar who studied the genealogy of aristocratic families was ordered by Li Yi. The monk's appeal was strong. Dowan caught a cold and was almost crippled. Fortunately, someone kept an eye on him and cured him. He had many disciples. For example, Jinjin was his disciple. This time, he owed him a big favor. Li Yi was so cunning. Another person, Lu Chong, was a person who studied the families very thoroughly. He studied the records of family names. After he finished, he probably knew that he had offended someone. After receiving Li Longji's reward, he resigned and stopped playing. In the end, he was poisoned and almost died. He was also watched by people. He vomited, drank milk, and vomited again. He was dragged to the Li family Zhuangzi. The nurse who stayed in the Li family Zhuangzi gave him an injection and he survived. Now, he was staying in the Li family Zhuangzi. He did not go anywhere. It was too dangerous outside. From this point of view, Li Yi could indeed know the life and death of others in advance. The key was that he could save some people, but he could not. If they died, then so be it. Dowan was saved. Many people owed Li Yi a favor. Lu Chong was saved. He had a thorough understanding of the aristocratic families. It was useful. Song Jing and Sui lowered their heads and ate. They did not say anything. The two of them were still hoping that Li Yi would help them in advance when they were about to die. A word of criticism was enough to express his attitude. What should be done for Li Yi. Wasn't it just raising rabbits and cows? For the Tang dynasty. He should come back. I can't be at ease if he's always outside. Yao Chong thought of his eldest son. He was worried that someone would suddenly fall sick. Li Yi was not in the Li family Zhuangzi and could not save him in time. His Majesty was not afraid. He followed Li Yi. Old men like us are afraid. Who doesn't want to live? What do you mean by indifferent to life and death? There was no other way. They would die whether they were indifferent to life or not. They might as well die with dignity. It's mainly humid here. The temperature is slightly low. The comfortable temperature is 23 to 26 degrees Celsius. It's 18 degrees all year round. In addition to the humidity, everyone will get rheumatism. People who come here to plant mushrooms must limit their time and wear thick clothes. Li Yi led people to drill a hole. The hole was small, but they really did drill. He had artificially enlarged the hole. Everyone felt very warm. It was just that the road under their feet was slightly slippery. Empress Wang was pregnant, but she walked more steadily than the others. How long is the hole? Li Longji felt that it was very strange. How could the temperature in a hole be maintained within a certain range? It's said to be more than 5,600 meters long. It's not easy to walk. Many roads are difficult to walk. Let's walk around and go out. In the future, we'll go to other bigger holes in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi knew that this hole was not a big deal. The local development of this hole was part of a chain of tourist attractions. For every extra day that a tourist stayed in an area, they would spend more than 3 times the average income of the local area. It did not take much time to enter and exit Coxcomb Hole. However, it took more time to enter Coxcomb Hole than to enter and exit. Where else is this big? Li Longji was interested. He mainly wanted to go out. Who would want to stay in Chang'an all day? He wanted to see the sea and swim in the sea. Huizhou, Shenzhong Road. There's a big hole there. It's the king of karst caves. What a pity. Sigh. Li Yi was talking about Jinji Cave. It was such a good karst cave, but it only had 4 A's. Moreover, the ticket price was not as good as Coxcomb Hole. The difference was huge. It was even more so in Hunan province. Where was Huizhou? Who did not know Luoyang? Chapter 1308. Li Longji stopped and turned to look at Li Yi. What's wrong with Huizhou? Li Longji was unfamiliar with this name. He didn't seem to have any impression of it. Inspector, Li Yi answered with 3 words. This explained the local situation. It was basically not controlled by the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. The local area was called Qianzhou Prefecture, and it was the inspector of central Guizhou. Many years later, it became an inspector. It was even worse than the autonomous region of Li Yi's time. At least the autonomous region listened to the central government and was an absolute administrative planning area. You didn't know how many people there were there now. Li Yi's Guizhou was next to Guizhou, and Guizhou's economic development had always been poor. The roads were not good, so Zijindong was only a 4A tourist area, lacking in all aspects. There was once a CCTV advertisement that said that traveling to Danzhai was poverty alleviation. This showed the per capita income of the local area. There was also cheating, but it was less than in other places. Because the local people knew that if tourists were driven away, the economic development would be even worse. There was very little information about the local area during the Tang dynasty. There was no specific information in the county records. The new Tang dynasty book said that the Jiangnan Road included 51 states, but there were no examples because the states were not listed. Guiyang was not listed. The provincial capital of Li Yi's time was now called Qianzhou Prefecture. The Tang dynasty didn't care about the administration and had very little control over the local area. I see. Li Longji didn't think about it. It was too remote, there were few people, and there was no subjugation office there. There are a lot of medicinal materials and mineral resources there. With my current method, I can mine the local resources to a large scale in 2 years. The per capita income is not lower than Chang'an. But, the industry is single, the transportation is inconvenient, and the investment is huge. The same funds in other places would be more beneficial to the Tang dynasty, so it has always been ignored. Li talked about why Guizhou's development was not as good as other places. The input-output ratio was low, and the national finance was not willing to support it. The local government's ability was limited, and those who had some ability went to other provinces. The local primary industry was the most useless, and the secondary industry was several times the primary industry. The most powerful was the tertiary industry, which was services, mainly in tourism. This showed that the government officials were working very hard. They knew their own situation, which was that they did not have the ability to get a large amount of funding from the central government. However, Li Yi felt that when the income from the state financial support reached its peak, it would tilt to other less developed areas. Do as you see fit. Li Longji didn't have any ideas himself and let Brother Yi handle it. He didn't even know what was going on in the area, so how was he supposed to manage it? Brother Yi is the best. He knows everything I ask him. Even a group of prime ministers added together couldn't compare to Brother Yi. For example, the prime ministers were all present. When he asked about the types of wild herbs on the mountain, the prime ministers all glared at him. Little Brother Yi would tell them one by one, including what diseases each herb was used for and where it was grown. When he asked if there were any mines in the area, the prime ministers were still confused. When asked about the river system and the layout of the mountains, the prime ministers were still asking about the amount of tribute, the type of folk customs, and the prime minister didn't seem to be of much use, right? Li Longji felt as if he was carrying the entire world with him. He felt especially at ease. As they walked, they asked, and they chatted. Li Yi also had to take care of his future wife and first disciple. Qing Dai's grandfather followed beside them. When he heard Li Yi and Her Majesty's questions and answers, he completely understood. No wonder the Li family Zhuangzi's status was so prominent. It was because of Li Yi. He would answer whatever was asked. He didn't hide anything and didn't hold back. Even if they grabbed a handful of soil and asked, Li Yi would tell them what kind of soil it was and what it was used for. The little girl Qing Dai glanced at her immortal master from time to time. Her master was too capable. Step here, it's slippery. The little girl helped Empress Wang spread a handkerchief. Her handkerchief. She tested the slippery spot on the ground first and then spread the handkerchief on it. She already knew the use of the sachet in her beautiful master's wife's hand. It could help a pregnant woman to prevent miscarriage. This was the reason why she didn't use realgar, orpiment and other medicines. Empress Wang smiled and asked, Qing Dai, you are so good to me. What do you want in return? The little girl went into a daze. She then smiled and said, I want my child to be safe. I don't want anything else. Empress Wang was also stunned. She patted the little girl's head and said, the Empress's palace advisor, Imperial Physician Xia, is a female official. You can be this official. The advisor was an official position in the Qing dynasty. Li Yi would sometimes mention it, and Empress Wang would remember it. In addition to the external duties, she was considered a free person in the palace. If she could go to the Empress's palace, where couldn't she go? At the same time, there were no restrictions on the external duties. Empress Wang thought of this official position on the spot. Ah! The Empress can go to the place where the Empress lives? The little girl actually understood. Yes. Empress Wang nodded her head. Will the Empress let you go? The little girl was still young. She couldn't understand the hidden meaning in Empress Wang's words. Yes. Empress Wang was certain. If I say yes, then yes. I like you. Then, can I bring Tong with me? I heard that the Empress's palace is very beautiful. I want to take Tong with me. I told him that if there's something good, I'll share it with him. The little girl held the little girl's hand and asked expectantly. The little girl nodded her head first and then shook her head. Yes, come with me. Don't go back to the palace. It's not fun there. I'll take you there. Then, I'll stay with you in the Li family Zhuangzi. The little girl comforted the little girl. Okay, I'll go there. The food there is not good. The little girl told her biggest secret, which was hidden in her heart. What rank am I? The little girl was addicted to being an official. Can you be the first rank? Empress Wang bent down slightly and kissed the little girl. Good girl. Master, what rank are you? Ah, I remember. Secondary second rank. I'm the first rank. No, I can't be higher than master. I'll be the third rank. The little girl was clear. She knew the rank and wouldn't make the mistake of saying that the fifth rank was higher than the third rank. Empress Wang agreed. Okay, the third rank. It's lower than the second rank. You can go to court at any time when there's a court meeting. When there's no court meeting, you can also see Her Majesty at any time. Okay. The little boy said. It didn't matter to him what rank he was. He liked this little sister anyway. The two children didn't know what this official position meant. It was an official position. It wasn't restricted. It was an empty position. It could take care of things. It was a salary. The third rank earned a lot. It was like eating the imperial food. Usually, only the fifth rank officials could attend court meetings. There were two kinds of people. One was from the censorate, and the other was from the imperial physician. In fact, there were three kinds. The third kind was eunuchs. Eunuchs were official positions. Eunuchs were official positions for specific groups. Not all eunuchs were eunuchs. Those who didn't have the position of eunuchs couldn't be called eunuchs. There was also the yellow door. The yellow door was an official position. However, it was usually held by eunuchs. There were also many non-eunuchs in the yellow door. The little girl was better than them. She could enter the harem. Empress Wang didn't let her walk in the harem. Instead, she walked in the Empress's palace, which represented the little girl's belonging. She was the Empress's person and Li Yi's first real disciple. With this identity, the little girl Feng Qingdai could go anywhere in the entire Tang dynasty. She ran to Yao Chong's house. Yao Chong had to take care of her and find someone to play with her. Report. The winged knights ran in from outside. Dawan caught a cold and has been cured. Lu Chong was poisoned and has been cured. I see. Li Yi understood. In history, 2 people died this year. He didn't know how they died. Chapter 1309. One actually caught a cold, and the other was harmed by an aristocratic family. There's no need to ask. We can't find the person who poisoned them, and we don't have a perfect monitoring system now. Li Yi didn't care about finding evidence of the mastermind at all. Since the other party dared to make a move under the current situation, they must have erased most of their traces. Lu Chong's clan records had to put the Li family first. Previously, the Cui family and the Lu family were the first 2. The status of the aristocratic families would be shown in the clan records. Some aristocratic families that obtained their status through marriage were downgraded. They didn't have the position of prime minister, so their ranking dropped and the impact was huge. It turned out that the people in your family who were ranked 5th, 6th, and 7th had officials in their families, and they were even high-ranking officials. They would marry your daughter, and they would also marry your daughter to your young man, stabilizing the aristocratic family's advantage. If your family was moved out of the top 100, your daughter and young man would be worthless. The status of the married daughter in her husband's family would drop, and the young man who had married someone else's daughter would not be able to raise his head. The impact on the aristocratic families was too great. Others hated Li Longji, but they didn't dare to do anything. They could only hate Lu Chong. Lu Chong himself understood, so he resigned. He didn't escape the evil hands even though he resigned. In the end, he was killed. The information only recorded that he died in the 5th year of Kaiyuan, but it didn't specify the reason. Today, Li finally understood that he was poisoned to death. As for the Dao Shore, Pu Songling did not dare to write. What he wrote was strange tales from a Chinese studio. It was more about promoting the positive side of ghosts and monsters. He wrote about the so-called righteous sects that people hated. What he really wanted to express was the phenomenon of society, which was why Daoan became famous. Li Yi was even more aware of why he had to protect the Dao Shore. He had clearly wanted to attack the religion, but he had protected a key person. This way, it would be easier to carry out the follow-up operations and scheme. I'll save your life and break your invincible golden body. You're so powerful, but didn't I have to save you? Those who knew a little about politics understood. Sigh. Wang Wei understood, but Meng Haoran didn't. Meng Haoran's family had a lot of land, and he had tenant farmers to help him farm. How would he know about the struggles of the upper class of the country? When Wang Wei looked at Li Yi, his eyes were filled with fear. He had always advocated religion, Buddhism, Taoism, and so on. Now, he gradually understood that there were some things that Li Yi didn't like and couldn't be rejected. Wang Wei came from a big family. Although Li Yi had saved one person, in fact, he had a long-term plan. Brother Yi, what should we do in the future? Li Longji couldn't predict the future, so the easiest way was to ask Li Yi. Lu Chong knows a lot about the aristocratic families, so I'll use his specialty. It's very difficult for me to find information about the aristocratic families. It just so happens that there's someone who can help. His ability is very important. I need him to provide some information about the aristocratic families before I can cooperate with them. Li Yi said his purpose of protecting Lu Chong. It looked like it was about the aristocratic families, but in fact, it included the current situation of each aristocratic family. Li Yi needed this, and then he would deal with it specifically. Not only would they not be allowed to marry, but they would also be restricted in their official positions. After changing the aristocratic families, the situation was clear. In terms of technology, Li Yi didn't count on outsiders. However, some information about the Tang dynasty couldn't be found, so he needed some talents. Everyone walked around and came out of Coxcomb Cave. They were not used to it in an instant. It was cold outside. Under normal circumstances, -19 degrees Celsius and -20 degrees Celsius were actually a divide. Northerners were particularly sensitive to this. They felt that it was necessary to check. In fact, when driving at -19 degrees Celsius and 20 degrees Celsius, it could be felt that the sound and vibration were different. If it was an electric car, it would be over. The battery of an electric car, in a low-temperature environment, the chemical reaction would be slow. There were no cars now, but it was cold. The temperature difference was more than 30 degrees Celsius. It was -18 degrees Celsius in the cave, but outside, it was -15 degrees Celsius. When the temperature difference changed, everyone shivered. "Brother Yi, why is it like this here?" Li Longji put on his coat. He couldn't understand why the temperature difference outside the cave was so big. One is the circulation of the air, and the other is the geothermal heat in the cold. Li Yi knew that there was a pool here, so it wasn't cold all year round. Then he thought for a moment and said, "This is the same principle you see when the people in the capital are living well, but the people in other places are not. How many places in the Tang dynasty are the people not living well?" Li Longji was worried about the people. In the past, he heard people say that the position was too high and they couldn't fall down. Now it was different. He followed them and knew about the people. He also knew that the newspapers were trying to promote how to improve the efficiency of farming, and the people benefited from it. Many. Li Yi was not like other ministers who bragged about the Kaiyuan age. Li Yi judged based on his situation at that time. There was no starvation to death, and there was no situation where he couldn't find a job. He had to admit that the welfare of some Western countries at that time was indeed good. Especially the Rising Sun City, which was good in all aspects of the welfare of the people. The Tang dynasty was far from this level. The difference was too big. But it needed to be persevered. If the imperial court gave up, then it would be a failure. How many years will it take? Li Longji was a little anxious. He didn't know how long he could live. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to complete it in his lifetime. He didn't know how long other emperors lived, and he didn't know how many years he had lived in history. 20 years at most. Li gritted his teeth and gave an answer. He had no choice. With the development of society, it was impossible for the entire Great Tang to do whatever they wanted to do today. No one was more anxious than him. As long as he promoted the development of society, he could increase his lifespan. He didn't have time to care about the purpose of others. Anyway, his purpose was very clear. This was the need for survival. The most important thing was to stop him, and it was to kill him. Chapter 13:10. There is a coal mine here, stone coal. Li Yi returned to the car and gave his apprentice, the little fellow, and Li Tan a stick of candied haws each. He unfolded the map and drew a line on it with his finger. Coal mine. As he spoke, he drew another line with his finger. The mine just now was on the north side of the Yellow River. Now it's on the south side of the Yellow River. It's also stone coal. How deep is it from the surface? Li Longji was worried that it would not be easy to dig. It's on the surface of the mountain, but it's not very good at burning. The advantage is that the burnt ash is very suitable for making cement. Li Yi had been to 2 mines, passing by. There was too much environmental pollution. One was a tourist area and the other was a medicinal herb planting area. The Tang dynasty didn't need to make the local area green at this time. If it weren't for the Fengs who picked and processed herbs here and lived here in turns, there would be no sign of people here. Even the woodcutters didn't come so far to cut firewood. There was a pile of mountains nearby. Li Yi thought of the woodcutters, and Li Longji also thought of the same thing. The woodcutters can dig coal. They can still make a living. Li Longji now considered the problem more comprehensively. They can make more money. These two mines belong to the Tang dynasty's Chaotian Fund. The villagers will be paid according to the number of people. Those who are less than 15 years old don't count. Those who are 15 years old and under 60 years old pay 3 yuan a month. The money earned will be put into the fund, and a few cement factories will be built to provide jobs for the local people. Li Yi directly arranged for the fund to be managed by Li Qingqi. The woodcutters worked hard to make money. They needed to form teams to cut wood from the mountain and carry the wood down to the county. The village didn't need the woodcutters to sell firewood. They could go to the mountain to collect firewood. Every family had their own firewood pile. In autumn, the family took time to go to the mountain twice, and a big firewood pile would appear. It was enough to burn through the winter, and they would pick it up in the summer. How do the woodcutters collect firewood? Li Tan asked timidly. As a child, he shouldn't interrupt when the adults were talking. The forest with woodcutters usually grows better. The woodcutters use axes and choppers. When they use axes. After Li Yi finished talking about business, he began to popularize Li Tan. Woodcutters were responsible for maintaining the forest, not cutting down every tree they saw. In the winter, they would go into the mountains to gather dead branches, tie them with ropes, pierce them with poles, and carry them back. When they entered the mountains in spring, they would use a hatchet and an axe to prune the branches. They would see which tree had a large branch that needed to be cut down and then deal with it. In the summer, they needed to form teams. In the spring, they observed well. If some trees couldn't hold on any longer, they would chop them down and carry them back. In autumn, he would look at the trees again. If there was a pine tree, he would use a rake to hug the pine branches and bring a sack into the mountain to install the pine tree tower. The woodcutter was very familiar with every tree on the mountain he was in charge of. For example, if a tree grew crooked and took up too much space, it would affect other trees. The woodcutter would first peel off a 2-inch circle of bark and the tree would die. Then, he would chop it down. If anyone wanted to make a coffin or a beam for a house, the first person they would look for would be a woodcutter. The woodcutter took them up the mountain and chose a useful tree for them. They gave him money. The woodcutter would never chop down a tree that could be used as firewood and sell it. Li Yi explained in detail. Other than the people from the Feng family, no one else knew about this. It turned out that the woodcutter didn't go into the mountains to chop wood and sell the firewood. Master, you know so much. When we see the medicinal herbs, we will remember some of the medicinal herbs that are not old enough. In some places where there are seedlings, we will also help to fertilize and water them. The little girl talked about herself along with the woodcutter. The people who picked the medicinal herbs also did the same. Yes, there are also hunters. They will take good care of the places they are in charge of. Li Yi opened his mouth as he spoke. The little girl quickly passed the tanghulu to her master and asked him to take a bite. Li Yi was satisfied. This disciple was too smart and sensible. Master, since there is a coal mine, does it mean that the woodcutter only needs to collect some soft firewood? The little girl knew the situation. Firewood could be divided into soft firewood and hard firewood. Hard firewood was chopped wood. Soft firewood was made from small branches and pine needles. He also needs to collect some hard firewood. Otherwise, he won't be able to ignite the coal. However, the demand is small. People in the mountainside villages still like to burn firewood except in winter. Li Yi touched the little girl's head and explained with a smile. The little girl showed a puzzled expression. Isn't it good to burn coal? The stove is different. Do you have a Kong at home? There is a grate under the coal-burning stove, and the firewood burning stove is close to the ground. The stove with a grate can only be directly put in the firewood and then added from the top when adding coal. Then, use the stove hook to penetrate the ashes, and by the way, let the coal in the stove burn more fully. Li Yi swallowed the tanghulu that made him frown and said while gesturing. The little girl's eyes were bright, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I have a brick kong at home. Some people even use mud to make the kong. They say that they put glutinous rice juice in it. She lived in the social stratum and followed the adults to treat others' illnesses, so she came into contact with many things. I'll release another batch of coal. Li Yi hesitated and decided. Pine Tree opened his box. Without looking at it, the cub went out of the tent and went to another place to look for a big map. When he came back, everyone was looking at a big map, the same kind as the one he brought back. Li Yi began to point on it, and the four Teohongs were trying hard to remember. The location of the coal mine, the quality of the coal, the depth, and so on had to be written down. The people of the Feng family were only the little girl's grandfather and parents, and they did not dare to make a sound. They still did not speak and just stood behind in shock. Qing Dai's master was simply heaven-defying. What exactly was there that he didn't know? It's under the direct jurisdiction of the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. The local officials are not allowed to interfere, including the price of mining and the sale of coal. Li Yi emphasized the issue of ownership. If the local government had power, they would have rights. Li Yi actually knew that the officials sent to the local government to manage the coal mines would still have problems when the time came. Coal was money. There was so much money in charge, and the key was that there was no specific amount. How many people would not be tempted? Knowing was one thing, but the system and laws had to be perfected so that there would be laws when dealing with people. Of course, there were no laws. Did the emperor need laws to deal with people? Li Dan was holding a candied hawthorn in his hand and sharing it with noble consort Lu. Hearing Li Yi's words, he said, coal washing can solve the problem of employment. Good. He learned all kinds of new words and operation methods. He was also thinking about what kind of business or fund he should start. Of course, he asked Li Yi to find a way. He did not know how to do it himself. Li Yi gave him the specific operation methods, and he found someone to manage it. Including management, he asked Li Yi to perfect the rules and regulations. It would be best if there were no loopholes. Otherwise, he would have to kill people. It would be troublesome and infuriating. The key is to study mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Now, they are all basic labor jobs and manual labor. The population of the Tang dynasty is not large. It's normal to increase it by 10 times. After next year, we will occupy more uninhabited land, and the population will not be controlled. Li Yi did not have any sense of accomplishment. There was a comparison. At that time, he did manual labor because he could not find a suitable job. Chapter 13:11. The winged knights ran back with Li Longji's handwritten edict and told the prime ministers about the arrangements. The little guy was sleepy. Get the pond water from Coxcomb Cave, heat it up, and give the little guy a bath. He wanted to talk to his new little sister, but he couldn't stand it. In the end, he fell asleep helplessly. The little girl was energetic. After the bath, she put on warm pajamas and hugged a big cloth doll sold in Fragrant Orchid Pavilion. She mumbled to the doll. Li Yi stir-fried a plate of tussa pupa. He sprinkled some salt and didn't take out the internal organs. Before stir-frying, it had to be blanched first. The pupa was newly cut from the shell and was still alive. Li Longji, Li Qingqi, and Li Yi ate 2 dishes. The other dish was edamame, which was grown in a greenhouse. Brother Yi, the girl is good. How do you teach her? Li Longji asked. His first prince was still young and needed education. First learn mathematics, then physics and chemistry. There is no need for literature. Qing Dai knows it. A person who studies medicine must have a high foundation in literature. Li Yi had already planned to teach mathematics to his eldest disciple on the way back. There was no need for literature. A person who could understand medical books had reached a certain level of literary attainment. Big brother, third brother, I'm going to promote vernacular. It's easy to learn. The articles now are too laborious. The newspapers don't write white enough. Li Yi wanted to promote quickly. At this time, he finally understood why the country simplified the font and used vernacular. How white? Li Chengqi had been learning since he was young. He didn't know how to change it. Li Yi frowned slightly. He looked at the edamame on the plate and said, for example, there are several ways to express edamame. Let me explain. The first way is when the bean is not ripe. It is eaten as a pod. It is fluffy. The second way is when the bean is ripe. It is picked and cooked. If there is fluffy, it is called edamame. The third way is when the bean is almost ripe. It is picked quickly. Because there is a little fluffy on it, we call it edamame. Yes, there is a lot of paper now. Brother Yi came up with a lot of methods to make paper. There is no need to write it on silk, let alone engrave it. When Li Longji talked about this, he felt a sense of accomplishment. In the past, papermaking had high requirements, such as straw paper and rice paper. But now, all kinds of paper were available. Things made of stone could also be used to produce paper when placed in a mess of materials. Moreover, pencils could be used to write. Writing with a brush was not good as the paper was prone to bloating. The back and front of the newspaper could be used for calligraphy or pencil writing. With such good technology, he could directly throw it on the newspaper. There were other ways to make paper. Anyone who wants to learn can do it. There is no confidentiality. This played a very important role in the dissemination of knowledge in the Tang dynasty. It solved the problem at the basic level. Brother Yi, if that's the case, then wouldn't literature be beautiful? Li Chengqi liked to read poems, which were easy to read. Slowly, the people will pursue higher literary attainments based on this foundation. Li Yi was confident about this. At the end of the day, someone would eventually learn the things of their own civilization well. What left the deepest impression on him was that some people who were born in the 60s and 70s were indeed illiterate. In the 1980s, it exploded and everyone went to learn it. In the 1990s, there were fewer people who learned it. After a few more years, there were more people who learned it because the internet was developed. However, the proportion of people who could understand traditional literature was still small. There were obviously ready-made words, but they insisted on creating new words. For example, to run for joy, it was a forceful combination of 4 idioms. What was the root cause? Li Yi believed that it was due to the foreign cultural input. For example, words such as GDP, CPI, and so on were all the first letters of English, including P2P. It was neither foreign nor Chinese. External praise, internal denial, and change of ideas. Following this, it became a way to replace the first letters of Hanyu pinyin. For example, LZSB. Some input methods would show that the original poster was an idiot. If it was replaced with Chinese characters, it would be Lanzhou sesame seed cake. Last year, I bought a watch and used its first consonant to speak. I felt so awesome. Li Yi was more disgusted because for traditional literature people, it was very easy to understand the online language of Hanyu pinyin. However, they hoped that these children would learn traditional Chinese literature and not show off their knowledge of words. They were not worthy. If a person who learned classical guitar wanted to play electric guitar, he could learn it in a few days. It was very easy. If a person who learned electric guitar suddenly wanted to change to classical guitar, then learn from the beginning. Then the commoners would not need so many things. They could read the newspapers and understand the situation from the newspapers. At the same time, they could learn knowledge. Brother, the dissemination of knowledge is based on words and language. The purpose of learning how to read is definitely not to write poems. Li Yi laughed. Who said that knowing how to write and read would make a poem? The meaning of words and language was to communicate. Could it be that a child who had just learned how to read would say, "The sun shines and the incense burner produces purple smoke"? Li thought about it and suddenly had a sense of understanding and disdain. It was this poem written by Li Bai. Some people felt that they had good literary talent and had led an orthodox thing to the dark side. They felt that it was interesting and fun. In fact, it could only be said that such people were too young and shallow. It was understandable, but they hoped that they would not be so stupid in the future. If not, they would be disdained by others. Their literary attainment was too low. Fuck, how could they scold others? Ha 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 ha. Li thought about how he scolded others and could not help but laugh. Brother E, why are you laughing? Li Longji was shocked. Nothing, nothing. Actually, as humans, we are the most hypocritical. But in general, especially the propaganda of the imperial court, we must have the right values. Li Longji already knew what was the right values. This was what was spread in the Tang dynasty. Their outlook on life and values were more thorough, but they were a little confused about the world. This was because not everyone had to consider the matters of the country. They only wanted to have enough to eat. Brother E, after the matter of artificial help for the new livestock, including artificial hatching, is there any other way to make the lives of the commoners better? Li Longji asked Li Yi. He would not ask Zaifu such a question. Zaifu also did not know. The industrial chain and deep processing are the most correct development direction. To support the country, farmland and handicrafts are the foundation. If you want to obtain more resources from the motherland through overseas trade, such as food, technology is the most important. I am preparing to turn the previous sewing machine into something that can embroider. Compared to real handmade embroidery, it is much worse. However, compared to the other things that can be sold directly, this machine is also good. Li chatted casually and had a new idea. People outside the Tang dynasty also felt that machine embroidery was good. Sewing machines, as long as a few small parts were added, many good things could be made. As long as there was a model, the Li family Zhuangzi and Yimeng would make money. It would lead the local businessmen in the same industry to think of ways. Chapter 13:12. Li Longji and Li Yi were talking about the future. Feng Qingdai had already fallen asleep. She had a smile on her face. While she was sleeping, she suddenly giggled and opened her eyes. She looked up at the kerosene lamp and patted her chest. It's not a dream. It's real. I have an immortal master. Let's sleep. There were also people from the Feng family who were not asleep. They were all in the same tent and were talking about Qingdai. They were happy for Qingdai. They were also happy that they had more medical books at home. The key was the imperial court. No, the Li family Zhuangzi would take action. There were so many mountains. The beasts that could hurt people were killed or confined to an area where people could not go. They could also plant medicinal herbs. They had planned a good place and said that there would be a special place for Qingdai. The money they earned in the future would also belong to Qingdai. Why don't we call the other children in the family and ask Li Dongzhu to take a look? Some of Qingdai's uncles were tempted. Their own children did not come. What if they were chosen? There would be one more child in the family. It was not just a matter of learning skills. He had power. As Li Dongzhu's disciple, who would dare to bully him? Everyone was talking and finally felt sleepy. They fell asleep with different thoughts. The next morning, they drank bear meat soup. They still had to enter the cave today. They would go in during the day to take a look. They were in too much of a hurry last night. Although it was so dark in the cave during the day and night, the bear meat was the bear meat. The bear was hunted by Guizi. When the Yulin flying cavalry found the black bear, Guizi took the assault rifle and shot it in the eye. He did not even use the sniper rifle. The bullets were expensive. He could also use the bow, but the bear's nose was sensitive. He needed to shoot from a distance. Thus, 3 complete bear skins were obtained. There were also wolves. They were going to eat wolf meat soup at noon. In addition, they caught dozens of thin and weak forest musk deer. They did not have a good time in winter. If they were not caught, they would probably starve to death. After catching the deer, they were fed with concentrated ingredients. The forest musk deer ate happily. The concentrated ingredients included cooked bean powder, bone powder, cooked bean cake, and wheat bran. Looking at the forest musk deer's eyes when they ate, they felt that they had reached the peak of their lives. It was too delicious. They did not become food. They had to be brought back. Along the way, they could eat more good things to nourish their bodies. When it was time to harvest the musk, he would harvest it while it was still alive. In this way, the forest musk would not die. She wouldn't take it when she was in heat. She wanted to let the males find a mate by relying on this smell. Master, my family also raises them. Bao had just been fed milk. There were palace maids watching him. If Bao opened his eyes, half of the glass cover would be put on to block the light. People need to bask in the sun. This way, they can prevent themselves from getting sick. I'll teach you why in the future. The cover will let the sunlight in and keep the temperature warm. Li Yi didn't teach her now as there was too much content. Oh, is that so? Master, they said that the Li family's houses in Zhuangzi are all made of glass. Will there be glass windows in the house I'll live in the future? The little girl was still a child. She liked bright places. Li Yi nodded gently. There are all kinds of individual courtyards. The big furry bear I hugged last night is good. Master, give me one. If the little girl wanted something, she would ask her master. Her family wouldn't say anything. Li Yi still nodded. When you go back to Chang'an, go to Wen Tian Orchid Pavilion with your sister Wen Tian. Write down whatever you like. When you get to Zhuangzi, I'll put it in your house. Yes, 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 yes. The little girl smiled. She felt that she had the whole world and was full of happiness. She drank a few mouthfuls of soup and ate half a small bagel. Master, other children want to be your disciples. Will you accept them? It depends on their abilities. I'll accept children like you. Otherwise, I won't accept them. Li Yi was very direct and didn't hide anything. Master, you can teach them. The little girl had her own ideas. There are so many children in the world. Why don't I find those who are smarter and have a good foundation? Why do I have to find those who don't have a good foundation? Li Yi was still straightforward. It was like his 985 and 21. 1. The former belonged to the year and month. It was a project that was established in May of 1998. The latter was the broader 21st century. There were 100 colleges and universities. 21. 1 included some 985. Generally speaking, 985 was better than 21. 1, which wasn't in the 985 list. Generally, students who graduated from these colleges and universities had a high starting point when they looked for jobs. There were many junior high school graduates who earned more money. Why did they have to raise the standards of these graduates? It was because of the ratio. Under the same conditions, whoever had a better education and higher education would naturally choose the best. There were 2 horse farms. One was small and specialized in raising fine horses. The other was big and raised all kinds of horses. It was also possible for fine horses to appear. If a person wanted to buy a fine horse, he would definitely not go to the big horse farm. He would go directly to the small horse farm and buy it. Li Yi looked for disciples in the same way. Since he could choose from the world, why did he have to teach them from the beginning? Then, he could slowly observe them. Chapter 13:13. The little girl actually understood. She was happy that her master had chosen her because she was good. Master, Master, there are 46 forest musk deer. Why don't we raise them here? The little girl had her own ideas. She saw how skinny and weak the forest musk deer were and hoped that she could fatten them up so that the males would have more musk. That's because the winged knights had cleared and chased away some tigers, bears, wolves, and leopards. Without them, the local forest musk deer would not be eaten. Then the numbers would increase and we would have to continue catching them and raising them in other places. Musk has many uses. Li patiently explained to his disciple how animals influenced each other. It was a subject of biology. If one wanted to learn more, they could go as deep as they wanted. The little girl had stopped eating and placed her chopsticks on the table. She thought for a while and said, the creation and destruction of the two elements, the mutual restraint of the five elements, the order of yin and yang, the rules of heaven and earth, the endless cycle, and the law of nature. Li looked at his first disciple and wanted to hug and kiss her. Suddenly, he realized that he could not. She was not a child, he was her master. She was too smart. If such a child were to come to him, how many children would suffer because of her? The little girl was definitely someone else's child. She was only 8 years old. This was no longer an unpolished jade, but a jade annulus of He clan that had been cut open. Li couldn't describe how satisfied he was. Was this a gift from the heavens? With such a disciple, why would he still need a system? System? No, there should be a system. With so many videos, the system was pretty good. System. When we get home, I'll take you to watch cartoons. The Smurfs should be on now. There should be a lot of children watching. Li treated his first disciple as his own daughter. He took care of other children, but he valued his first disciple the most. Master, what's a cartoon? The little girl was curious. She was very polite to others. She did not know why, but she felt very close to her master when she saw him. I'll draw a simple one for you. The paper has to be harder. Li decided to use practical actions to cover up his feelings. Ching Song, who was eating at the side, hadn't even swallowed the bagel in his mouth when the box was opened. The cub reached out and actually knew where the hard paper and pencil were. It skillfully took them out and handed them to Li. Red and blue. Li took the item and said. Ching Song quickly took out the red and blue lead and handed it to the cub. The cub shrugged and handed it to Li. Li put the two pieces of paper together and used a pencil to draw something on the paper. It was a simple drawing of Zhu Beiji eating watermelon. It was sketched out with a blue brush. After 20 breaths of time, the first piece was finished. A red watermelon appeared in Zhu Beiji's hand. The second photo was slightly altered. The hand holding the watermelon lifted. Zhu Beiji opened his mouth and a piece of the watermelon was missing. After he finished drawing, he rolled the first piece of paper with a pencil. Take the pencil and push it horizontally. The first piece of paper is flat, the pencil is pushed to the other side, and the paper is rolled up. The two pictures of Zhu Beiji eating watermelon turned into animations. After a few manipulations, Li gave the drawings to his eldest disciple. The little girl drew back and forth on her own. Her eyes were obviously bigger. It was amazing. Master, how did these two pieces of paper become like this? The little girl played with them for a while, trying to figure out the reason. I'll teach you in the future. Eat. This is animation. I'll show you cartoons when we get home. Li handed the other things to the cub. Okay. Master. The little girl put the two pieces of paper aside and looked up at Li. Okay. Li responded. Master. The little girl shouted again. Eat. The soup will be cold soon. Li touched his disciple's head. Okay. The little girl's eyes narrowed into slits. Not far away, the imperial physicians looked at each other and then glanced at each other. Their faces were filled with disappointment. What a good disciple, but they couldn't compete with Dongzhu. What the owner provided to his disciple was definitely not only knowledge, but also a strong person to rely on. If Qing Dai was his disciple, she was likely to be schemed against by others. They would suppress her through competitions and destroy her confidence. Dong Zhu was Qing Dai's master. Who would dare to do that? Who wrote the medical books you read? You want to scheme against the little girl? Let's see if Dong Zhu will let you live. His status was not high enough. If he found a powerful disciple, many people would be jealous and suppress her. In Dong Zhu's hands, others could only kneel. Speaking of which, it was, oh, congratulations, Li Dongzhu. You have a good disciple. Those who achieve the Tao will get what they need. Li Dongzhu has a successor. How can there be such a smart disciple if she is not kind? Yes, all the peers not only did not dare to find fault with the little girl, but they also had to help her. Dongzhu's medical books were still unfinished. Do you want them? What? It doesn't matter if you don't want them. Bullying your disciple? Does that mean you don't want to live anymore? Do you think Dongzhu doesn't know how to kill people? Learn well. At the same time, see which part of Dongzhu's eldest disciple is not good enough. We can help to adjust it. The smart imperial physician knew what to do. The others nodded. They were all smart, just like Tao Hong and the others. Those who were not smart would not have the chance to come. After everyone finished eating, they rested for a while and entered the cave. Li Lang, it's dark at night and dark during the day. Why does it feel different? Princess Yongmu held Li Yi's arm. Because the ground was slippery, they walked step by step. It was to adjust the center of gravity with every step. Then, the heel of one foot was pressed in front of the other foot. It was not a straight line. If it was a straight line, one would have to consider the left and right sides. Magnetic field, magnetism. The magnetic field during the day is different from the magnetic field at night. The other is a habit. Since young, we sleep when the sky is dark and wake up when the sun rises. This is called the biological clock. The last one is psychological. If you feel that the sky is bright, then your heart is bright too. Li Yi let Princess Yongmu hold his arm and held his eldest disciple's hand. They walked very steadily. This included Li Dan and the others, because they were wearing short nail shoes. Li Yi did not exchange them. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi who came yesterday made them temporarily. They worked until midnight. As for why they were not wearing long nail shoes, it was because they were not used to climb icebergs. In track and field, it was rare to see athletes wearing long nail shoes. Long nail shoes would only appear when the material of the track was different for sprinting. However, no one would wear long nails for long-distance running. Long nails were more useful for climbing icebergs. The resistance of long nail shoes increased when the grip on the ground was greater. Otherwise, why didn't people compete in sprinting and long-distance running with stilts? Was it long enough to make the bottom of the stilts sharper? Li Lang, we have been out for so long. Will something happen in Chang'an? Princess Yongmu felt worried because her father was not in Chang'an, and the Prime Minister was not with them. It's better than when we were in Chang'an. Old Bai and the others tried their best to reach this level. No one from the other aristocratic families dares to make a move. This is called the window period. Only stupid people will make a move at this time. Anyone with a bit of intelligence will help to maintain the administration of Chang'an. Li Yi was not in a hurry. He had absolute confidence. At this moment, only an idiot would challenge the dignity of the Tang dynasty. If she didn't agree, he would tell her what to do first and teach her after the child was born. Whatever he was taught, he would be able to master it once. If he were to encounter similar situations again, he would be able to handle them with ease. When you finish your studies, you can be the master of all the female doctors in the Tang dynasty. Your name will be passed down through the ages. Li Yi also encouraged the girl. I don't want a good reputation. I just want the body of a, sick person, the little girl said with a smile. As she spoke, she began to pant. Li Yi grabbed the little girl's hand and was about to take her pulse. Chingsong number 1 suddenly knelt on the wet and slippery ground. He weighed his hands and used his back to make a table. Qing Dai has a heart disease. It originates from the lungs and goes to the heart. Qing Dai's grandfather smoothly took out an acupuncture box from his sleeve. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the box and picked up the needles. Then, he brushed the needles through Qing Dai's clothes. After a while, the little girl's breathing was not so rapid, and her complexion was much better. I found out when I was 3 years old. It was difficult for me to find out the disease when I was in middle school. Later, I found out that medicine can slow it down, but it can't be removed completely. The little girl's father said in a low voice. Congenital heart disease? Let's go out and let Zi help. When Li Yi heard about the lungs and the heart, he thought about his disciple's symptoms. The first thing that came to his mind was congenital heart disease, and it was very likely to be pulmonary stenosis. He needed to use the equipment. At the same time, he hoped that the little girl's illness would be lighter. If it was congenital heart disease, it would be best if it was pulmonary stenosis. Guozi ran over and carried the little girl in his arms. He was the most stable. For a moment, everyone lost the mood to play and were concerned about the little girl's illness. Why didn't you go to the Li family Zhuangzi to look for me? Li questioned the people from the Feng family with a gloomy face. I was afraid that it would tarnish Li Dongzhu's reputation. There are so many medical books. If Li Dongzhu can't cure her, his reputation will be tarnished. The little girl's grandfather tactfully said. He had never seen Li Yi's medical skills. Although the medical books were good, according to the medical books, he could not change his granddaughter's condition. One of them thought that it was useless to look for him, and the other was worried that Li Yi's reputation would be tarnished. Isn't it normal that it can't be cured? Medicine can't kill people. I don't care, as long as I try my best. Li Yi's expression was slightly better. After getting out of the cave and into the car, Li Yi heaved a sigh of relief after a set of targeted examinations were done. The diagnosis was pulmonary stenosis. It was simple. According to the current situation, she needed to undergo interventional surgery. Li Yi finally knew why Feng Qingdai's name was not recorded in history. The heavens were jealous of the talents. Master, everyone said that I can't live to 15 years old. I can still live for 7 years. 7 years is a long time, right? I feel that I have lived for a long time now. I will work hard to learn from you, Master. While learning, I will also save others so that they can live longer. The little girl's condition improved. Her eyes were bright and clear. The eyes of the people around them turned red. Li Longji wiped the corner of his eyes and said, Brother Yi. I will prepare for a month and then completely treat her. I need to find fresh corpses. I have to practice with the team. It's a small problem, easy to solve. Li Yi smiled and patted the little girl's head. Don't worry, I am here. I still have a lot of skills to pass on to you. How can 7 years be enough? Yes. I believe in you, Master. The little girl also smiled. Isn't it better to be alive? Wu Jieyu asked. She liked Qingdai. She was smart and liked to laugh. Of course. Li Yi admitted. Prisoners on death row, give them a chance to practice. If they die, it will be bad. If they don't die, the death penalty will be changed to imprisonment. Compared to those who used gunpowder to build roads, those who cannot escape death should be given to Owner Li and the other nurses for practice. Wu Jieyu's suggestion was that they must die. She wanted to eliminate those who were not allowed to die. Now, there was an extra chance to live. The little girl's grandfather was stunned for a moment. He stared at Li Yi and said, You can cure them? He did not even bother to address him respectfully and directly said, "You." Yes, in 1,000 Qingdai's case, if one is not cured, it will be an accident. Li Yi understood the old man's feelings and said with certainty. The old man bent his leg and Guazi held it. "I saved my own disciple. Do I need you to thank me? I am a prisoner on death row." Li Yi adopted Wu Jieyu's method. Live well and use the ball to support. The old man took a deep breath. "I'm afraid there will be rumors. What will the other ministers think?" Empress Wang showed her domineering side. "If we don't agree, we will use them to practice." Who dares to say anything? They are still counting on uncle to treat them. The others nodded. Yes, let's do it this way. The prisoners on death row would basically agree. If they really died, they would have more chances to live if they were used as practice. If they talked nonsense, they would find an excuse to use them as practice. "Master, you can cure my illness? Can I learn it? If I learn it, I will be able to cure people like me." The little girl was happy. She could live longer, learn more, and help more people. Chapter 13-15. On the way back, other than eating and resting, we will spend the rest of our time on the road. The winged knights will go back to the Li family Zhuangzi to collect the herbs and send them to the Feng family's pharmacy nearby. Noble consort Lu gave an order for the first time. She liked this little girl. She was such a good child. They should quickly go back and look for the prisoners on death row to ask Xiao Yi to practice more and cure Qing Dai's illness. Other than agreeing, the other 40 people from the Feng family did not have any other thoughts. They were shocked. Li Dongzhu actually said that he could cure Qing Dai's illness. Was a godly doctor so godly? God bless, no, Li Dongzhu and Qing Dai were fated. Why did he come here? Why did they ask Qing Dai to come here this winter? Why did Princess Yongmu know how to make sachets? Qing Dai performed exceptionally well and recognized all the herbs. Every sip and every peck is predetermined. Everyone stopped playing and hurried on their way back. The winged knights went to the Li family Zhuangzi to collect the herbs and send them to the Feng family's pharmacy nearby. "Master!" The little girl sat in front of Li Yi and shouted with a smile. "Yes!" Li Yi replied. "Master!" The little girl shouted again. "I'm here, what do you want to eat?" Li Yi tapped his disciple's nose with his finger. "Ha ha ha, master, how did I meet you?" The little girl wrinkled her nose. She was still so happy. "Because you have helped a lot of people. You are beautiful and smart, and your medical skills are good. I calculated that I have a good disciple. Hurry up and come here." Li Yi started to talk nonsense. He was in a better mood. Qing Dai was lucky to have met him, otherwise, yes. The little girl believed him. "Master, I want to eat beef jerky. Do you have it?" When she said that, she tried to lower her voice. The problem of eating beef jerky was very serious. Li Yi also lowered his voice. "Yes. It's yak jerky. It's better than the beef jerky here. It's better than the beef jerky here." "Really? Where did it come from?" The little girl had never eaten yak before, but she had heard of it. "Over at the Yellow River. Tubo. I'll get it for you." Like a thief, Li Yi took out a large piece of beef jerky that had been cut into 1 centimeter thick slices from the box beside him. The little girl swallowed hard. "Master, the Tang dynasty doesn't care about Tubo's cows, right? If you kill him, no one will catch you." "The cows are coming." "The cows can't come over. It's too hot here in the summer." "That's right, no one cares." Li Yi tore off a large strip and handed it over. The little girl patted her chest and said in a loud voice, "Master, what are the two of us afraid of? The Tang dynasty couldn't do anything about it. Let me have a taste. I haven't eaten it before." Ha 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 ha! Li Yi laughed loudly as he tore one for Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. Everyone in the group was in a good mood. The little girl's illness could be cured. Including the chefs who were preparing lunch in the kitchen of the dining car, their skills suddenly improved. When they received the news just now, they all cried. What a good child! How could she have an incurable disease? Now they were laughing. Dongzhu was indeed Dongzhu. He could get rid of the little girl's illness with just a little practice. The people of the Feng family felt that the sun had not been so bright for more than 4 years. The most outstanding child in the family was saved. At the same time, they also knew that Li Dongzhu could treat the same illness. If the little girl learned from Li Dongzhu, in the future, the winged knights who were looking for death row prisoners began to run desperately to the courier stations. When the group was having lunch at noon, the winged knights who reported the news were less than 200 miles away from Chang'an. The people and horses were running like crazy. The winged knights who reported the news carried an electric horn. When they were about to reach the courier station, they shouted from afar. The people at the courier station ran out and took the horses. Then, they pulled the horses and ran. They rode one horse and pulled the reins to let the other horse run. When the winged knights caught up with the horses, they directly jumped on the horses. It was like a relay race. This way, they could save more time. The winged knights who reported the news couldn't wait to teleport and catch the death row prisoners so that Dongzhu could quickly practice and treat Qing Dai's illness. As for the death row prisoners, they could go to hell. In the south of Chang'an, rabbit cages were placed in a large warehouse to maintain the temperature. At the same time, they were ventilated and sterilized with lime water. Many rabbits were bathed in warm water and medicine was added to the bath water. The rabbits were not used to it. But after eating dried alfalfa and a piece of cabbage, they accepted everything. Winter was not easy. Many times, they did not have enough food and had to go out to dig for grass roots. Why was the dried alfalfa so delicious? How could there be cabbage in this weather? The most important thing was the rabbit food made of wheat bran, cooked bean cakes and bone powder. Eating a little bit, the taste was very good. The rabbits were cleaned up and ate in the cages. They still don't know their fate. Song Jing and the others strolled around here and looked at the rabbits. It was not suitable to breed livestock now, so they could start to breed the rabbits. Lu Huaishan looked at Song Jing and showed an unhappy expression. He endured and did not say anything. He was no longer the prime minister. Bai Gu was unhappy. He said, many people also don't know that they will have more meat to eat in the future. There are also rabbit skins. Yes. Song Jing did not refute. He admitted that the people were more important. Rabbits ate grass and gave birth to more babies, so there would be meat. If they had time to pity the rabbits, it was better to think about the people who did not have enough to eat. It did not matter if the rabbits starved to death. But if many people starved to death, they would rebel. Xiao Yi's medical book wrote that rabbit feces can be used as medicine. It is one of the 2 types of feces. Yao Chong looked at a big rabbit eating alfalfa and said while enduring the pungent smell. It was written in the newspaper that the more protein there was, the stronger the smell of rabbit feces. The more fiber there was, the greater the proportion of rabbit feces that could be eaten. Only the heavens knew how Li Yi knew. It seemed that he could raise anything. I don't know when he will come back. I feel uneasy with him outside. Su Yi spoke the truth. He thought that if Li Yi was outside alone, it would be better. The key was that Her Majesty was with him. As long as Li Yi wanted to do something, Her Majesty promised to support him and pass the decree back. There was no discussion or communication. What he was facing was an unknown situation. Who would do such a thing? Li Yi, Xiao Yi said that it is easy to get sick if we raise them closely. Therefore, we must pay attention to killing germs. Otherwise, it would be fine if the rabbits died, but if they spread to people, it would be troublesome to treat them. Zhang Jiuling had a good impression of Li Yi. He resigned and went back, thinking a lot. Just as he was thinking, the Li family Zhuangzi sent money over and told him to repair the road. Yes, he wanted to repair the road. It was too timely. Now, he was raising and eating rabbits. Rabbits were not raised. They were bigger than chickens and tasted better than smaller fish. The key was that rabbits had skin. Fur was very useful. Moreover, rabbits had less need for grass. In winter, they ate more hay. Hay was easy to prepare. It is almost the new year. Why are they not coming back? There is a new situation at the source of the Yellow River. Song Jing changed the topic. He meant that Li Yi brought Her Majesty out to play and did not think about them. Wei Ji looked at the rabbit. Zai Fu cannot decide about the source of the Yellow River. It is not a big deal. It is just that there are too many people from the Tubo tribe. If there is a mistake, it will have to be changed. Su Yi was very hesitant. Chapter 13-16. It was snowing heavily in Tubo, and the temperature dropped sharply. The ground was covered with snow. Sheep would dig the ground with their hooves when they ate grass, and digging would hurt their hooves. There was not enough hay prepared in summer, so some of the sheep would die. The former Tubo tribesmen who became citizens of the Tang dynasty had a better life. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty helped them collect grass for a while. In addition, they planted their own barley, which was robbed by the soldiers of the Tang dynasty to harvest. The animals they raised were protected from the wind by the city walls. The animals stayed in the pens and lived a good life. The Tubo tribesmen who were farther away occasionally rode over to trade with the Tang dynasty. The two sides did not fight. Seeing that the animals of the tribes who surrendered did not freeze to death in winter and even gained weight, they were naturally tempted. When the snow fell, the leaders of the tribes discussed with others and agreed to become citizens of the Tang dynasty. Because the distance was relatively far, it was not easy to move. They were worried that they would not be able to arrive at night even if they started moving in the morning. Their leaders ran over to Guozhiyun and others and said that they were willing to change their identities. Can you help us move? Guozhiyun discussed with Qin Li, Zhang Shaosong, Hao Lingquan, Wang Juankue, Zhang Zhongliang, and others. Everyone agreed. They sent people to help move, but it would definitely take them a day. They would need to ride 3 horses and leave before dawn and arrive at night. The sheep could not run so fast. Adding tents, fences, and other furniture meant that they would have to spend the night in the wild. While sending people, they also wrote a letter to the imperial court, telling them that many people would come and the logistical pressure would be great. When the letter reached the Political Affairs Hall of Chang'an, 6 tribes had already moved. They took the initiative to hand over their weapons and applied when they needed to use them. It was impossible for the whole tribe to go hunting, so only part of the tribe was given. Tanghulu. A child from a new tribe entered the city and looked at everything in the city curiously. He saw many snacks and craved them. His mother took out some cheese and helped him exchange it for a bunch. The little boy ate it himself and did not think of giving his mother one. Influenced by traditional education, women and the elderly had no status. The child's mother, who was used to it, was also looking at everything in the town. She had only heard of it from the people who had come to trade. The first thing he felt was warmth. There were tall city walls blocking the wind, and there were houses in the city. There were coals and kong beds in the house, so the overall temperature was higher than outside the city. In addition, the city was very clean. There was no snow on the streets, nor was there any animal excrement. She brought her son to a random house and asked at the door. Someone responded, so she lifted the curtain and went in. It was also a custom to visit other people's houses. This was a tribe that came first. They lived in the house for free and worked in exchange for some remuneration to buy coal. As soon as the mother and son entered the house, a wave of warm air greeted them. When the head of the household saw that there was a child, he got up and went to get something. He brought over a bamboo can. Open the can of peaches and pour them on a plate. The child's mother hurriedly thanked her. Not to mention winter, even in the summer, peaches couldn't be eaten in Tubo. She recognized peaches. There was an embroidery from the Tang dynasty with peaches on it. There were also preserved peaches from the Tang dynasty that he had never eaten before. The little boy was timid and didn't dare to eat them. He knew how precious fruits were in winter. Eat, eat. You'll have more if you work in the future. The strength of our Tang dynasty can be seen from the canned fruits. The head of the household said our Tang dynasty, and he liked his new identity. There was nothing wrong with relying on whoever was strong. As the head of the household spoke, he divided 2 small portions and placed them in front of the mother and son. Only then did the 2 of them eat with the knives and forks that they carried with them. There was sugar in the can, and sugar made people feel happy, except for those with diabetes. In an instant, the mother and son agreed with the new nationality. The Tang dynasty didn't treat Tubo as a country. The other tribes that came later were also strolling around to experience the benefits of the city. If they were still in the enemy's position, they would definitely want to fight and take it for themselves. Unfortunately, they couldn't beat them. Look at their logistics. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were full. They also had canned fruits and vegetables. They even planted greenhouses in the city. However, the vegetables were still small and couldn't be eaten. After a few days, they would be able to eat fresh vegetables one after another. This was the power of money. The Tang dynasty was too rich. If they became citizens of the Tang dynasty, their lives would be the same as those of the tribes that came earlier. The pressure on the logistics has increased. I don't know if the imperial court can cope with it. Guo Jian was in a meeting with everyone and expressed his concerns. If they transported goods from the rear, the consumption on the way would be too great, even if there was a sleigh. What do you think, Brother Qin? Zhang Shaosong didn't ask anyone else but Qin Li smiled and said, I can see with my eyes. After making a joke, he continued, if Dongzhu knows about it, he will arrange it for us. The things that we are troubled by are just normal for Dongzhu. That's right. Hao Lingquan lived in Li family Zhuangzi for many days and learned a lot of things. What he felt most was that any problem was not a problem in front of Li Yi. He could solve it easily. Even the war against Tubo this time, how big was the scale? In the end, Li Yi still dealt with it as usual. He just spent a little more money, but he earned it back immediately. Li Dongzhu is really amazing. Zhang Shaosong was a jincher, so he had seen more. He pursed his lips and said, Li Dongzhu probably knew that a lot of baggage and provisions would be needed, so he didn't say that he would take the source of the Yellow River at the beginning. When the people's yield per mu increased and the Tang dynasty's overall provisions increased, he would take action. It would make it difficult for the Tang dynasty to continue supplying provisions to the border. Every step was planned in advance. When he said this, the others showed a look of understanding. Don't let the newcomers live in the city first. Outside the city, they can build their own houses and sleep in tents. It's hard to work in cold weather. I believe they can do it if they are pushed to that point. Guo Jian arranged work for the newcomers. The houses were built next to the city and could be used as a defense. They were not completely close to the city wall, but separated by a distance. Hao Lingquan pondered for a moment and said, dig an ice cellar and let them take ice to store. We don't need ice here. Even in summer, the sun is hot outside, but the house is cool inside. The temperature difference every day is big. Qin Li explained the situation here according to Li Yi's teachings. Ice was useless in Tubo. Summer was only for a short period, and they didn't eat cold drinks. At that time, Li Dongzhu said something about ultraviolet rays. He seemed to say that he should make some face cream in the future. He just didn't know if he could make money in Tubo. Tubo was poor. Then what other work can we do? Wang Juankui was in a dilemma. He understood that he couldn't let everyone be idle. They had to work. I'll write a letter to Dongzhu and ask. Qin Li couldn't think of anything, so he had to choose the simplest way. It was easy to ask Dongzhu. Dongzhu was simple. They still didn't know that Li Yi was not in Chang'an and had run out to travel. A letter flew out urgently. Everyone went outside and saw the arrangement of the tribes in the city. On the other side, Li Yi's team ran over with an urgent report. Report. It's snowing heavily in Tubo. A new tribe has pledged allegiance to the Tang dynasty. The chancellors sent a letter. The messenger wanted to say a letter, but changed his words at the last minute. Chapter 13-17. Third brother, help me take a look. I don't have the time. Li Yi naturally gave what was meant to be given. Li Longji took the letter from the Prime Minister, looked at the lacquer seal, and opened it. With a glance, the Prime Ministers knew the rules. Urgent matters should not be written in prose, but things that were not urgent could be written in prose. The content was not much, mainly asking how to arrange logistics. Brother Yi, the Prime Ministers are worried that the Tubo tribe has surrendered because of the heavy snow. Li Longji said to Li Yi. The Prime Ministers were worried, but he was not. Wasn't it just logistics? Li Yi nodded gently. Baggage transportation is part of the social economy. 1 million cuttings of grain are taken out, and there are only 300,000 cuttings left after the transportation. It feels like a loss, but in fact, it is not. Because Li Yi explained the theory and told everyone that the livestock and manpower investment had its own returns. The return was money, especially in winter. In winter, production in the north was difficult, and the cost of feeding livestock was high. It was different from farming when the weather was warm. Some were even responsible for transportation and did not participate in the work of the fields. This way, the income in winter would be lower. Now that baggage transportation was done, the livestock could eat better food, and the livestock owners could also earn money. In the end, this money still had to be circulated and did not disappear. What was really consumed was the state's financial income, and what was gained was a large group of people who surrendered. The people were resources that could provide more financial income in the future. The money spent on baggage transportation was equivalent to public services. For example, building roads and improving irrigation works were similar to raising pigs. Buy piglets and feed them. Piglets were money, and the feed they fed was even more money. When the pigs were fattened, they would earn more. The meat rots in the pot. When the finances can easily support it, the increase in the population at the border is beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Now, we will start to collect taxes. The greater the tax coverage, the more the Tang dynasty's financial income. Li Yi's final conclusion was this. Is that so? How much money does the Ministry of Revenue have now? Li Dan understood and asked about the money of the imperial court. There should be more than 6 million yuan left. I haven't spent it yet. Next year's planning, look for old buy. Li Yi knew that he was calculating. They had spent a lot of money on the railway tracks. If they wanted speed, they had to spend more money. Li Dan sighed heavily. I can't believe you still have so much money left. It will be gone after the new year. I don't want the imperial court to have too much surplus in the treasury, so I'll arrange it for them. Then, in the winter, the greenhouse and commercial taxes in the two capitals will be replenished. Next year, the prefectures around the capital and the prefectures around Hunan will have to pay taxes. Li Yi would not allow a large amount of financial surplus to appear. This meant that there were funds to settle down. Li Dan laughed and said, I'll listen to Zhu Yi. He realized that he was worrying for nothing, and there was no need for him to care. Brother Yi, is the money coming from the Ministry of Revenue? Li Longji asked. You've already arranged everything. Now it's an extra expense. The Li family Zhuangzi will pay for it and lend it to the imperial court. Later, it will be deducted from the tax. As for our investment, it's the basic investment for the cooperation project between the Tang dynasty and Tubo. When we distribute dividends in the future, we must deduct the cost of the funds and the time cost, which is also the interest. It's not easy for us. We're helping Tubo take care of the people during the most critical time of winter. The people need us. Li looked like he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. The little girl Feng Qingdai looked up at her master with admiration. Master, you're the best person in the world. You're still thinking about the people of Tubo. Li lowered his head. Qingdai, I'm not that kind of person. I'm scheming. In the future, I'll teach you the good and evil in the world. After I finish the surgery for you, I'll take my time. Li Yi did not want to lie to his first disciple. Don't think of me as a saint. I'm very ruthless when I act. I'm ruthless and ruthless. If you take off your socks, you'll be even more ruthless. Master, I know. The people you're scheming against are bad people. Qingdai understood thoroughly. After you go back, find a death row prisoner. I'll show you how to use interventional surgery to open the ball. You just need to open it, and then it'll be fine. It's very simple. Li Yi was extremely satisfied with his first disciple. This surgery was simple. Yes, relatively simple. It was just a place that was too narrow, and then put a balloon in it. Within 10 seconds, the balloon would be opened. The narrow place would be enlarged. There would be trauma, but it would not be a big problem. It would heal. Then, he would put away the ball and take it out. 10 seconds. The shorter the time, the better. Li Yi needed to practice interventional surgery. He needed to find more death row prisoners to practice his and his assistants' techniques. He had practiced on dead people before. The muscles, blood vessels, and blood pressure of the dead were different from those of the living. In his time, in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the standards of the doctors in hospitals with large factories nearby were very high. It was not that they learned well, but they practiced a lot. Li Yi needed living people to practice. Given a chance to live, he believed that 90% of the death row prisoners would be willing. Yes. The little girl had become carefree now. She could live for many years, and that way, she could help many people. She had been educated like this since she was young. She did not earn much money, and the living standards of the people around Crouching Bull Mountain were not high enough. Even if there was Mount Laojun, the name given by Li Shimin, it was still not enough. Sometimes, the Feng family was subsidizing. The patients could not afford to pay for medicinal herbs. There were medicinal herbs in the mountains. Should they save them or not? Picking medicinal herbs was a matter of time. The Feng family was still a little cold in the past. They did not subsidize those who could not afford expensive medicine. If a disease needed ginseng, the Feng family could not find it. Cotinopsis ginseng was easy to handle. It was available in the mountains. Now, they were trying their best to accumulate merit for the little girl. The Feng family also knew how powerful this descendant was. She only learned once. In an instant, the reputation of the Feng family's medical center soared. Everyone was accumulating merit for the little girl. In the eyes of the little girl's grandfather, he had done the right thing. Look, Li Dongzhu was here. His granddaughter had outperformed herself and became Li Dongzhu's disciple. Then, the disease suddenly flared up. Li Dongzhu also dealt with it quickly. His family had studied it for 4 years and only managed to alleviate it. At the same time, they determined that Qing Dai would not live to be 15 years old. Who would have thought that Li Dongzhu would say that the disease could be cured? Oh my God! It was really a blessing from the heavens. His family had done good deeds and accumulated merit. That was why the little girl met Li Dongzhu. Master, can we grow Cotinopsis ginseng in a greenhouse? The little girl's heart was always on the patient's matter. Although she was young, she was always thinking about the patients. No need for a greenhouse. It can be grown here. Li gave a happy answer. What about ginseng? the little girl still wanted to grow ginseng. No, the climate does not support it. It can only be grown in Bohai Sea. Changbai Mountain ginseng. Li Yi still gave an accurate answer. In fact, any place was fine. Northeast ginseng. You can simulate the environment, such as temperature, sunshine, soil, and grow it. The cost of a 3-year ginseng was more than 50 grams. What about a 30-year ginseng? It would cost 500 grams. At that time, Li Yi had sold ginseng in the northeast market. A 5-year ginseng was sold from 8 to 12 renminbi. They were all bought to stew chicken. It was best to use an 8-year-old ginseng to make wine. After 8 years, the ginseng would start to grow smaller and then become bigger. In history, Gao Lisher was in charge of intelligence. This was equivalent to the Eastern Depot, the Western Depot, and the embroidered uniform guards. For example, the Ministry of State Security, the General Staff Department, and the Inspection Regiment. Gao Lisher wrote 3 copies, all of which he wanted to show to the prime ministers. One was about the reformation of the land, one was about the labor of the newly surrendered tribes, and the last was about the logistics and transportation of the imperial court. Li Yi also wrote 2 copies. One copy was sent to the Li family Zhuangzi, who immediately arranged for it. The other copy was sent to Shu County to find a salt merchant there and bring the exchange coupons there. The matter was resolved. It was no big deal. Meng Haoran and Wang Wei, who were listening at the side, were stunned. Were they participating in the imperial court's affairs? So this was the imperial court's decree. It was too easy. Meng Haoran's family didn't have anyone who was an official. He was full of envy. He thought that one day, he could also discuss the distant Tubo affairs with His Majesty. How many years would it take for him to plan a strategy in a tent and decide victory 1,000 miles away? Half a day later, at dinner time, the people of the Political Affairs Hall received an order to provide the death row prisoners. They said first that if the death row prisoners were unwilling, they would do as they wished. Li Yi took in a female disciple. She has a heart disease and needs other people to practice. Where is the Tang dynasty's law? Song Jing looked unhappy. No matter whether the death row prisoners lived or died in the end, it was still against the law. We should give the death row prisoners a chance to change. One day, we have a serious disease and need surgery. Xiao Yi is not skilled enough. Bai Gu was still very supportive of Li Yi when they didn't talk about money. The others nodded. Yes, why couldn't the death row prisoners be given a chance to live? Then they would have to work to pay for their sins. Why don't we change it so that the death row prisoners work on a daily basis? Every time Li Yi needs to improve his medical skills, the death row prisoners will take turns to pay. Lu Huaishan suggested. He was worried that there were too few death row prisoners. After using it once, if they don't use it again, what should they do when there are no more death row prisoners? We need to tell the death row prisoners that if they are sick, we will treat them. If they hurt other people, we need to explain the situation to the victims and tell them to go to the Li family Zhuangzi for treatment. Wei Zhigu added. The death row prisoners killed people and committed a capital crime. Why should they be spared? If the victims want the criminals to die, they need to discuss it. Let's see if it's okay. If it's not, the death row prisoner will die. Everyone perfected the matter and began to arrange for people to talk to the victims first. If the victims agree, they will talk to the corresponding death row prisoners. What if some death row prisoners don't agree and want to die? Everyone, go home. It's time to get off work. His Majesty will be back soon. Yao Chong accompanied them to work overtime. He wanted to go home and eat something hot, such as steamed pork and pickled vegetables. He also boiled some wine and didn't eat the main course. Li Yi said that eating too much at night was not good for the body. Li Yi's team had a tacit understanding with Yao Chong that night. They also ate pickled vegetables and stewed big bones. The little girl and the little boy each hugged a bone and gnawed on it. When one's appetite was not good, drinking a bowl of hot pickled vegetables and bone soup would make one feel comfortable. In fact, drinking hot water was also comfortable. There was no need to drink pickled vegetables soup. Didn't pickled vegetables soup have salt in it? The little girl's eyes were always so bright. She felt the lights around the winged knight's tent. With her immortal master by her side, no matter how cold it was outside, the place where she ate was always warm. She couldn't describe what she felt. She felt that the Li family Zhuangzi, no, the Ba Shui army's logistics were powerful. She was just happy. It was as if she had the whole world. Qingdai, you can't eat anymore. Drink less soup and watch cartoons. Go to sleep and watch one episode. Li Yi stared at the amount of food his eldest disciple ate. He was afraid that eating too much would affect his digestion and heartbeat. If his stomach was too big, it would squeeze his other organs. Some people would spit after eating because of the pressure on their lungs. His eldest disciple's condition was the most affected. Therefore, he couldn't eat too much. He should eat less and try to replenish his protein as much as possible. He also couldn't eat things that could cause respiratory problems, such as stir-fried pickled vegetables, wine, chili, onions. Pickled vegetables soup was fine as long as there was less salt. Many people in the Northeast always coughed. In the past, in the 70s and 80s, and even earlier. It was because of pickled vegetables dipped in soy sauce, pickled vegetables lumps, and sleeping on a Kong bed. Lying on the Kong bed was burning one's back. If one's face was exposed, one's face would be frozen. In order not to be frozen, many people covered their heads with blankets. Because of many reasons, there were many respiratory diseases. There was no heating in the days. Later, there was heating, and respiratory diseases were relatively fewer. What are cartoons? The little girl didn't know the content of her master's memories. She was still a child and had suffered too much pressure. Now, she finally found someone to rely on, someone that was related to her life. Chapter 13-19. Under the winter sun, light snow floated gently. Such weather was not common here. It was good to see it once or twice a year. There was almost no wind. The snowflakes reflected and scattered the sunlight, sprinkling down. It made people look as if the world was full of crystals. Master, why is Gargamel so hateful? The little girl watched an episode of the Smurfs yesterday and could not forget the villain in it. She had not eaten yet. She only brushed her teeth and drank a glass of warm water, about 120 milliliters. She needed to wait. He did not know before that the little girl ate and drank like a normal person. Since he understood the little girl's symptoms, Li Yi began to strictly control her. Because it envies the Smurfs' good life. It does not work hard to get it, but it harms others. Li Yi said in the simplest words. Yes, Master. Why can I only drink 120 milliliters? You said milliliters of water? The little girl looked at others eating and was a little greedy. She actually learned the unit of milliliters. Because everyone's bladder holds urine differently. Normally, children have 80 milliliters, 100 milliliters, and other different classifications. His lordship also has 335 milliliters, 350 milliliters, 500 milliliters, and 550 milliliters. Under no special circumstances, the amount of water you drink at one time should not exceed the bladder capacity. Li Yi said slowly. The little girl could actually withstand 180 milliliters of water now. But, if she drank 180 milliliters, her internal organs and lungs would be affected. At the same time, her kidneys were also affected. It had a direct impact on her heart. Including the toothpaste that the little girl used when brushing her teeth, Li Yi had exchanged for it. He did not let the little girl use blue salt, so that her heart would not beat too fast when she absorbed it in the morning. Now, she only drank this little water and did not eat. She would wait for about an hour before eating. He could not say that she would lie down after drinking the water. That would still put a lot of pressure on her lungs. It would cause coughing, palpitations and other symptoms. Is that so? The little girl remembered. Master was so powerful. The team left after breakfast. The little girl still had not eaten, so Li Yi was guarding her. Li Yi baked bread. It was all small bread with cartoon Smurfs. He made it himself. He waited for his eldest disciple's body to start functioning normally after drinking water before giving it to her. There was no cream on the bread, but there was 60% flour and a cup of goat milk. There were no eggs. They were all in the cake. When we return to Zhuangzi, we'll take our time. Before the surgery, you have to adjust your body to its best condition. Don't be afraid, someone will contribute. There was no sorrow on Li Yi's face. He was smiling, giving people a feeling of sunshine. His voice was purposely low and magnetic as it was suppressed from his throat. This was a normal application in behavioral psychology. Most people would feel at ease when they heard the content of these words and the resonance of the vocal tract. A good negotiator had to master this. It was best to give the kidnapper some milk with a high sugar content. In theory, when the confrontation was long enough and the other party had not done anything to harm the hostage, it could be determined that the other party could be hypnotized. Hypnosis doesn't mean listening to your orders. It has a wide range of meanings. Hypnosis was necessary when the other party had consumed too much sugar and was willing to listen to the other party's hearing system. Li Yi used it to stabilize his eldest disciple's emotions. Calm down, calm down. Don't let anything happen. Otherwise, they would have to save him. Yes, Li Yi was guarding the little girl. Based on the little girl's current symptoms, it would be difficult for her to die even if she wanted to. The little girl sat in the ambulance while eating. The nurses who trained and treated the civilians with Li Yi were very alert and were ready at all times. If Dongzhu suddenly gave the order, the entire ambulance would be activated. Everyone was at ease, especially Li Longji and the others. The ambulance was well equipped. Under such circumstances, if someone could suddenly die in the ambulance, how could they die? If it was Li Yi, they would be in the ICU. All the organs were failing. The ICU could still maintain their physiological activities unless they were brain dead. Li Yi and the ambulance were absolute guarantees. There would be no accidents. If anyone in the entire team died at this moment, it would be suicide with a knife. Master, do the best doctors always have a compassionate expression? The little girl felt much better. She was guessing. It's indifferent and domineering. For example, if a person is in the middle of life and death and you say that this person will not die, then this person might survive. If you say, Aya, your illness, your injury. Aya, it's too late. The patient's chances of survival are low. A doctor has to show confidence. His expression and tone have to be specially trained. Li Yi was very patient. He taught his disciple and the food was served. It was fried tofu in soybean oil, not tofu pudding. After frying it, he poured the braised food. There were shredded carrots, shredded kelp, shredded onions, shredded tomatoes, and fungus in the braised food. Among them, the tomatoes were exchanged by Li Yi. It wasn't the tomatoes that had a long shelf life, a high yield, and a plastic sheet-like exterior. For his disciple, Li Yi was also quite hard-working. She had to start recuperating now. Otherwise, she would not be in the best state during the surgery and would affect the outcome of the surgery. For example, when there was inflammation, the inflammation had to be reduced before the surgery. Unless it was an emergency surgery, there was no other way. The priority was to save the life first and treat the injury later. Master, there are also shrimps in the braised food. The little girl began to eat and found that there were a lot of things in the braised food. When there's a chance, I'll take you to the seaside, Tubo, the grassland in the North, Africa. It's not called that now. It's a very hot place. Li talked about the future. He really wanted to take Li Longji and the others out to play. The little girl underwent a test before eating. After eating, she was tested again. Master, is this illness very difficult to treat? The little girl looked at Li Yi pitifully and asked. In the past, she had accepted her fate and lived as long as she could. When she met her immortal master, the moment she had a problem, her master said that there was no problem. The skills are ready-made. It's not difficult. Wait for me to practice on a death row prisoner. Li Yi said bluntly. This was because he knew too many things. For example, decades ago, he knew that the organs of death row prisoners could be transplanted. Some of them were even deliberately not killed directly to keep them alive. The death row prisoners could still speak when their organs were removed. They cursed, "Fuck you, you're also human." What? No? Yes. There was nothing wrong with it. It was said that it was a rumor. In fact, it did not exist. It meant that some things were not open and transparent enough at that time. Yes, it gave people the space and opportunity to spread rumors. Then, a slightly later decree arrived. Someone knocked on the door of Baigu. When the guard learned that it was the Winged Knights, he did not dare to be negligent and went to look for Baigu. Baigu was wearing a military uniform. In the living room stood the person who read the letter. What's the matter? The Ministry of Revenue needs to increase the basic investment, mainly in research and development. The Winged Knights said as he passed the letter. He meant that he knew what the letter said. He had finally met someone who was blocking his way to cry out for justice. It was not easy. Dr. Li, I am the county magistrate of Luo Nan County, Duxian. I have something to say. Shi Lalio's walnut forest has not been occupied. Dr. Li, I have something to say. Someone was shouting from afar, announcing his position, county magistrate, and his name, Duxian. Li Yi's team was not a group of people who could just kneel down and cry out for justice. The Winged Knights scouts would have seen them in advance. Unless the team stopped and joined in the fun. Otherwise, if he wanted to get close, what a joke. Li Yijingui was not the only one in this team. Bring him over, no, summon him over. Li Yi wanted to hear what was going on. Not long after, a man in his 30s whose exact age couldn't be determined arrived. He was carried away, and was treated the same as the third Shi that he spoke of. This was a special case. Sorry, I don't know you. I have to be on guard. Duxian greets Dr. Li. This person is Shi Laolu. When this person arrived, he smiled and cupped his fists, even though his collar was being grabbed. Did I ask you a question? Li Yi raised his left hand and gestured for the person to shut up. Dr. Li, I have long heard of your name. I have followed your instructions and burned the stones for fertilizer. Duxian cupped his fists once again. He then interrupted, did I ask you a question? Dr. Li, Shi Laolu is an unruly citizen. Did I ask you a question? Li Yi's face fell. What are you blabbering on about? Can't I ask Shi Laolu myself? Li. Yes. Duxian wanted to continue, but he suddenly shut up. He had no choice. The Winged Knights had already raised his hand and was about to slap Duxian's face. Shi Laolu. Li Yi saw that this person was from a well-to-do family. It's me, Li Dongzhu. Shi Laolu was a little afraid. He looked at Duxian and quickly lowered his head, as if he did not dare to look him in the eye. Tell me, how did we invade your family's land? Li Yi was now sure of one thing. Shi Lalio's family was planting walnuts. This meant that there were many people, and it also meant that Shi Lalio's family had opened up new land. They dug a hole in the forest next to my house. Then, they dug into the ground below my house and dug out the stones. Shi Laolu said in a muffled voice. What stones? Li Yi could not guess. It was written in the newspaper that potassium feldspar can be burned and turned into fertilizer. They dug mine. Shi Lao Lu stared at Du Exien. Li Yi understood, and so did Li Longji and the others who were listening at the side. The newspaper wrote that there were many mineral fertilizers that could be used together with farm manure. At the same time, the pH of the soil had to be taken into account. The test paper had started to be used around the capital, and the locals naturally followed suit. Aren't there many stones here? Li Yi was stunned for 4 to 5 seconds before he spoke. The stones under my walnut forest are very good. The people who dug my stones are from Du Exian's family. He is the brother of his concubine. Shi Lao San was not an idiot. He explained the relationship clearly. Li Yi nodded his head and looked at Du Exien. What do you say? Dr. Li, for the people of this county to live a better life, some people are contributing. Through their hard work, they collect and burn fertilizer for. Du Exien smiled at Li Yi and explained why they were mining. There was also a need to burn cement. Very good. Chingsong, bring me a brush and ink. I want to impeach Luo Nan County's county magistrate Du Exien. Drag him out. I don't want to see him. Li Yi had seen many such cases. The officials were always speaking in a bureaucratic manner. When he realized that it was not working, he would punish 1 or 2 small fries for others to see. The matter was obvious. Why did your relative dig up stones from other people? You are telling me that you are developing the local economy? Luo Nan lacked anything except potassium feldspar. But potassium feldspar was different from potassium feldspar. It seemed that the stones under Shi Lao's house had a higher effective content. Also, the barium content in the soil was not small. This place belonged to Guanyi Circuit. Li Yi was annoyed and did not want to ask anymore. Du Exien, since you are speaking in a bureaucratic manner, fine. I will impeach you. Let's see if you don't postpone it. Brother Yi, you can't treat a county magistrate like this. Li Longji said. Du Exien did not know Li Longji's identity. When he heard that this person addressed Li Yi as Brother Yi and spoke up for him, he heaved a sigh of relief. Men, drag him out and beat him until he tells the truth. Li Longji said. Du Exien was stunned for 6 seconds. He was dragged out for 6 seconds. Then he reacted, who are you? You think you can beat me just because you want to? I am an official. Don't you know the laws of the Tang dynasty? You will face the destruction of your family. This time, it was Li Yi's turn. Li Yi could not understand. You can see that there are people who can influence me. Who am I? You say that someone wants to destroy my family. Do you dare to say that my family will be destroyed? If you don't dare, how can you say that you can skip me and punish your people? Do you not want your EQ and IQ? Chapter 13:21. Du Exien was dragged back and kneeled on the ground, trembling. Before he was beaten, he had already guessed and recalled that the emperor was not wearing the clothes he wore when they met. Shi Lao's potash fertilizer is better than other places. I am guilty. Du Exien was honest and did not talk about economic development. Li Longji stared at him and turned to Shi Lao Lu. Shi Lao Lu, what do you want? I want 20% of the profits from the potash fertilizer. If you dig again, you have to pay me for the stones. Shi Lao Lu stood there and demanded. So little money? Li Longji smiled. It seemed like Shi Lao Lu was not greedy. No, it is not little. They need to crush and burn the stones. Building a kiln would cost a lot of money. There are many stones elsewhere. Shi Lao Lu analyzed. His family only had stones and he could not burn them himself. Li Longji nodded. Is your family doing well? Good. Du Ming reads the newspaper every day. As long as there is a way to make money, the Ming family will spread it around. Shi Lao Lu praised Du Exien. When Du Xian became the county magistrate, he used the newspaper method to govern the county. The entire county's farm tools were upgraded and there were many vegetable greenhouses. He even personally sent people to Chang'an to collect test paper. He burned ceramic utensils, built a cement factory, stored ice in the river during winter. He made use of the county's water resources to build his own water network and imitated ships. He hatched ducks, geese, and chickens. The chickens were raised in the mountains and the ducks and geese were raised in the water. According to the newspaper, he had asked the people to plant Salvia miltioriza early in the morning. They harvested a lot of Salvia miltioriza and sent it to Chang'an to be sold to pharmacies. There was a pig farm in the county that had just been set up. It was not suitable to harvest piglets in winter as the price was too high. There was also a large papermaking workshop in the county. The county needed a lot of stones to make paper. Most of the paper was sent to Hunan and the capital to be sold. A small amount was given to the children and students in the county for free. They had their own ink workshop and the ink they made was given to the people in the county for free. The income of the people increased by 3 times. A large group of people were preparing to build new houses after the spring thaw. Dusan's relatives earned even more. Dusan himself studied the contents of the newspaper all day long and picked out the best food for himself. He even had a membership card for Heaven on Earth, which was someone else's name. Oh! Li Longji looked at his good county magistrate again with mixed feelings. Just now, he was prepared to hang Dawson and exile Dawson's family. Now that I'm in a difficult position, Du Xian was still trembling as he knelt there, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He was familiar with the law and knew what crime it was to steal from others. He was even more aware of the consequences of offending His Majesty. Go and find the people from the other counties, from all walks of life. Li Longji wanted to investigate and said to Du Xian, continue kneeling. Yes, Your Majesty. After all, I am guilty. Du Xian's voice trembled as he panted heavily. He was not afraid of kneeling. Kneeling was a form of punishment. If His Majesty could punish him, it meant that there was a way out. Brother Yi, tell me about the local situation. Li Longji sat on a chair brought over by someone else. There was a hand warmer in his hand. The temperature in Luonan County was not too low. It was -7 or 8 degrees Celsius because of the light snow. Luonan County has a high reserve of potassium feldspar. There are also stones containing barium. Due to the developed water system, many plants in the mud and water need abundant trace elements to grow. Everything grows well, especially some herbs such as Salvia miltioriza, calamus, and forsythia. The raw materials used for ink production are also abundant. The walnuts in the county are delicious. Sure, Lalio's family should be planting walnuts, right? Li Yi provided information about the county's resources, minerals, irrigation, herbs. Li Dongzhu, you are amazing. My family grows walnuts. Sure, Lao Lu was curious. How did you know that? Li Dongzhu, there are many mountain roads, but they are difficult to travel. Is it better to use cement or local stones to build roads? Du Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, listened attentively and asked. Li Yi thought for a few seconds and gave the answer. Stone roads are the most important. There is a lot of coal burning in the county. The places with coal are not open air. We need to dig wells. It is difficult to mine coal. Li Dongzhu, we can dig wells. We are not afraid of the trouble. Now, when we transport coal from other places, some people use baskets to carry it. With the time and energy to carry baskets, we can easily dig wells. There are many stones in the county that can be burned. Even if we do not burn cement to build roads, we lack potassium fertilizer. After selling the potassium fertilizer, we can continue to build roads. We can even hire people from other places to build roads. Luonan County needs roads. Luonan County is surrounded by mountains. The small roads are not suitable for large carts. Otherwise, I will not think of using ships to transport coal. Du Xian became more and more excited as he spoke. He was prepared to get the location of the coal mine and start working. As he spoke, he looked up and saw Li Longji. He was stunned. He forgot that he was still waiting to be punished. I will give you a map later. I will tell you the location and the depth. There is a gold mine in the county. You are not allowed to dig it. I will not mark it for you. Li Yi agreed. With such a person in Luonan County, he would not have to worry about it. Du Xian was indeed working hard to develop the county's economy and improve the lives of the people. Ah! Du Xian's mouth was wide open. He did not look at Li Yi but at Li Longji. His meaning was, Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu said that if he does not mark the gold mine, how can I be a county magistrate? What do you think? Brother Yi, the money his family and relatives earned, Li Longji did not care if he killed a person. He thought that if there were benefits, Du Xian's family would benefit more. I will ask them to donate the money later. Only a little is left for them to live on. Du Xian promised excitedly. That is not necessary. Pay the taxes. All the factories in Luonan County have to pay the taxes. We will see if there are any other problems. If there are, we will punish them severely. For example, which relative of Shi Laoyu's family was involved? Half of the family's wealth will be confiscated. The brother of the concubine? Li Yi knew that he had to be punished. He had to let others know. Fine, fine. 80% of the family's wealth is also fine. You will also beat me with a cane. Du Xian raised the standard of punishment. After being beaten and recuperated for 2 to 3 months, the matter would be over. For the next 10 years, anyone related to you will not be allowed to expand their business. You will also not be promoted. Unless you can increase the income of the people of Shanglua by 10 times. From the current income, the person with the lowest income will be able to reach the level of an ordinary family in the capital. Right now, the average family in the capital receives 25 coins per person per day. If you can do both, the 10 years limit will be lifted. Li Yi was not willing to replace Du Xian. This person was able to earn money and knew how to enjoy life. He even brought his family to earn money. The people would also interfere. If he was not a county magistrate but a big businessman, the imperial court would definitely commend him. If Du Xian was killed or sent away, the lives of the people of Luonan County would become worse. The people would not be happy that Du Xian was punished for earning money. They would hate him. They would even say that if he was earning money, then so be it. If Shi Laolu was at a disadvantage, then they would just compensate him. What did it have to do with Li Dongzhu? Shi Laolu, do you think we should kill Du Xian or exile him? Li Yi asked for the victim's opinion. No, I just want them to stop digging in my family's mines and give me money. Du Ming even helps me sell walnuts. Shi Laolu shook his head vigorously. He only just realized that something big was about to happen. Chapter 1322. Shi Laolu felt fear. If Du Ming's mansion was killed or taken away because of him, everyone would have a hard time. Wouldn't he be beaten to death? Shi Laolu, I'll give you 40% of the profits later. We'll work together in the future. Your stones are good, so I'll give you a high price. Du Xian, who had called Shi Laolu an unruly commoner, was touched. What a good commoner. Why did she think that he wouldn't find out? Why did she steal his stones? 20% is enough. Shi Laolu was scared and didn't want so much. It's fine even if you don't take it. It's a fine anyway. Du Xian emphasized the fact that his concubine's brother was fined. You two can discuss this when you go back. How are you going to take out walnuts? Send some people to Shi Laoyu's house and bring me some walnuts. I want to try them. Li Yi was very fond of Shang Luo's walnuts. The winged knights left to get the walnuts without paying. My family's walnuts are delicious. They are big, have thin skin, and are not bitter. Du Ming Fu will send someone to the capital government to look at the price, then each family will pick out the walnuts and transport them to the main road. The price is not twice as high as the previous merchants. The merchants are too black-hearted. It's all thanks to Du Ming residents. Shi Lao Lu didn't care that his walnuts were eaten by Li Yi. When he talked about the money he earned, a smile appeared on his face. You're keeping these? Li Yi turned his head slightly and asked Du Xian. Li Longji moved his finger upwards, indicating for Du Xian to get up. If he fainted from kneeling, Brother Yi would have to save him. Dawson used her hands to support herself and slowly got up. The floor was too cold, and she had lost consciousness from kneeling for a while. Shi Lao Lu went over to help. Du Xian's legs were trembling, but his sweat stopped. Cook a bowl of ginseng soup and give Du Xian a military coat. Li Yi looked at Du Xian's "I'm dying" expression and ordered. The nurse from the Imperial Medical Department hurried over. The little girl shouted, let me do it," and ran off together. There are 46 households raising it. There will be more next year. I will make arrangements. The people know that it can make money. The flowers of Salvia miltiariza can be harvested with honey. Du Xian told them the number of beekeeping households in the county and gave them a plan. We need to plant more medicinal herbs and flowers that can last for a year. The soil of Luonan contains traces of it, which means that there are many things that are beneficial to humans. Perennial. Take out the rhizomes. Do not plant them. Heavy metal poisoning will occur. It did not matter to those who took the fruit. The fruit only bore fruit once a year. Planting flowers can get more honey. Salvia miltiariza honey is medicine. It can be used to further process walnuts and make honey walnuts. The added value is higher. They were sold in Chang'an and were much more expensive than the local walnuts. There were shops that specialized in using malt sugar to make the walnuts and sell them as candied fruits. Li Yi ate half a walnut and nodded, it's delicious. County Magistrate Du, we need to plant them in large quantities for 2 reasons. One is to prevent soil erosion. The other reason is that after processing, the walnuts can be stored for a longer period of time. The price will increase. After the taxes are paid, the finance department will allocate funds to build roads. The county will fork out another sum of money to call for donations. Do you know who these people are? It will be more convenient for them to take the imperial examinations after they donate. Li Yi held the heart-splitting wood in his hand. This was also a medicine. I know. My relatives are all donating to build roads. If the roads are built well, they will be able to earn more money. Du Xian quickly said. He was still waiting for the Black River ginseng soup, and he was feeling very uncomfortable. His clothes were all wet. Wang Wei was also holding 2 walnuts and was knocking them. These were not iron walnuts and were easy to knock. Brother Haran, did you see that? As long as you have the ability to let the people live a good life, even if you make a small mistake, you will not be punished. Wang Wei had officials in his family, and he was afraid of being caught. Now, Li Yi realized that he was more concerned about the losses suffered by the people and the results of the officials. If the commoners only lost money, and the commoners earned more money, the officials would receive less punishment. I saw it. Meng Haoran nodded. He had thought it through. In the past, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with the officials being greedy. He was most willing to find some officials to help him. He would look for the officials who had the highest rank, provided that he could meet them. His poems were about the countryside, and he was very persistent in pursuing his career. He gave people a feeling of contradiction. You don't go to the countryside, but you are always looking for this and that. Is your southern mountain a shortcut to the south? What opportunities do I have as a county deputy? Meng Haoran wanted to be a county magistrate in the capital. He had a good idea. First, he would be a county deputy in Lantian County. Then, he would enter Chang'an to be the county magistrate of Wanyan and Chang'an. After that, he would enter a higher position and work hard to participate in the government affairs. Maybe one day, he would become a prime minister. He had a broad blueprint in his mind, including how to govern the Tang dynasty after he became the prime minister. Now, he was afraid of the position of prime minister. He had learned a lot and realized that he was not good enough. If he became a prime minister, he did not know what to do next. Chapter 13:23. The people of Luonan County stopped Li Yi's team and insisted on treating them to a meal. Most of the families only provided a duck and 30 pigs. The rich families in the county provided the food. Li Yi saw that some of the people were wearing hemp clothes stuffed with hay. Obviously, their standard of living was not high. In the past, they earned $1 a day. Now, they earned $5 a day. Even after 5 times, they still had no money. While everyone was happy, Li Yi was alone with a bitter face. Princess Yongmu walked over and looked at Li Yi. "Li Lang, don't you want to eat with the people?" Li Yi shook his head. "If I want to eat, I can eat comfortably in other rich counties. If I eat in Lantian County, I can eat whatever I want, even if I don't return the favor." Princess Yongmu looked at the people. Some of the children were looking at the chickens that their families brought over. Their eyes did not show that they wanted to eat, but that they were reluctant to part with the chickens. "Li Lang, why don't you give them money?" Princess Yongmu knew that the eggs were precious. The children did not know how to hide their emotions. "If I can give them money, why should I worry? This meal." Li Yi continued to shake his head. "Li Lang, think about it. What are the good things in the local area and how to deal with them? Let's give the people a better life." Princess Yongmu could not think of anything and gave Li Yi a hint. "There are walnuts in the local area. Walnuts do not need any equipment. They are big and have thin skin. 2 walnuts can be put together and you can pinch them." Even children, Li Yi's mind was full of walnuts. He had no choice as the local walnuts were too famous. Speaking of children, he looked at the children and noticed that one of the children had a string of acorns on his neck. "I got it. Wen Tian, give me a hug," Li Yi said as he hugged Princess Yongmu. "What do you have?" Li Longji, who was less than 5 steps away, asked loudly. Princess Yongmu broke free and stood at the side with her head lowered. "Acorn sheller. I'll draw a blueprint. We'll do it now. There are craftsmen, tools, and materials in the team." Li Yi, on the other hand, was magnanimous. His face was full of smiles, and his previous distressed appearance was gone. As Li Yi's voice faded, Qing Song's chest was already opened. Gu Yan took something from it, while Ziyu and Huang Bai pulled out the pole hidden in the box and set it up, turning the box into a small table. Tao Hong untied a folding stool from Cui Lu's bag and put it down. They were all number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4 serving others. While the others were packing up and preparing to cook, Li Yi was drawing and talking at the same time. "The local acorns are not bad. The only trouble is shelling them. The taste of acorn kernels was not good. There was a local way to deal with it. Soak it in water." It was ground into powder to make starch jelly and vermicelli, which contained a lot of starch. The shell can be used to make tannin extract, which is now used in antioxidant and tanning leather. Quite a few wild acorns had grown on Mount Luonan. They had already finished harvesting this year. It just so happened that winter would provide more light to the textile shucking machine. The shucking machine can also remove the shell of lotus seeds. The process is simple, and the material is mainly iron. Porcelain can also be used. Li Yi explained with a relaxed expression. He could finally eat in peace. Princess Yongmu jumped happily and looked at Li Longji. Li Longji turned his head and pretended not to see it. Du Xian was more than a dozen steps away. He wished he could rush over and kneel to serve his idol. At this time, kneeling did not feel uncomfortable. Sure, Lao Lu, quickly tell the others that Li Dongzhu has given a way to make money again. Acorns can be used to remove the shell quickly. Du Xian clenched his fists and ordered excitedly. Okay. Sure, Lao Lu turned and ran, shouting loudly, Li Dongzhu knows how to remove the shell of acorns easily. Not long after, the people howled like wolves. Why are they so happy? Meng Haoran's understanding of acorns only existed in the impression that they were edible. There was an acorn tree in his house. It was not delicious and bitter. The people would only eat acorns when they were hungry and had nothing else to eat. If the acorns were soaked for a short time, they would not be able to remove the bitter taste and would starve to death. Wang Wei had eaten starch jelly made from acorns before. Removing the shell is easy. Acorns can replace rice and wheat as the main food. Starch can be used to make noodles. After drying, it can be stored for a long time. Even if the road is not good, it can be sold for money. The rest of the matter is to repair the road. Li Dongzhu's talent is too practical. No wonder. Wang Wei was envious. He wanted to have the same ability as Li Yi. Previously, he had given Du Xian a lot of ideas. In the end, when the people came to treat him to a meal, there were new ideas. He had long been convinced, and he had heard the Emperor Emeritus praise Li Yi's peerless state scholar more than once. Meng Haoran's thoughts were simple: craftsmen only need enough money to gather capable people to make useful tools for the people. Wang Wei looked at Meng Haoran, who was older than him, and suddenly laughed. Why are you laughing, Mo Jie? Meng Haoran was puzzled. When Prime Minister Yao was in power, as Haoran said, he did such a thing. In the end, those craftsmen and their families all joined the Li family Zhuangzi. Ha ha ha. Wang Wei laughed as he finished speaking. He squatted down and held his stomach. Even with the power of the imperial court, it was not possible. Meng Haoran was shocked. Ha ha ha. Wang Wei laughed even louder. Brother Haoran, you have no idea. At that time, ha 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 ha, Wang Wei fell to the ground. He was lying there and pounding the ground with his hands. Many people looked at him. They could not understand what was wrong with him. Had he gone crazy? Haoran, don't make me laugh. I won't laugh. Wait, I'll tell you later. Wang Wei's face was full of pain. He tried his best to hold it in. He turned over and waved his hand. I'll tell you. Li Tan laughed along. He raised his hand to touch his face, but held it in. He took the initiative to explain to Meng Haoran. He walked to the side, and those who wanted to know followed. At this moment, the sun passed through the white cotton clouds. The cold wind blew waves of trembling laughter. Everyone stood beside the snow-covered hill and listened to Li Tan tell the story of Yao Chong. Others did not dare to ridicule Yao Chong like this, but Li Tan dared. Yao Chong was no longer the Zaifu. No, even if he was the Zaifu, would he dare to kill him? Besides, Yao Chong lost to Li Yi. It was not shameful at all. At least, all the craftsmen were given to the Li family Zhuangzi. Everyone was happy. Li Tan told the story vividly. The audience laughed from time to time. They felt very happy. It turned out that the former Zaifu had such a story. Li Yi finished copying a set of blueprints. The cub took it and ran to find a craftsman to make it now. The wind blew, and the prepared iron sheets of different thicknesses were cut in advance. They were assembled on a small lathe. They needed to make one as fast as possible so that the people would know how to use it and copy it. Li Yi continued to write. He wrote the acorn glue drying method. He wanted to send it back to the Li family Zhuangzi and print it in the newspaper. Someone next to him was copying with a pen and steel plate wax paper. After copying, they printed it. The people waited and helped to deal with poultry and livestock. Someone boiled water. They could not throw away chicken intestines, and they could not throw away chicken intestines. They were medicine. Even the shell of the acorn was medicine. There was nothing in Chinese medicine that could not be used in medicine. The feathered forest winged cavalry helped, and their movements were very nimble. If we're not, it's not a penny more. Li Yi raised his chin. So domineering. Little stars appeared in Xiao Lan's eyes. More medicine. They have to buy medicine when they're sick, right? Our medicine is good. Do you want to buy it? We want the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupon. How much a life is worth depends on how much money he has. Li Yi explained briefly. Now, Chinese medicine were suppressing the whole world. In fact, it would be very useful in the future. The main problem was that it was not developing. They had to rely on the experience of their predecessors. Whether Chinese medicine was useful or not, they had to look at some basketball players. They were from the North American country. Then, they would notice that there were black, purple, and red circles on their bodies. Ha! Cupping, right? There were also large patches of them. Scraping, right? As for acupuncture, they could not tell unless there was an accident during the acupuncture. Otherwise, they had just finished acupuncture. According to the traditional method, they had to apply mugwort ash to the needle to seal the eye of the needle. Now, there was not even bloodletting therapy or opium therapy in the North American country. Li Yi stopped writing as he spoke. He had finished writing. Talking did not affect his writing. The people beside him took the letter and read it. 4 of them read it. Then, the winged knights sent the letter back to be printed in the newspaper. The 4 of them picked up their pens and wrote. They had a photographic memory. After they finished writing, the 4 of them compared it. Li Yi knew the reason. It was not easy to read. There were no books. If you borrowed books from others, you would owe them a favor. Aristocratic families liked to borrow books. When the students borrowed books, those who had some money would copy them. Those who did not would memorize them. When the aristocratic family needed you one day, if you rejected them, you would be cutting off your future path. When it was not easy to find books, everyone would try their best to memorize them. Li Yi had a special memory. During 2 primary school classes, he had to memorize 2,000 words of erotic stories. Then, he would give a speech. During those 2 classes, the other children went to the mountains to play. He memorized it alone in the classroom. He would cover his ears with his hands and read. In one class, 20 minutes, 60 minutes, he had memorized all 2,000 words. The key was that while he was giving a speech, he had put his emotions into it. He had even cried. At that time, he was only 8 years old and could already do this. He had not received any special training. Once a child was serious, he would learn mental arithmetic like playing. He would memorize things very quickly. At this moment, the people who were brought here to write the daily diary had to be good at shorthand. When they finished writing, there were not many words. Li Yi only wrote the key points. They compared with each other, and then some people agreed with others. Next, they used a stylus to write on a steel sheet and prepared to print. In the whole team, no one was just there to make up the numbers. They had to have an absolute advantage in a certain aspect to be able to follow the team. Dongzhu, all the livers of the poultry and livestock have been collected. Songda ran over and reported to Li Yi. It's done. After dinner, we will continue our journey. We can go back on the 22nd of the 12th lunar month. Li Yi instructed. There were only 2 uses for braised liver. It was a side dish and a snack. It was not a side dish. Unless it was fried and braised with extra sauce, it could be eaten as a side dish. The sun was finally in the middle of the sky. The weather was good. The sun was shining and the ultraviolet rays were strong. The blue sky in winter. Don't you two want to write a poem? Li Yi smiled and asked Meng Haoren and Wang Wei when they were about to eat. Both of them shook their heads. No, they did not want to write. Their hearts were not in it. They could not write at all. It's good that you don't want to write. When you go back, it will be the new year. On the 22nd of the 12th lunar month, I will allow you two to send letters to the courier station. Brother Meng will write a letter home. It will take a few days. At least, it will be sent home before the new year. Bring sister-in-law and Ibu here. I will help you set up a status for the mother and son. As Li Yi talked about poems, he suddenly remembered the situation of Meng Haoren's family. He had a wife and son because his wife's status was not good. She came from a brothel. She was not allowed to enter the ancestral grave and was not given a status. Meng Haoren was in the middle of the status of parents and wife and son. He was depressed. The real pressure came from his parents. His parents had raised him for his own good. Now, the wife he found was not good. They would not recognize the child she gave birth to. We are doing it for your own good. You have to understand the compassion of parents. In Li Yi's view, things were clear. There was nothing good or bad. It was just the right to speak. You have to do whatever I want you to do. If you don't agree, I will make you suffer. You are my child. I have the final say. If you don't listen, you are disgraceful. Then, after a struggle, if the child won, the parents would start to raise dogs. They would raise them as children and call them son and daughter. The real son and daughter would also raise dogs and call them son and daughter. It was normal. People who pursued the right to speak would get a sense of achievement by raising animals. They seemed to have enough social status. Chapter 13:25. Meng Haoren's son, Meng Yifu, was 5 years old and lived with his mother in Ying City. Ying City was the home of Meng Haoren's wife, Han Xiangke. With a son and a wife, he was waiting for his success and recognition. Meng Haoren began to look for people to serve him. He wanted to become a high-ranking official. That way, his father's status in the family would not be as high as his and could only accept Han Xiangke. He was under great pressure. Li Yi wanted to see if Meng Haoren could become a good official without such pressure. Meng Haoren's eyes turned red. He turned around and covered his face with his sleeves. His shoulders trembled. Finally, he squatted on the ground and began to cry. After a few breaths, he stood up again and laughed. Ha 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 ha! At the end of the year, the mountains and rivers are peaceful. The present is flourishing, the past is drifting. Since ancient times, men have always been courageous. Chang'an, the capital of the capital, the moon and stars cover the sky. Ah! Meng Haoren finished an impromptu poem and began to shout, venting his emotions. Everyone around him was stunned. Li Yi blinked hard. He blinked and rubbed his eyes. After rubbing his eyes, he looked at Meng Haoren's back. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this person should be Li Bai. You are Meng Haoren. When you write poems, you must be idyllic. You are not Li Bai. Heroic in the heart. You should write, the level of the lake in August, the emptiness mixed with the Tai Ching. Steam steams the dreamy cloud lake. Waves shake Yang City. Wanting to help without a boat to sail, occupying a shameful position is wise. Sitting and watching the fishermen, admiring the fish. Haoren, you've changed. You've changed. You've changed. You've changed. You've become sharp. If one day Li Bai comes, will the two of you fight? Good, good, flourishing. Li Longji was happy to hear this. He liked flourishing. Although he had not reached it, he could work hard. Li Longji had learned to face reality. What flourishing? There were people who did not have enough to eat. Li Lang, what happened to Meng Haoren? Princess Yongmu could understand the poem. Meng Haoran felt like he was venting. He was first in the county examination. Li Yi introduced Meng Haoran's situation. At the time, the imperial court was in chaos. Empress Wei's dictatorship 10 years ago felt like another Wu Zetian. He didn't want to take the exam, but his father wanted him to. While he was playing, he met his wife, the courtesan Han Xianke. When his father saw this, he thought, what the fuck? I asked you to take the imperial examinations, but you refused. You married a prostitute, and now you want my Meng family to officially marry her? Are you kidding me? Then, the talented Meng Haoran began to bear all kinds of pressure from his family. And so it went. Just for the balcony, Kwang in the dream, I came down to teach you as an immortal guest. We swear an oath before the branches of the tree, and discuss our hearts together under the lilac tree. Han Xianke is very talented in poetry. Princess Yongmu repeated their poems and thought that Han Xianke was a talented woman. It was once famous in Xiangzhou. If it is placed in Chang'an, it can enter Nankou. Li Yi did not dare to look down on the famous female prostitutes. She was not only beautiful, but also absolutely talented. Her father is unreasonable. Li Longji suddenly turned around and said. Obviously, he was eavesdropping. Third brother, you are right. If it were my Wen Tian, her father would definitely agree to our marriage. Li Yi expressed his support. That's not necessarily true. Li Longji narrowed his eyes when he saw the two of them holding hands again. I promise. I will give her father an idea to make money. Li Yi was sure. Li Longji took a deep breath and said, how much money can you make? It depends on how you sell it and who you sell it to. In the Tang dynasty, it is not a problem to make 1 million yuan a year. The main thing is that sometimes it can't be sold. But if you sell it outside, the price can be raised. The output is not high because you don't use electrolysis. Li Yi reported a figure of 1 million yuan a year. After the 10,000, there were automatically omitted units. What is it? Li Longji was satisfied. Third brother, do you think Wen Tian's father will agree to my marriage with Wen Tian? Li Yi brought up the past. Brother Yi, you are too narrow-minded. Wen Tian's father will be happy if he knows that you are good to Wen Tian. It has nothing to do with money. You underestimate her father. Li Longji patted Li Yi's shoulder twice, each time harder than the last. Li Yi stopped and said, potassium permanganate, its function. Li Yi explained the application of potassium permanganate in various aspects. For example, it could be used to raise goldfish. It could also be used to make explosives to kill the enemy. First, it can be used in the Tang dynasty. Then, it can be used by the common people. Also, there is Pyongkong Square. When Li Longji knew that it could be used to disinfect and sterilize the body parts, he actually thought of Pyongkong Square. Then, he thought about the disinfecting effect of other places. It turned out that this thing could be used in many daily operations that had germs. This is a miracle drug for people from other places. Of course, they can't eat it. If they eat too much, they will be poisoned and use it as a poison. The key is that it can be used as a pesticide. Li Yi mentioned the effect to prove why it couldn't make a lot of money. The common people used it as a pesticide. They couldn't afford it if it was expensive. The common people's accounting skills were a little low. If potassium permanganate was used for crops that could yield 3 dan per mu, the yield would be 4 dan per mu. The value of potassium permanganate used for crops could be converted to 2 or 3 liters. However, the common people still refused. The main reason was that they didn't trust it. They thought that even if potassium permanganate was not used, the yield would still be the same. The real struggle was here. How to convince the common people. Li family Zhuangzi promoted it. Li Longji naturally thought of the same thing. The common people still didn't believe it when it was promoted by the imperial court. Only Ba Shui's Li family Zhuangzi wrote in the newspaper what was good and provided by the Li family Zhuangzi. The common people believed it. Li family Zhuangzi never lied to the common people. The common people all knew that. 1 million a year. Third brother, arrange for a separate workshop. Li Yi said that he would give the common people 1 million profit. No. Brother Yi, you operate it first. In the future, give it to Wen Tian's father. I don't take what people love. Li Longji refused. What kind of joke is this? I'm looking for someone. I'm looking for someone. I'm not at ease. How can I give away something that can be used as explosives? Li Dongzhu, that. Meng Haoran came over. He looked like the sun now. He felt that he was a real man. He could take care of his wife and children. If they wanted a status, he would give them a status. His father didn't agree. What about his wife's status? Even if she was a 7th-rank imperial madam, the local officials outside had no right to arrest her. They could only report to the provincial government. The provincial government also had to report to the emperor about the situation. Haoran, are you anxious to meet your family? How about this? Use the winged knights to rush over as fast as possible. Then, use horses to bring her back. Before the end of the month. Li Yi calculated the time. It was very far from here to Hubei's Jingzhou. There were no planes, high-speed trains, railways, or highways. The temperature was low, and it was even more uncomfortable in Hubei than in Chang'an. The winged knights needed to hurry. When they arrived, they would bring Han Xianke and Meng Yifu back on horses. Han Xianke knew how to ride a horse, so the little guy could only carry him. Ah! Meng Haoran came over to express his gratitude. He didn't expect to be able to bring her back. Haoran agreed. Men, write a letter for Brother Meng and send it to Ying City to bring Haoran's wife back. Li Yi nodded at Meng Haoran. This was all he could help now. Chapter 1326. Haoran, quickly write a letter to your family. Wang Wei saw that Meng Haoran was in a daze and was anxious. He wished he could write a letter for Meng Haoran. Ah, right, all right. Meng Haoran was also anxious. If he wrote quickly, he might be able to see his wife and son before the end of the year. Qing Song and the others had already prepared the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Tao Hong even handed a small hand warmer to Meng Haoran. Do you want me to write a poem for you? Meng Haoran looked at the smiling Tao Hong and asked while using the hand warmer to warm his hands. Tao Hong's smile was slightly gentle. Student Meng should prioritize his family. Us palace maids know little about poetry. Thanks to Dongzhu, we have learned a lot about governing the world. Meng Haoran's face turned red. The palace maids did not like his poems. They stayed by Li Yi's side and learned how to govern the country. I'll also write a letter to my family. Wang Wei also missed his family, although he had stayed at his house before. Meng Haoran's fingers could move nimbly. He dipped the brush in the ink, but he was unable to write. Before his wrist touched the ink, tears began to fall. Princess Yongmu watched, turned around, and hugged Li Yi. She buried her head in Li Yi's chest. After listening to that story, she finally knew how difficult it was to be with her sweetheart. Fortunately, she was fine. Li Lang was too powerful. No one could stop him. No, it was not a stop at all. Her meeting with Li Lang was arranged by the retired emperor. Humph. He wanted to marry her to Li Lang to win him over. However, she was not angry. Li Lang was interesting. He was happy every day. Li Longji was not jealous when he saw his daughter hugging another man. He felt that Meng Haoran's father was stupid. They already had a child. Instead of raising him well, he made things difficult. What was his purpose? It was very simple. Fighting for status in the family. Just like his father and Princess Taiping. In the end, they could only be solved by force. Fortunately, his brother gave in. Otherwise, he would have to continue killing. The Xuanwu Gate, where blood did not coagulate, had endless fights in the palace. As for his brother Yi, he was a model. He was not a romantic, but he was a romantic. His daughter had suffered a lot with him and finally found a good home. So be it. The weather is so cold, hugging will warm you up. Over there, Meng Haoran and Wang Wei both wrote letters home. They didn't write any poems. It wasn't that they didn't know how to, but that they felt writing poems was a form of blasphemy. Meng Haoran explained his situation and asked his wife to bring their children and the winged knights over. This year, they would be spending the year at the Li family Zhuangzi. The winged knights set off on their 4 horses to pick up Meng Haoran's wife and son. Simple pedals and hand-cranked machines for shelling the acorns were also completed. When the shelled acorns were thrown in, with a clatter, the shells fell off. They didn't have a funnel because the funnel had to be removed first. Otherwise, it would rot with the acorns. The children who took out their laying hens no longer showed any reluctance. In the future, they could go up the mountain to pick more wild acorns. Then, he made vermicelli, starch jelly, and tannin extract. Every one of them was a way to make money. Shelling acorns took a lot of effort. Unless there was no food, they would use acorns as food. The walnuts from Shi Laoyou's family were also brought over. Li Yi squeezed them with his hands. He didn't need to put 2 walnuts together to squeeze them. He was able to pry it open with his fingers. He was strong. It's not about how much you produce, but about the way you sell it. Walnut trees are perennial woody plants, Li Yi found an opportunity to explain. He couldn't wait to teach all the basic knowledge to the people of the Tang dynasty. However, the people of the Tang dynasty were useless in other places. It wouldn't increase their lifespan unless they turned other places into the territory of the Tang dynasty. What Li Yi wanted the most now was that there was only one Tang dynasty in the world. Li Yi emphasized the importance of walnuts. They belonged to the category of dried fruits and were really delicious. The food was ready one after another. They were ready to eat at any time. The people surrounded the pedals and hand-cranked shelling machines to watch the fun. Acorns were poured in. With the rotation, the shells of the acorns were removed. The principle of the shelling machine was very simple. One was extrusion, one was grinding, and the other was cutting. However, such a simple principle was only studied by the craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi. The craftsmen outside only knew how to do it through experience. They knew how to do it, but they didn't know why. The people didn't know the principle, and they didn't want to know. They watched the acorn's shells fall off and felt that beautiful days were waving at them. As long as the shells were removed, the kernels inside would be processed. The simplest way was to soak them. Generally, the kernels would not be bitter after soaking for 5 days. Use the water used to soak the kernels and then soak the shells. The final product is tannin extract. It can be processed and tanned into leather. It can also be sold. Li Tan took his younger brother's hand and introduced him to the people. The 2 scars on his face were gone. If you looked carefully, the last scar was a little imprint. With treatment and age, this imprint would also disappear. Next year, it wouldn't be a big problem. He looked like little Li Longji, but his expression was not good. He didn't have the temperament of an emperor. He was more liberal. The little guy was led by his brother. His little hand was still holding the rope. The other end of the rope was connected to the baby carriage. Bao was sleeping inside. This scene was very harmonious. There was no struggle, and there was no life and death struggle. Even Wu Jieyu, who had always wanted to be the emperor, had to admit that she was very comfortable now. She was smart and didn't dare to say anything. Li Yi was really too powerful. If she said something to attack Li Yi, let alone what the emperor would think, even if the emperor was tempted, what could he do to Li Yi? There was only one chance to deal with Li Yi. Kill him in an instant before he could react. Then, they would face the crazy counterattack of the villagers of the Li family Zhuangzi. They were all loyal and devoted. What if the assassination in an instant failed? They didn't dare to think about it. Li Dongzhu, Mo Jia and I are going to be the deputy county magistrate of Lantian County. How much should we know? Meng Haoren wished he could hold Li Yi in his arms and kiss him for 2 hours. All of the pressure he had felt vanished as soon as Li Yi spoke. The deputy county magistrate of Lantian County was now different from other places. It was said that he was going to become a lower 6th rank official. His wife was the wife of a lower 6th rank official. This was a mother's honor because of her son, and a wife's honor because of her husband. At that time, his parents would be happy and he would also be able to get a status. Meng Haoren surrendered to Li Yi. He was hugging his thigh. Just by looking at his poems, one could tell that he always wanted to find someone who could support him and work hard under that person. Lantian County has always been under my control. The economic foundation determines the superstructure. You can follow the rules in the administration. However, you must learn and put in other important positions in the future. Lantian County is completely under the control of the Li family Zhuangzi, but there are struggles inside. Li Yi made arrangements for the 2 new deputy county magistrates of Lantian County after the beginning of spring and asked them to take office smoothly. As for the problems in the office, they would investigate. It would be easy to deal with after a long time. Li Yi always believed that the root of the problems in the officials was the strength of law enforcement, the cost of breaking the law, and the legal basis. Bureaucracy was the root. At that time, he didn't resist it. He would even use it. It wasn't until the 20-year movement that he felt relieved and spent less money. Next, the efficiency of tanning leather with tannin extract and the efficiency of other methods was calculated to produce a comparison. Only then would he know how much he could sell it for. He also had a leather tanning business in Zhuangzi. The other was drilling to see if the drilling platform with tannin extract could save labor time. Another type was used to purify water. If the water was not clean, some tannin extract would be sprinkled in, and the dirty things in the water would be condensed together with the tannin extract. In the 1990s, when the tap water was polluted, tannin extract would be given out and wrapped in paper for the residents to use. Purified water, seawater. Tannin. Voyage. Li Yi suddenly knew how to sell tannin extract at a high price. Purified seawater with tannin, added it to the boiler, and evaporated it using solar energy to make water for people to drink. The uses of tannin extract. Li Yi began to speak as if he was giving a report. The eunuchs and palace maids ignored the cold weather and grabbed their brushes to take notes. When they heard the uses, they immediately understood that it was a technique. The commoners seemed to have a tacit understanding and stopped talking. They listened to Li Yi. It didn't matter if they understood or not, they just listened. They felt that Li Yi was very knowledgeable. Li Yi once threw out a lot of plagiarized poems, and the commoners in the county could still recite a few. Because the sea is vast, there will be many types of rubber people in the future. Li Yi sighed after he finished talking about the uses. Brother Yi, can tannin extract be used to turn seawater into drinkable water? Li Qingqi was in charge of the sea, and he attached the most importance to this. Anyway, it is much better than drinking seawater directly. Drinking it directly will kill you. There is not only salt in seawater, but also other things. In the future, people who go out to sea will sell tannin extract to them. Now, from today onwards, boil water to soak the acorn shells, and then extract and dry them according to the method. We will buy them at a high price. Li Yi said and shouted to the people around him to hurry up and get to work. He thought of the Department of Shipping in Guangzhou City. His men from Zhuangzi were officials there, including the Winged Knights. For those who are willing to make tannin extract, each family will be given 5 grams first. After that, We will calculate the amount according to the quantity. Li looked at the people in hemp clothing and decided to give them money first. He wanted to send the tannin extract to the barbarians in Guangzhou and tell them that this stuff can turn the undrinkable seawater into drinkable water at a critical moment. Li Dongzhu, tell everyone, 5 grams is too much. How much do you want? Du Xian stood up and asked on behalf of his people. 1 gram of processed powder, 50 grams. Li Yi quoted. 100 grams was 5 grams. He turned around and thought that he could sell it for 1 gram of 5 grams. No, 50 grams. Let's see if anyone wants to buy it. When he first sold it, the price was even higher. 1 gram was 100 grams. It was a life-saving item when there was no fresh water at sea. Okay, let's do it. After the meal, go back and look for acorns. If there is nothing to peel off, use your hands. Li Dongzhu will pay for it. Shi Lao Lu shouted loudly. The other people clenched their fists. They couldn't wait to keep Li Yi in the county. Children were the happiest. When the adults were happy, they felt that the whole world was beautiful. The sun was so bright and the weather was not cold at all. Li Yi went back and sat down for the meal. Li Qingqi asked, "Did you tell Bai Gu? Pay taxes. You have to pay taxes when you go through customs. 30%. You don't have to pay extra." Li Yi was generous. He never took the initiative to avoid paying taxes. He told Bai Gu and Li Longji that he wanted to collect taxes. If he tried to find a way to avoid paying taxes, wouldn't his lifespan be deducted? After Wu Jieyu knew the situation, she showed a vexed expression. "We can't keep it a secret. Otherwise, we should make it ourselves. In the future, we can plant a lot of it and spread it out." Empress Wang looked at the happy people. The people are benefiting. We are helping them. Uncle can make money by processing seawater with tannin extract today. Tomorrow, there will be other ways to make big money. Yes. Lu Jieyu agreed. She had a good impression of her son-in-law. Her son-in-law had many ideas. When he came out, how many good ideas did he come up with to benefit the people? No matter how many, as long as the barbarians don't learn it, we can still make money when we export it. Moreover, it has a wide range of uses. We can't keep it a secret for export. We should help improve the people's living standards in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi didn't think of secretly making it himself and then exchanging it for money. Oak trees were widely distributed in the Tang dynasty. The people ate them. It was the most convenient to make cold jelly. At this time, Wang Wei came over and glanced at Li Longji and the others. Seeing that they didn't show any disgust, he stood behind Li Yi. "Li Dongzhu, do you know that there are a lot of acorn insects here? Do you have a way to deal with it?" Wang Wei wanted to confirm Li Yi's magic. Li Yi didn't answer Wang Wei's question. He turned his head and asked Princess Yongmu, "Wen Tian, what should we do if there are a lot of insects? Can they be eaten?" Princess Yongmu asked. Chapter 1328. When Princess Yongmu heard about insects, she would definitely think of bean worms. The team brought bean worms with them. They buried them in sand and fried them for her to eat as snacks. The little guy could eat 2 of them a day and would remind Li Yi to fry them for her every day. Therefore, the sky bean moth was more popular. The sky frost moth's insects were inedible and disgusting. This year, the people who raised bean worms had made a lot of money. The loss of soybean production did not matter. "Can it be eaten?" Meng Haoran asked Wang Wei. Wang Wei, "No, the bean worms ate it." Wang Wei was tired. He came to ask Li Yi, but the question came back to him. Li Yi took a sip of the stewed meat soup. "Yes, the insects on the oak tree are called woodflower insects. When the acorns bloom, the tussa weevil lays its eggs on the acorns. When the acorns grow into acorns, the insects wrap the acorns and eat them from the inside. Therefore, many acorns have holes, but after processing with tannin extract, they can kill the tussa weevil's larvae. The larvae contain a lot of protein, and the tannin extract can react with the protein. These insects can be eaten, and they are not cheaper than bean worms. When the acorns mature, they are shot and dried under the sun, and the insects will come out. Li not only told them whether they could be eaten, but also introduced the insects' names, growth process, processing methods, and value. Wang Wei gave a fist salute and turned back to eat. There was nothing else to say. Meng Haoran sighed and left with Wang Wei. He did not want to stay with Li Yi. It was too stressful. Therefore, we are not afraid of insects. If they can be eaten, we can buy them. Someone, go and tell the people if there are any more insects. Bring them along when we leave. Li Yi said as he held Princess Yongmu's left hand and covered Princess Yongmu's hand. Brother Yi, eat. Li Longji picked up a piece of braised chicken for Li Yi. Li Yi quickly let go of Princess Yongmu's hand and took the plate. Anything that can be eaten is expensive. I heard that grasshoppers can be sold for 6 coins per kilogram this year. It is much more expensive than food. Li Dan shook his head and sighed with emotion. Once the grasshoppers that could turn into locusts appeared this year, many people, including those who raised chickens, pigs, and their own food, began to look forward to it. To the east of the Taihang Mountains, there should be a drought and a plague of locusts. In the end, there were many wells, so the grain wasn't affected. Everyone fought over the grasshoppers, and it was said that there were even fights. The bean worms used to be hated by the bean growers to the point of gnashing their teeth. Now, they were meticulously provided with bean leaves to eat, causing the worms to become fat. Could it be that from today onwards, acorns insects would also be treated well? Fried bean worm. The little fellow put down her chopsticks and looked at Li Yi. Didn't you eat this morning? Li Yi asked the little fellow. I still want to eat more. The little fellow looked at him eagerly. I'll fry a few for you after dinner, okay? Li Yi winked. The little guy learned to squint his eyes, squinting his eyes together. Master, what's the benefit of eating worms? The little girl had been following the team for 2 days and had also eaten bean worms. You can eat them like meat, especially when you're injured. For example, if you have a big cut on your body, you can apply medicine and bandage it. Eating worms will help you recover faster, provided that you don't have allergies. In addition, you can do manual labor. There's less work in winter, so you can recuperate. When spring comes, you'll suddenly feel tired and sore. Eating worms is better than eating rice and noodles. Li Yi spoke seriously as he taught his first disciple. Dieting was not as good as exercising. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. Protein will be consumed first, followed by fat. If you have less protein, your immune system will be weak, and you'll be prone to illness and malnutrition. People who specialized in sports were all focused on protein supplements, not fat. Mad cow disease was caused by feeding cows the same kind of protein when they were rearing. Bodybuilders ate a lot of protein in order to build muscle. Therefore, when a person falls ill due to exhaustion, try to feed them more protein-rich food, Li Yi concluded. The little girl listened and looked around. She wanted to find a pen and paper to write it down. She was afraid that she would forget, even if she could read 10 lines at a glance and had a photographic memory. Qing Dai, will remember. Peach Blossom number 2 stood at the back and said. Number 1s were eating, and they took turns to eat. As long as Li Yi said something, they had to remember it. Thank you. Qing Dai showed a relieved smile. They continued to eat. They weren't surprised as they were used to it. If Li Yi couldn't give an answer immediately and had to think for 15 minutes or a day, it meant that the matter was troublesome. Normally, if you asked casually, Li Yi would tell you the answer after chatting casually. If you asked Li Yi, can my illness be cured? If Li Yi didn't give an answer after thinking for 3 days, you probably didn't need to answer anymore. You've scared yourself to death. On the other side, when the people in the county heard that Li Dongzhu wanted to buy the worms and the acorns at a high price, they threw down their chopsticks and ran home. Some of them were so anxious that they cried. Come back, eat first. Leave some people here to wait for you to get the worms. Come back quickly. If you walk around the mountain roads, you will have to walk more than 20 miles. You still have to find the worms. It's too late. Du Xian hurriedly shouted. Sometimes, the people really needed to be taught. The people turned around and sat down to eat. They should have left some people here to wait. Those who were close to their homes would sit at the side. When they went back to find the acorns, they would find the holes and the wrong weight. They would definitely find the worms inside. They would bring the acorns back to the winged knights for free. They would give them to Li Dongzhu no matter how high the price was. This was because they knew that the worms were worth money, just like the bean worms. Hence, before Li Yi finished his meal, there were 6 big sacks beside him. Inside the sacks were acorns with worms inside. You want to return the gifts? Li Yi looked at the sacks and asked. No, the people don't want them. If they force them, they will throw them on the ground. Songde shook his head helplessly. I won't return them. Let's eat first. I will think of a way. Li Yi knew what they meant. They threw the worms away. Now that they said they could exchange them for money, the people were waiting for next year. If they gave it to him today, they would probably think of a way to get the worms and eat them tonight. Brother Yi, you can just beat the drum in the future. Li Longji was deeply moved. The people were willing to listen to the imperial court. The ordinary people trusted the local officials very much at first, but some officials used this trust to gain benefits for themselves while at the same time, they cheated the people. Not only the officials, but also some doctors. The patients trust the doctors very much. It can be said that they entrust their lives to the doctors. Some doctors use their professional knowledge and information asymmetry too. Li Yi stopped. He did not want to say any more. It was meaningless. This was because all professions were like this, but the officials, doctors, and teachers were special professions. I remember now. Li Yi got rid of his depressed thoughts. He knew how to help the local people. The acorns can be used to make wine. The process is not complicated. I will write it down after dinner and let the local people see if they are willing to try it. Or I will send someone to make wine first. Li Yi thought of another value-added use of the acorns. In fact, it could also be used to extract oil. However, there were too many processes and it was not easy to operate. Chapter 1329. No, the acorn wine needs to be distilled. Once the distilling technology is developed, Tubo and other places will use their own wine to make alcohol and launch hot air balloons. Li Yi wanted to write down the brewing method of the acorn wine but stopped. After repeated distillation, a 75% medical alcohol would be produced. If it continued to be distilled, the highest it could reach was 95%. That was it. If it wasn't for chemical experiments and processing, there was no need for anhydrous alcohol. Li Lang asked the people to provide acorns and take them back to Zhuangzi to make it into wine. Just say it's Luonan acorn wine. Princess Yongmu instantly thought of a solution. She didn't impart the technology but only helped with the processing. That's the only way. Actually, acorn starch jelly is the best. Li Yi knew how famous Luonan acorn starch jelly was. Sipo acorn starch jelly. Sipo was the name of the place. If one came here and didn't eat a serving of starch jelly, it would feel like he had never been here before. However, whether the starch jelly was good or not depended on the process and water. Water was more important. The starch jelly made from the water of Nanluo River wasn't as good as the one made from spring water. As for the other seasonings, it was hard to find a suitable one. Some places liked cold noodle soup, some places liked garlic juice, some places liked sweet and sour sauce, and some places liked soy sauce. Do you have it now? Empress Wang suddenly wanted to eat it. Recently, her internal heat was quite strong. Li Yi and the others didn't help her suppress and ease it. It was a normal phenomenon. They couldn't prescribe medicine whenever they encountered a problem. Yes, tell them to make acorn starch jelly. Find the nearby mountain spring water. Li Yi arranged. If the pregnant woman wanted to eat it, then let her eat it. This acorn starch jelly, Li Yi was shocked as he thought about it. He remembered that there was acorn starch jelly in Bangzi, then, since there were acorns, there were naturally tussa silkworms, mulberry trees, mulberry silkworms, embroidery, it's all yours. Li Yi thought it through. What's ours? Li Longji didn't know what Li Yi was thinking. I said, the people. Give all the good ideas to the people. Third brother, actually, both the Huaqing pool and the pool behind the Drunken Immortal residence can produce starch jelly. Let's do that. Li Yi was considering making starch jelly with oak nuts in the Drunken Immortal tavern. He wanted to add some soup to it, preferably iced soup. It would be easy to make money. Brother Yi, the Huaqing pool won't do. We still want to soak in it. Li Longji did not want to open the Huaqing pool to the public. Use water, no need for humans to go up and eat. I'll think of some good snacks. No matter what, I have to come up with at least a few hundred kinds of snacks. The Li family Zhuangzi will hire servants to manage them. Li still felt that the water in the Huaqing pool was not as tasty as the water in the Drunken Immortal tavern. He remembered that the local starch jelly was good. He continued to serve the local specialties of other places. Li Dongzhu and Li family Zhuangzi's products are all very expensive. Why are you fighting for such a small profit? Du Xian was puzzled. Increase the number of jobs, and at the same time, provide education for others. Knowing more skills to earn money will increase the security of life. Li Yi also did not care about small amounts of money. However, he had to do it. He opened a small shop that could support several people. The profits of the small shop, after paying wages, would accumulate. Thank you for your advice. Du Xian cupped his fists. Normally speaking, as an official, you should consider the security of the area under your rule. If the security is good, the people will be at ease. At the same time, you should think about what kind of things can make money and bring income to the people. Luonan City's road is not easy. We have already agreed that you have to make the best use of your time to fix it, even if you have to hire people from other places to fix it. Don't be stingy with your wages. Use money to exchange for time. Only then can you earn more money. Next year. Li Yi revealed the situation of the steam engine train to Du Xian. Next year, spend money to investigate the appearance of the train in a short period of time. Earning money in advance was better than taking a long time and not having enough capital. This was the first time Du Xian heard of something that did not use livestock or manpower. Instead, it pulled heavy goods and ran with it. Can we fix it all the way to Luonan City? Du Xian started to consider the road in his own county. With such a big guy, everything could be transported out. Li shook his head regretfully. If we don't go this way, it will be too difficult to fix. We can only go to Chang'an, Luoyang, and Haizhou. You can fix a better road there. Wait at the side and set up a stop. The railway that was to be fixed would take an arc through Lantian County, not a straight line. Luonan City was very close to Luonan City. It was more than 25 kilometers away in a straight line. Furthermore, it needed to be fixed according to the terrain of the mountains. They could not always go through the mountains. They would rather take a long detour than waste time on the mountains. After fixing the 25 kilometers of road, they would use carriages to pull it to Luonan City. Then, they would load it onto the train and reach Chang'an. The distance between the two places referred to the county. The people in the west and southwest of Luonan City would need less than 25 kilometers to reach the train station. Du Exayan nodded repeatedly. All right, I will work hard to fix the road. At the very least, it can take ox carts and horse carriages. The imperial court is indeed rich and benefits the people. They took out 15 million taels in one go. You can fix it even if you don't have the money. You can borrow money from the people and issue bonds. First, you can tell the people how profitable the road will be after it is fixed. Then, you can pay the people interest. Not only can you use the money to fix the railway, you can also use it to build houses, boats on rivers, livestock. When Li Yi mentioned bonds, they were using money to exchange for time. The other type was called forward housing. You can get the money to build a house first. Then, you can give the house to someone else. You can save on the interest. However, there was a problem. Once the debt was defaulted, regardless of whether it was the person who bought the bonds or the forward housing, they would be in trouble. Good idea. Du Exayan felt as if a door had opened in front of him. You are not allowed to borrow money to fix the road. I just gave the people 5 taels of money in advance to let them have a good new year. Li Yi warned him not to touch the people's money. What bonds? If I want to issue bonds, do you think I will let you have the chance? I can just issue more money. After all, no one knows how much the Li family Zhuangzi has as collateral. Du Exayan showed a regretful expression. You can't. Isn't this good for the people too? Human desires are endless. Today, you want to borrow money to fix the road. Tomorrow, you want to borrow money to do something else. The money will always be in your hands. The people need to save more. Li Yi could understand the thoughts of the people of Luonan. Even if they did not spend the money, they would still have a good new year. If they borrowed the money from the county office, they would have to pay back the money with taxes. It was very likely that the taxes would be used and the funds would be misappropriated. Then, the repayment period would be extended and the interest would increase. The people would have no money and would be on tenterhooks all the time. Brother Du, you have to work steadily. You cannot eat more than you can eat. If you do what I told you before, you will have more money in less than 2 years. Anyway, you still have a long life ahead of you. Li Yi was still worried that Du Exayan would take the risk and tried to persuade him. Li Longji frowned. Brother Yi does not allow you to do it. You cannot do it. Eat. Yes. Du Exayan's thoughts that he should not have had disappeared. He continued to stay in the corner and eat. He was hurt. Li Yi's words hurt him the most. That's right. He remembered that he was a sinner. He had to quickly raise the living standards of the people or wait for the new year. Li Dongzhu, if it were you, how long would it take to reach your goal? Du Exayan wanted to make a comparison. Me? I have to wait until next autumn. It will be too late this year. I can only start operations in spring. It will be a waste of time. Li shook his head helplessly. Du Exayan. Chapter 1330. Li Yi's conditions were to increase the people's income by 10 times. The poorest family would have an average income of 25 renminbi per person per day. He was still thinking of doing his best to achieve this within 6 to 7 years so that he could be promoted. But when it came to Li Yi and Li Dongzhu, it became next year's autumn. From December to next year's autumn, 9 months, and then winter. In 9 months, the people's income would increase by 10 times. If there were 6 people in a family with only 3 laborers, each earning 25 renminbi per person, 150 renminbi per day, this was equivalent to 3 laborers earning 50 renminbi per person per day. This was unimaginable. Li Lang, I know. There is no need for autumn. I guarantee it can be done in summer. My fragrant orchid pavilion is very profitable. You have a way. Princess Yongmu used her own shop to compare. Fragrant Orchid Pavilion was the #1 luxury shop in the Tang dynasty. If she went out to play and closed the shop, she would not lose customers. Instead, there would be more people waiting for her to return. It was almost the new year, and everyone was anxious. Those who did not buy anything wanted to wear new clothes, wear new jewelry, and carry new dolls. Some people even started to buy second-hand items at high prices, much higher than when they bought them. Then you need to use other methods. Use my reputation. There is no universality, so don't promote it. Li Yi admitted that with his status, the people's income would be at this level in summer if he did not invest any money. If he did not use his reputation, he would have to wait until autumn. Li Dongzhu, teach me. Du Xian was anxious, even though Li Longji showed an unhappy expression. You are disturbing my meal. I said that Luo Nan can make a lot of money. Invest this year and get it back in 3 years. In the future, it will be profitable. I asked people to invest in roads and industries. There should be investments of a few million RMB. Li Yi only needed to say a few words to prove his worth. Rich people would rush over. If they were late, they would not have a chance. Oh! Du Xian was speechless. He could not learn. If he shouted the same words, no one would care about him. Moreover, he did not dare to shout. He did not know how to make others get it back in 3 years. He understood the situation in Lantian County. A group of businessmen had invested and made a lot of money. They even paid taxes, and the Li family Zhuangzi took the majority of the profits. It was said that someone wanted to pay 3 times the price to get the shares of a certain merchant in Lantian County, but the other party refused to sell at all. It had nothing to do with money. He could enter the Li family Zhuangzi. They were Li Yi's business partners. If they wanted to eat with Li Yi, they could just go to Zhuangzi. Of the others, only the assistant chancellor could go at any time. Even the assistant ministers had to apply in advance. Oh, there were still people who could go. It was the Pyongkong Square's Dada, who had cooperated with Li Yi before. After the meal, the team did not leave. They would stay here for the night. The winged knights followed the people home to look for insects. Only by sending a batch over and settling the accounts would the commoners feel at ease. Don't burn this kind of stone. The local white jade doesn't have any radioactive substances that are harmful to the human body, so it won't make people sick. Li Yi held a piece of marble in his hand as he spoke to the commoners who sent over the acorns with insects. 6 large sacks. At this moment, the sacks were placed in the tent and the stove was lit. The insects would come out by themselves. The commoners living near the 37 households did not return the gifts. Li Yi could only give them something else. To a certain extent, Ronan's marble was similar to the white jade. He knew where it was distributed. Right now, there was no such thing as marble. There was only the term white jade. White jade could be said to be marble, but marble was not white jade. It was just like how gold was a type of metal, but not all metals were gold. In terms of practical application and current grinding technology, white jade was not as good as Maifan stone in Li Yi's eyes. Maifan stone could be used for farming and drinking water. It was a type of medicine. White jade could also be considered a medicine because it could replenish calcium. Stomach acid could dissolve calcium carbonate. Adding other things could play a significant role in the industry. However, the technology could not keep up. But no matter which type it was, the ingredients needed to be tested first to know if the amount of ingredients was harmful to the human body. If you want to work together, the main thing is the mining technology. During the mining process, okay. I'll send someone to keep an eye on it and give you guidance. Li Yi did not want to talk about technology. When he returned to Zhuangzi, he would look for the villagers. The commoners were illiterate. It would be difficult to talk to them about technology. Empress Wang and the others were eating the cold jelly. They listened and learned. They did not care if there were any problems with the cold jelly. With a group of doctors around, they knew what could be eaten and what could not. Even the little girl who was eating knew. Meng Haoran and Wang Wei stopped as well. The two of them were in different states. There were officials in Wang Wei's house. They were recalling what Li Yi had said to Du Xian and the guidance he had given to the officials along the way. Meng Haoran felt a little inferior. He had once thought that he was Jiang Zia, who had gotten first place in the county examination. He felt that the imperial court was a mess and did not want to be an official. But when he wanted to be an official, he could not do so. He kept on waiting. This was because he knew his weakness and had refused to take the examination before. After the county examination was the regional examination, which he did not participate in. He wanted to reach the sky in one step and meet the emperor directly. Then, he would give advice. He felt that he was full of talent and could solve the problems of the world. According to history, his ambition was higher than the sky, but his life was thinner than paper. In Li Yi's view, he was capable enough to not commit suicide because of depression because of the pressure. Now, he finally knew that he could not be Jiang Zia. He knew too little. The opportunity was right in front of him. In front of the emperor, he could not give any advice. Whether it was the problems facing the people of Luonan or the situation around the Tang dynasty, he wanted to do something, but he could not do anything. Haoran, Ma Jia, what do you think about the battle at the source of the Yellow River? Li Longji was used to Li Yi giving advice at any time. He wanted to see the ability of the two outstanding people who Li Yi gave a chance. Wang Wei, Meng Haoran, Your Majesty, you should have told me in advance. How would I know if you asked me now? Li Longji looked at the two of them and then turned to look at Li Yi. He was puzzled. You gave them a chance, but they did not know anything. Li Yi was talking about the stone and did not feel Li Longji's gaze. Princess Yongmu was anxious. It's a problem of strategy. In other words, military and civilian affairs are in the new land. How does the Tang dynasty compare? Why are you two so stupid? My father asked you two about the prime minister's strategy. Don't you both want to be the prime minister? Meng Haoran and Wang Wei came out. They understood the current situation, but they did not know about the border. Li Longji's face was calm. Wen Tian, tell me. Okay. Princess Yongmu responded. There are three aspects: peace, yearning, and suppression. First, the logistics are endless, so that the soldiers at the border and the newly recruited people can survive without worry. Second, the morale is inexhaustible, so that the people in the bitter cold plateau and the people who have left their homes can shine like the moon. Third, the essence is to eliminate the country and save the feelings, so that the Tubo nobles and tribes are attached to the Tang dynasty and feel inferior. Wang Wei and Meng Haoran. Li Longji stared at his eldest daughter in astonishment. Could it be that another Princess Taiping had appeared? Chapter 1331. The people who found a new way to make money went home and continued to look for acorns with worms. There were many acorns in the local area. Every autumn, the people would collect them, dry the shells and put them into sacks. When there was a lot of staple food, they would try to eat less acorns. It would take time to process them and they would not taste good. When there was not much work to do in winter, they would start to process acorns and eat them as staple food to save other food. At present, the people were waiting for more shelling equipment to be manufactured before soaking and making vermicelli. Vermicelli could be stored for a long time. As long as they were soaked for a long time, the vermicelli would not taste bitter. Li Yi was also resting. Meng Haoran and Wang Wei ran to a corner and stayed there, whispering about something. They looked very low-key, or it could be said that they were like a little wife who had been bullied. Where did Mo Jia and Haoran go? Li Yi did not see the two of them. Normally, the two of them should be by his side. Sigh. Li Longji sighed and looked at his eldest daughter. He shook his head and said, "They ran to a corner to discuss how to be a good county deputy." "Why do they have to hide?" "I have some experience in being a county deputy." Li Yi was still puzzled. In the Tang dynasty, the county deputy was the executive deputy county head, and the county magistrate was the county secretary and county head. "Brother Yi, do you always share your experience with Wen Tianyan?" Li Longji was a little afraid of his eldest daughter. Every time a woman participated in the politics of the Tang dynasty, there was no good result. "I hate that I can't teach Wen Tian all the skills I know." Li Yi admitted that he did not teach specifically for the sake of teaching. In daily life, he had to talk, and as he talked about all kinds of things. "Wen Tian just now." Li Longji repeated the content of Princess Yongmu's answer. "Yes, my Wen Tian has improved." As for Ma Jie and Haoran, it is normal that they did not answer. Li Yi finally knew what happened to the two people. They must have suffered too much and could not bear it, so they squatted in the corner and drew circles. "Brother Yi, do you think it's good for women to be like this?" Li Longji changed the topic back to something serious. "You have to ask His Majesty who is supporting him from behind. The blood of the Black Tortoise Gate is not cold yet." Li Yi said to Li Longji with a smile. Li Longji was suddenly at a loss for words. He was depressed. No one dared to mention the Black Tortoise Gate in front of him. It was taboo. However, Li Yi said it so naturally that there was nothing wrong with it. When others talked about the Black Tortoise Gate, it was considered as attacking and complaining. Li Longji knew that when Li Yi mentioned the Black Tortoise Gate, he was telling others that it would never happen in the future. Because the Black Tortoise Gate is useless, what does attacking the imperial city from the Black Tortoise Gate have anything to do with me, Li Longji? I live in Xingqing Palace. Where should I start if I want to attack Xingqing Palace? It was impossible to break through the eastern city gate. The troops were connected from the city gate all the way to the Li family Zhuangzi. There were too many of them, too many of them. If I attack from another place, I will turn around and run to the Li family Zhuangzi. If you have the ability, why don't you take down the Li family Zhuangzi? No, why should I run? As long as the news reaches the Li family Zhuangzi, Brother Yi will fly over. Then, Brother Yi will change to a heavy machine gun and kill all the bad guys. Li Longji was lost in thought. When he came back to his senses, he found that Li Yi was holding Princess Yongmu's hand and strolling about 50 steps away from him. It's good that Yuan Shu knows more things, she won't be bullied. Li Longji thought it through. With Li Yi's personality, how could he push Yuan Shu to the throne? Wen Tian, you must learn how to hide your strength in the future. Look at how you attacked those two scholars. Don't you think it's pitiful? Li Yi was teaching Princess Yongmu. Ha ha ha, Princess Yongmu laughed, yes, but they are so stupid. Li Yi covered his forehead with his other hand. That's right. Ha 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 ha, he couldn't help but laugh. The two of them were unlucky and unprepared. Luckily, he gave them a chance. If they couldn't answer the first time, they wouldn't be eliminated. From another perspective, Meng Haoran and Wang Wei were not wrong that Li Longji looked down on them. He had mentioned various things, but the two of them didn't think about it carefully. Opportunities were prepared for people who were prepared. Did they think that they didn't need to care about anything by Her Majesty's side and only needed to wait for success? Li Lang, you are still protecting them. If not, you should be kicked out of the team. There are no idle people in our team. Princess Yongmu became serious. She looked down on Wang Wei and Meng Haoran. In her eyes, the two of them were useless. They couldn't eat enough and couldn't do anything. Who in the team was bad? This included the young eunuchs and palace maids who served tea. There was also the craftsman who could repair the carriage at the fastest speed. Needless to say, the winged knights. Even if it was the little guy and Bao, they could still provide happiness for the adults. The little girl Feng Qingdai was young, but her medical skills were not bad. A day passed. The next morning, the team set off with many acorns with holes. The commoners didn't ask for money. They said that it was a gift to Li Dongzhu. They borrowed 5 taels of silver and would return it to Li Dongzhu when the next year was better. Li Yi couldn't stand this. The commoners were too simple. He asked people to give each of them 10 big honey pills to treat malaria. The pills were distributed according to the number of people. If the commoners sold them, the price would be much higher than the acorns with worms. The commoners knew that the Li family Zhuangzi had medicine to treat malaria. Now that he had it in his hands, he didn't plan to sell it. He kept it with a wax seal on it. If he accidentally contracted malaria, it would save his life. The commoners want nothing more than food and clothing. Li Longji sighed. The commoners were too good. They were reasonable. If you were good to them, they would be good to you. After they have enough food and clothing, they won't think this way. They will want to be well off. People's desires are endless. Li Yi didn't think that the commoners were simple. They just needed a belief. They would believe in whoever could give them a good life. Of course, if one knew how to bluff, the commoners would also believe. Many leaders of countries relied on bluffing to get to their positions. Li Yi thought about it and suddenly remembered that the people above him did things properly. So many officials fell from their positions. It definitely wasn't because they were unlucky or because they took sides. He felt that it wasn't the work of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. There were also problems within the Commission for Discipline Inspection, including people in the inspection team being arrested. There was probably a special team in the General Staff Department that was carrying out orders, like the East Faction Guards. Will there be a rebellion? Li Longji couldn't help but worry. No. The newspapers are controlled by us now. The people in Nankou and the palace are working hard to write songs praising His Majesty. Plus, His Majesty has absolute military power. Li Yi said to calm Li Longji down. Indeed, there was no way to rebel. There were 2 purposes for a rebellion. One was to seize the rightful throne of the Tang dynasty, and the other was to separate the territories. Neither was possible. If anyone dared to show up, they would be beaten up. The mountain roads were difficult to travel, and the troops were relatively slow. The winged knights had the hardest time. No matter how steep the surrounding terrain was, they had to control the situation within 20 miles. The winged knights treated it as a drill. They knew that no one would dare to attack them, but they still acted as if they could be attacked at any time. The winged knights had their own pride and glory. They were in the Tang dynasty's strongest army. Li Yi displayed the demeanor of a leader. Li Longji was a little embarrassed. He couldn't be as generous as Brother Yi, so he asked again, "You really don't need it?" Li Yi winked at Li Longji. The soldiers at the bottom are loyal. If there is a problem, the soldiers at the bottom will report it. Then, won't we have a reason to deal with the aristocratic families? Li Longji, he glanced at his eldest daughter. Princess Yongmu naughtily stuck out her tongue and leaned her head on Li Yi's shoulder. Li Longji revealed a gratified expression. That's right, be gentle to your future husband. Look at your husband, he's full of evil tricks. He has ulcers on the top of his head and pus on the soles of his feet. Princess Yongmu's face was full of happiness. How interesting. Why didn't she think that being with a man would be so fun? Empress Wang, Wu Jieyu, and Lu Jieyu were also satisfied. Empress Wang was an existence that absolutely supported Li Yi. Li Yi stabilized her position, and she even had a child. The Empress of the Tang dynasty had no child. Can you imagine how much pressure she was under? Lu Jieyu was Princess Yongmu's mother. She was a mother-in-law looking after her son-in-law. Wu Jieyu was deeply grateful to Li Yi. Li Yi was too powerful. He was so powerful that she didn't dare to let her son fight for the throne. This was also good. She was willing to lose. When the time came, Li Yi would arrange a place for her son. There was no possibility of him being killed. Xiao Yi, are we going to set off fireworks this year? Noble consort Lu changed the topic at the crucial moment. She was worried that everyone would not be able to control themselves and reveal their identities. How would they get along then? Yes. This year, the entire capital government will set off fireworks. There will be a lot of fireworks. Every county will arrange for people to set them off. Actually, I have a medicine that can make women in their 50s or 60s pregnant. It's not too precious. The real difficulty is how to give birth to the child safely. Li Yi knew that noble consort Lu did not have a child. She liked other people's children. Noble consort Lu looked at Li Dan and then at Li Longji. Brother Yi, do you really have such a miracle medicine? Li Longji was not afraid. Brother Yi controls the future throne. You can have as many children as you want. Isn't it just giving birth to another brother for me? Fine. He was raised by noble consort Lu as her own son. Yes, it's a promise. I'll give you the medicine. It doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. It doesn't matter. Li Yi hoped that noble consort Lu could have a child. Empress Wang's fate was changed by him. There was no problem in changing the fate of a few more people. He had already transmigrated. It was just changing history. Why not? What? Respect history? Only those who did not transmigrate should be respected. Why should those who transmigrated follow the original history? Is that possible? Now, it was Kaiyuan. After that, it would be Tianbao. Then, An Lushan from the northeast would appear. He would watch as Empress Wang was plotted against. Then, Wu Jieyu would give birth to a child named Li Yi and die. Then, Wu Jieyu would become Wu Huifei and die. He would wait for Yang Yuhuan to follow the flow of history. Then, he would just watch from the sidelines. It was not easy for him to transmigrate. Was it just to watch others? More importantly, when An Lushan and Shi Siming attacked, would he escape? No, no, no. That was not right. If he did that, he would not be able to improve the development of the Tang dynasty. It's not easy to have a child. The older you are, the harder it is. Li Dan objected. He was afraid that noble consort Lu would have a difficult birth. Li Yi emphasized. I can stand guard and personally perform the operation at the crucial moment. The Li family Zhuangzi has already had many examples. What about the future? Li Dan was afraid. He had experienced many things. In the future, the territory of the Tang dynasty will be very vast. How can it not accommodate one person? Li Yi continued to talk about the future. Okay. Li Dan agreed. He felt that he owed noble consort Lu. Noble consort Lu clenched her fists excitedly and asked, really? Yes. Li Yi was certain. Noble consort Lu was 55 years old this year. In theory, it was very difficult. However, because of noble consort Lu's identity and status, she was in a state of being pampered. Looking at her now, she was no different from a woman in her 40s. Most importantly, Li Yi knew that noble consort Lu had not gone through menopause. There were several possibilities. He just had to target them. Li Yi felt that the biggest problem was noble consort Lu's body fluid. It killed too much semen. Noble consort Lu could not conceive at all. It was either a dead egg or a dead semen. The latter did not exist. Li Dan had other children. But if it was the former, it did not make sense. The biggest possibility was that female secretions had a strong impact on the sperm's activity, so it could not fuse. I have to check. There is a female doctor. The problem is not complicated. The complicated part is the procedure. Li Yi needed specific data to take the corresponding measures. Although he said that he was helping noble consort Lu, it was actually a kind of experiment. Li Yi had never participated in such a medical procedure before. Since such subsidies were adopted in tax collection areas, the finances of the Tang dynasty would not be greatly affected. For the time being, local officials were unable to be promoted due to insufficient political achievements and were more willing to increase the population. As the population increased, the lower county became the middle county, and the middle county became the upper county, which was equivalent to the county-level cities during Li Yi's time. The overall level of the officials increased by 1 grade. At the same time, it was also considered a political achievement. He believed that the officials would do it seriously. When Li Yi said these things, it sounded quite easy. There would not be a situation where the subordinates did not carry out Wang Engshi's reform. In this way, it will be easier to spread the tax collection. The local governments already have tax collection. Li Longji instantly thought of the convenience of tax collection. Which county didn't collect taxes? If the local families refused and interfered, and the officials didn't work hard, the population of the county would decrease. This was especially true for the commoners who did not have land. If they wanted to have children, they would go to other counties to have them. After giving birth, they would receive subsidies. Due to the decrease in population, the upper county became the middle county. If the officials wanted to be promoted, the winged knights ran away first again. He told the 4 chancellors of the Political Affairs Hall about this matter and told them to respect the officials' positions. When Li Yi and Princess Yongmu each rode a big horse in front of him, Li Longji sighed with emotion. We agreed to come out to play, but in the end, Brother Yi didn't stay idle. He helped one county after another. Occasionally, he came up with the imperial court's policies and made money at the same time. Next time, let's go somewhere else. Empress Wang did not feel that Li Yi was in a difficult position. It seemed to be quite easy. He came up with ideas in a short while. Li Dan smiled and said, I'm used to Xiao Yi. When I look at the officials again, I don't like them. Stupid. Li Tan interrupted and quickly lowered his head. Yes, stupid. Noble consort Lu was still thinking about having children. At least, no one dared to guarantee it. Otherwise, how could she not have children until now? The chancellors are not good at administrative policies, economic development, military command, research, and medical treatment. Their only advantage is that they are obedient. Wu Jieyu also looked down on the chancellors, including the former Yao Chong. In the past, she thought that Yao Chong was very powerful. He made many things clear and suppressed the aristocratic families at the same time. When the Li family Zhuangzi rose, the aristocratic families were not suppressed at all. It was purely because they were helpless. If they were suppressed, they could resist by other means. If they were helpless, they could only stare and do not dare to move. The little girl listened in the car, her eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. She wore a mask connected to an oxygen tank. It was a breathing mask to breathe in oxygen. At the same time, the temperature of the oxygen inhaled was not low. It would alleviate her illness. She was half full from the meal. She was afraid that her stomach would swell and squeeze her lungs. She was also worried that it would affect the function of her heart. Although she was young, she was very sensible. She knew that her illness could be cured, but she needed to practice on death row prisoners. In the entire Tang dynasty, except for her master, no one could do it. Li Lang, this year, I will also spend the new year in Zhuangzi. Princess Yongmu rode side by side with Li Yi. She thought about where to spend the new year. On the 30th day, she had to spend the new year in the imperial city. On the first day of the new year, she had to spend the new year in Hanyuan Palace. She did not want to go because Li Yi could not go. In the Li family Zhuangzi, there would be fireworks and water screens. The big shots of Nanku would come. The other big shots of Nanku wanted to show their faces in front of His Majesty. The 50 big shots who were familiar with Nanku did not care about the performance in the imperial city. They held a competition this year and also advertised for the vermicelli. They could be considered to have sponsorship. Actually, you can spend the new year in other places. I can also go there. Everything is not a problem. Li Yi said with a smile. How do you do it? Princess Yongmu did not think it was possible. Your Sweet Orchid Pavilion sponsors you. Then you can have a place. My Li family Zhuangzi also sponsors. We will be a little further away from His Majesty. For example, 50 steps. We will not look to the side. I will put on makeup for you. Others can't recognize who you are, and they can't recognize me, but the two of us can. Li Yi gave the idea. 50 steps away, not looking, not greeting, and enjoying their own view. Princess Yongmu turned her head and stared at Li Yi. Then she nodded vigorously. Li Lang, you are smart. What should I sponsor? Water screens. I will exchange for another set of water screens. Add hot water and install pipes on the imperial city wall to spray it. Use iron plates to make troughs below. Zhuangzi is getting bigger and bigger. There are too few water screens. It will not be a waste to add another set. Many relatives of the Southwest barbarians come over. We have to show them cartoons or something. The children are very cute. Li Yi planned to exchange for water screens. He had never explained this thing. The people always thought it was a miracle. Was it not good to be a miracle? As long as they did not spread bad ideas and adopted positive education, they could increase their lifespan. What if someone comes over to greet us? We are so close to His Majesty. Princess Yongmu still had a question. Ask the winged knights to stop them. Is there anyone else who can make the winged knights give in? Li Yi was confident. Yes. Princess Yongmu smiled. Yes, stop them. Who cares what they think? Chapter 1334. Princess Yongmu felt that the past year was like a dream. She was so happy every day. Even now, he could still be so shameless. He just went to the party and pretended not to know. She felt that she had never seen such a situation again since she was sensible. Everyone knew each other, but they defended the situation that they didn't know. The point was that they knew each other on the surface. Why was it so interesting? Other men were always serious to their wives. She heard that they were different only when they did that. Li Lang was thinking of ways to play every day. He could even be funny when he talked about business. If it weren't for the fact that Li Lang promoted the development of the entire Tang dynasty and killed people with his own hands, at first glance, he would look very easy to bully and immature. Li Lang, what were you thinking when you first saw me? Princess Yongmu touched the horse's head. Li Yi thought for a while and sang, You have never seen me, I have never seen you. When young friends meet, they hit it off. Princess Yongmu shook her head and listened, humming along. The song had a format, including the accompaniment. If there was a very discordant seventh or ninth chord, it would definitely be changed. After singing twice, Princess Yongmu memorized the lyrics. Li Lang, is there anything else? Princess Yongmu didn't think this song was bad. It was quite different from the mainstream. Sweet honey, your smile is sweet. Like flowers blooming in the spring breeze, blooming in the spring breeze. Li Yi changed the song. Anyway, no one was investigating his copyright issues now. If you have the ability, you can go to the Tang dynasty and sue me. Princess Yongmu continued to be intoxicated. She was intoxicated. She couldn't find a better husband than Li Lang in the whole world. Her husband was not only talented, but the most important thing was that his braised pork was delicious. Thinking about it, Princess Youngmu showed an annoyed look. Li Lang, you are so good. I don't think I deserve you. I'm stupid. How is that possible? Don't you think pigs are stupid? Li Yi retorted. Of course they are stupid. Princess Youngmu nodded. She loved to eat pork, but she didn't like pigs. But pigs are sometimes very cute. For example, when I sing to you, pig, you have 2 holes in your nose. When you have a cold, you still have snot hanging from your nose. Li Yi chose another song, and no one pursued the copyright. Ha ha ha. Princess Youngmu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Li Yi mimicking a child and singing such a song. After laughing for a while, she said to Li Yi, I'll teach it to the children later. If they sing and move like you, they'll definitely be very cute. She knew that what was really cute was not the pig, but the content and movements of Li Yi's singing. Princess Youngmu was happy all the way. On the 21st of the 12th lunar month, the group arrived at Lantian County. You know about power, water power, animal power, and manpower. Li Yi indeed had a way to make money. Sleeve. Bai Gu removed his treasured sword and made a show of it. Do you think you're a military officer? If you want to use it, it should be Su Yi. He's the Minister of War. Bai Gu looked for a place to put the sword and accidentally dropped it on the ground. The sword hilt fell off. There was no sword inside. No, there was. There was a wooden stick. If not, the sword hilt would not be easy to fix. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu in surprise. Old Bai Gu, you're so despicable too. What are you looking at? Do you believe that I can use a wooden stick to kill people? Bai Gu stared at him. I believe. Old Bai, you've already reached the point where you can hurt people with flying flowers and leaves. You're amazing. No sword in your hand, no sword in your heart. Li Yi gave him a thumbs up. Respect. Li Lang, what's your opinion? Princess Youngmu did not care about the Prime Minister. In the past, she was afraid that the Prime Minister would be unhappy because her status was not high enough. Now, she did not care. Would the Prime Minister dare to make things difficult for her? She had Li Lang. I'll sing a song for you. Watch my movements. Li Yi was bored and started to do Tai Chi. Blade light and sword shadows are not my sect. The vast sky and sea have their own style. No sword in my hand, no dust in my heart, that's my heart. After a simple set of Tai Chi, Li Yi stopped. The song was also finished. The surrounding people were in a daze. Guazi was the most stunned. When Tai Chi was used in actual combat, it was actually a free fight. But when it was used for performance, it was different. It was beautiful. If you asked Li Yi to use the Tai Chi he learned to fight, he would not do it even if he was beaten to death. If you asked him to perform, it would be different. The performance of Tai Chi gave people a sense of joy, especially the application of strength. How would others know this? Guazi was such a powerful person, but he was mesmerized by it. Marching and fighting, changing between real and fake, free as the heart, 1,000 can defeat 10,000. Guazi realized that the art of war was not about fighting. Fighting was like Li Yi's current state. He could fight 3 people at once, the kind that did not allow him to instantly exchange for a gun. Yes, Guazi knew that he could not beat Li Yi because Li Yi could instantly exchange for defensive and offensive items. Chapter 1335. If we didn't have good steel, we wouldn't be able to do it. The power required is actually very high. The advantage is that the more grain we have to process, the more cost-effective it is. The sleeve Li Yi was talking about was called a rice sieve. To put it bluntly, it was a sheller and grinder. In the future, when corn was produced, the equipment would be used to grind the corn into small kernels called cornstalks. It was said that the Northeasterners had a strong sense of cornstalks when they spoke. The diameter of the sieve determined the size of the finished product. With the improvement of smelting technology, more tools would be produced. Everyone soaked in the hot spring. The men were in the pool, while the women were in the adjacent pool. Li Longji's head was above the water and he relaxed. He was tired from the journey. When he finally returned home, he felt sore all over. How does the imperial court benefit? Bai Gu did not care about technology. He only cared about money. Collect usage fees. First, use them in the capital, Hunan and Luonan. The Li family Zhuangzi will provide things. The imperial court will arrange it. The local people will handle it. The local government can also set up some points. I will mention in the newspaper that the processing price is high and allow the people to report. The people in other places will find that wherever they pay taxes, they will have better tools. It will be helpful for the local government to collect taxes. It is convenient for the officials. They already have subsidies for giving birth to children and withholding taxes. Li Yi was very clear about the local government. The officials, the rich, and the ordinary people. Everyone supported the collection of taxes. Taxes were not harmful to the people. If the local government objected, good things would become bad. It was impossible to talk about morality with the local officials, the big clans, and the ordinary people. Everything would be solved with benefits. No, if the cost is too high, there will be no people to grind the rice. The people who rent the equipment will suffer losses. Song Jing thought of the disadvantages. If the equipment was rented out, there would be no one to grind the rice. It would be beneficial to the people. Song Jing felt inexplicably better after voicing his objection. He looked at Li Yi again and felt less pressured. Song Jing used to feel pressure when facing Li Yi. Li Yi was too powerful. Finally, there are times when you don't think thoroughly. Ha! Zhang Jiling frowned. Li Yi, are there other ways to collect money? We have to consider the actual situation. We can't bite off more than we can chew. We have to be down to earth. Su Yi also heaved a sigh of relief. In the future, Li Yi would no longer be so mysterious. Bai Gu felt that they could make money and suggested, let the government operate it. We'll split the money every time we use it. Bai Gu felt a little regretful. He felt that Xiao Yi had become stupid. He hoped that Li Yi would never make a mistake. However, making mistakes proved that Li Yi was a normal person. Li Yi looked at the four men in astonishment and sighed, the accessories are worn out. How much could a certain component be ground? It wouldn't be too much, but it wouldn't be too little either. The key parts can be grinded to 10,000 shi, or 11,000 shi, or 9,000 shi. Let's charge according to 9,000 shi. If it's broken, you can get a new one and pay for it. If it's not broken, you can keep using it. Song Jing and the others looked at each other. If not for the fact that the water was a little hot, they would have sunk their heads into it. Ha 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 ha! Li Dan laughed out loud. Song Jing felt that he had taken 10,000 shi of damage. It was a critical hit. Zhang Jiling recovered quickly. In this case, we don't have to care about the usage fee. Good. What if someone can grind 20,000 shi without breaking it? Su Yi still wanted to struggle. Reward him. See how he did it, improve the equipment, and pass it on to others. Li Yi was still very surprised. Gurgle gurgle. Su Yi's head went down. If it was hot, so be it. When he came up later, he would blush and say it was hot. He knew that he had made a big mistake. He was too focused on one person's usage and ignored the big picture. Others knew how to use and maintain it. Was it not worth learning and promoting? He was someone who only had eyes for small benefits and no righteousness. Where did the Prime Minister's tolerance go? Brother Yi, are you going to adjust the quality of the components? Li Longji helped him out. He didn't expect the prime ministers to think things through. Make it good. But no matter how good it is, it still has a lifespan. Through continuous adjustments and improvements, it will be better if it can be grinded to 100,000 shi in the future. Li Yi was pursuing quality, not cost-performance ratio. Sometimes, when he bought a faucet, it would break. He would find that the outside material was good, but the inside was actually iron. There were also some that were made of lead and had a short lifespan. The simplest were plastic basins. Some plastic basins could be used for 10 years. People could still stand in big basins and it wouldn't break even if it fell to the ground. Some would turn into slag after 2 years. The key was that he didn't care about the lifespan. Li Yi used to hate it, so he couldn't use it to cheat others. Li family Zhuangzi's products should be written down and let people know the difference. The laws of the Tang dynasty must have such things. Li Yi thought and told everyone to control it. 80% of the fans were 80% of the fans. They couldn't say that they were 60% of the fans. Otherwise, if they were caught, they would go bankrupt. Li Yi was quite helpless about the quality of his goods at that time. Could the local authorities control the transactions on the online platform? In fact, they could control it. As long as the products were produced or sold in a certain place, they could intervene. But why didn't the local government control it? Because it would affect the local economic development, and it would be a bad influence. If the local government made fake products and sold them on the online sales platform, the officials would see the people making fake products make money. At the same time, the logistics industry would also make money. If the local government couldn't make money, what good would it do them? What? Build a local quality brand? Huh. Don't be joking. The economy was the most important thing. When the local government made more money, they would be promoted. Some people even said that consumers should know the value of the products when they buy them. Can you buy something worth 50 renminbi with 5 renminbi? This meant that when the consumers bought the products, they had recognized that the products were not of good quality and were fake, even if the products were authentic. Every consumer should be a value appraiser and be able to easily distinguish the value of the products. But did they dare to say this? They would be punished to death. Li Yi felt that the Tang dynasty should not have such a culture. They should promote positive energy, integrity, and trustworthiness. Xiao Yi, why do you always do things that require a lot of effort and little in return? Bai Gu couldn't figure it out. With Li Yi's current status, he didn't need to put in so much effort. He had already gotten what he deserved. The others looked at Li Yi, trying to figure it out. Li Yi was practically a saint. Li Yi was stumped by the question. He thought about it and finally said helplessly, "Why do I always have tears in my eyes? Because I love this land so deeply. Why is it that when the eyes are fixed and pearls are weeping, the heart is silent?" Zhang Jiuling translated. Li Yi, he felt that it was better not to translate, but he could only nod, yes. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should do good to the world. Xiao Yi, the transport team has already set out to deliver the goods from Chang and to the source of the Yellow River in the name of the imperial court. Bai Gu explained the situation as a report to Li Yi. He didn't feel ashamed. The money was paid by Li Yi, the method was thought by Li Yi, and the goal was achieved by everyone. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court understood that the delivery of goods to the border was not only the goods, but also the will of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1336. Mo Jia, can my wife and children come during the new year? Meng Haoran and Wang Wei, who were not qualified to participate in the conversation, were sitting in a corner. Meng Haoran was thinking about his wife and children. He was anxious. He wanted to prove himself and get the right to speak in his family. In the past, he had all kinds of ideas. He did not want to participate in the royal family's struggle. Later, he had a wife and children, but his father did not agree. In history, he wished that he could kneel and kowtow to others and ask them to introduce him to Li Longji. He thought that with his talent, he could rule the world, and the emperor valued him. Now, he met the emperor, and the emperor gave him a chance to ask about politics, but Meng Haoran knew that without Li Yi, he would not be able to meet the emperor. Similarly, without Li Yi, he would not be able to answer any political questions. With Li Yi's existence, he had the chance to continue working hard. Li Yi's face was so big. At this moment, he just wanted to be a good county deputy with his wife and children by his side. Countless people wanted to be the county deputy of Lantian County. He decided to take it slow and study hard. He did not dare to hope that he could rise to the top. What if the emperor asked him another question and he could not answer it? He had the opportunity to meet the emperor at any time. Then, after meeting the emperor, he would become familiar with the emperor. The emperor was soaking in a pool. Would he dare to go there? Li Yi said that he can definitely go there. You don't know how powerful the winged knights are. After the new year, we will be working here. We have to study hard. Wang Wei was also depressed. He chased after the emperor and caught up. The emperor approved of writing poems, but the emperor did not approve of being an official. Wang Wei actually knew the Prince of Qi, Li Fan, the Prince of Qi from the fifth prince's residence. Because of his family's connections and his talent. So, he knew some things about the Tang dynasty and knew how to answer questions during the imperial examination. Until now, Wang Wei finally understood who had the final say in the appointment of important officials in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi could not find anyone he did not like. Bai Gu, a person who did not like to smile, actually brought a fake sword to scare Li Yi. The key point was that Li Yi was cooperative. Was there a need to talk about the relationship between the two of them? So this water is drinkable? I feel like there's a bunch of bubbles on my body. Meng Haoran, who had never soaked in a carbonated hot spring, found the small bubbles on his body interesting. Drink water from the source. It's not completely soaked. There's no one at the source, and the temperature is high. Don't worry, drink it. Wang Wei, who had drunk soda in the south of the city, introduced it to Meng Haoran. 2 hours later, it was time for lunch. Everyone went up to eat. The dishes were laid out like works of art. Today, the drunken immortal tavern was making huayang dishes, the huayang dishes of Li Yi's time. It was a light knife that was usually used during state banquets. His knife skills were good. Under normal circumstances, northerners were not used to it. There was little salt, so it was not satisfying. Therefore, there were side dishes, salted vegetables, and even chili oil. Thus, Princess Yongmu ate braised pork, which had nothing to do with Huayang cuisine. With a big piece of braised pork in her mouth, Princess Yongmu was full of happiness. She liked this taste very much. Li Lang, it's a little different from what you cooked. When Princess Yongmu was satisfied, she whispered to Li Yi. There's less cooking wine, but the time of braising is not a problem. There's also hawthorn. Li Yi tasted it and knew what was missing. Li Lang, the fish cooked with beer is delicious. Even the carp doesn't have the earthy taste after braising it. Princess Yongmu was now thinking about how to cook delicious dishes. In the future, we can use more hops. With the same unit of beer, the grain consumption will be less than other wines. While speaking, Li Yi was inspired. The consumption of beer was far greater than that of liquor. Beer, like rice wine, could be used as seasoning. At the very beginning, when there was no beer, people used cooking wine, which was also a kind of rice wine. Later, people found that Chinese people were good at cooking with beer. At present, the most expensive wine in the Tang dynasty was grape wine. For example, the wine that Li Bai drank was the grape wine. After drinking more than 10 jin of grape wine, one would drink too much. The alcohol content of grape wine was also not low. If one drank more than 10 gin of grape wine, one had to drink it from morning to night or from night to morning. With the accumulation of alcohol, one would eventually get drunk. While thinking, Li Yi suddenly kissed Princess Yongmu. Li Lang. Princess Yongmu looked around and found everyone was eating with their heads lowered. Nobody raised their heads, so she felt relieved. I can make money now. When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion will sell beer in the future. Li found a way to make money by making more beer. He didn't need to drink it himself in Zhuangzi anymore. Someone will buy it. Princess Yongmu wasn't familiar with the business. It's cooked. It can preserve beer for more than 200 days. It's made from the wood of oak trees, just like the wine. Oak trees will be a good thing in the future. Not only can it provide acorns, but it's also a good wood to store alcohol. Wine in wooden barrels, wine in pottery jars, and porcelain jars had appeared in China's history. As Li Yi talked about beer barrels, maps of Southeast Asia and East Asia appeared in his mind, especially the lower latitudes. He thought of something. When spring came, the fleet would set off and bring back rubber saplings and seeds. Where should they be planted? This was a problem. Northeast, north, northwest. What a joke. The most suitable place was Cheongzhou, followed by the Southwest barbarians. In the past, the Southwest barbarians had trees that were hundreds of years old. In order to plant rubber, the locals knew that the trees could not be cut down while they were still alive. In order to make money, they cut the bark of the trees. Without the bark, the nutrients couldn't be supplied, and the trees died. So they planted rubber. Some people also drilled holes in the trees, stuffed pepper into the holes, and sealed them with mud. The trees would still die with this method. They knew about this, but they didn't care. They only had money in their eyes. Rubber can't be planted there to avoid destroying the ecological environment. Plant other East Asian and Southeast Asian places. There was also the place of origin, Africa, Australia, and so on. Why did they have to harm the Tang dynasty? As Li Yi pondered, he spoke in a language that everyone could understand. The palace maids and eunuchs took note. If you want to live a good life, you have to be strong in the military. And if you want to be strong in the military, other than personnel, you also need technology. Li Yi taught his future wife. Those who win the hearts of the people will win the world. Those who have technology will win the hearts of the people. Princess Yongmu was smart. She immediately understood where the foundation was. Technology. With good technology, the yield per mu would increase. With good technology, harvesting would be convenient. With good technology, processing would be easy. Wait. In the current situation, any legal system is governed by people. It tests the situation of people. Know what the people are thinking, know what the officials are thinking, and coordinate well. Only then will there be a prosperous era. Li Yi liked utopias, but he knew the drawbacks. Then, he had to think of a way to solve them. Utopias were actually idealized communities. Then, as they developed, they realized that they couldn't do it. Because of desire, utopias needed to be distributed. That wasn't a problem. The problem was the nature of living things. Could beautiful women and handsome men be equally distributed? Or a gong wife? Wouldn't that be returning to the era of monkeys? Evolution or degeneration? Chapter 1337. Xiao Yi, can you stop before the new year? Bai Gu was tidying up the accounts and felt tired. He was worried that Li Yi would cause trouble again and disrupt his work arrangements. Old Bai, don't you know me? I'm an honest person. Unless I'm forced, I won't act recklessly. Li Yi felt wronged. Yes, no one forced you these days. Just stay here. If anyone makes you angry, you must use tricks. Tell me and I'll help you kill them. Bai Gu promised that nothing would happen. Song Jing and the other two ministers nodded in agreement. Brother Haoran and Imo Jia will be given official positions during the new year. Will it be difficult for them to be county deputy officials? Li looked at Meng Haoran and Wang Wei. No. The four ministers said at the same time. Look, the ministers are reasonable. Li said to Meng Haoran and Wang Wei. The two of them could only nod and did not dare to say anything. It was good enough that they could sit at the same table and eat. Princess Yongmu wanted to laugh again. Her impression of the ministers had changed. When Yao Chong was the prime minister, she felt that Yao Chong was powerful and powerful. But now, she found that being a prime minister was not a big deal. He was just old. In terms of talent, he was not as good as Li Lang. Xiaolan sat next to Princess Yongmu and rolled her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. The little girl and Qian Er and Sun Er sat at the table next to them. The little girl was in charge of looking after them. The four of them got along very well. Su Guanlan's family was also there. The old lady's knees were fine. Since she was treated, she knew how to take care of them. The most dangerous time was in the spring. The air was humid, just like in the south. Rheumatoid arthritis was common. Lan Bao's family ate with his family. Lan Bao's sister-in-law, Huang Shi, had not completely adapted to it. Her identity changed too quickly and she met the emperor. After the meal and a short rest, the group set off again. Qian Er and Sun Er followed them and insisted on going to the Li family Zhuangzi to play. Su Guanlan was with her wife, so she naturally had to follow the group. What if the child suddenly missed home and cried? The reaction of the citizens of Lantian County was still as calm as ever. None of them cried or fainted. Zhang Sun Xian took his wife and concubines, as well as his 4 aides, and followed them. He didn't want to go back to Chang'an. He felt that it was tiring, but the main point was that he could not earn much money. It was better to stay in Lantian County. The people of Lantian County had a good impression of him and supported him. When I return to Chang'an, do the people know who I am? So what if he became an official? Wasn't the assistant prime minister a big deal? Who would the imperial court listen to? He didn't have any children at the moment and needed to find Li Yi to take a look. The problem was definitely with him. His wife, concubines, and other women were all not pregnant. After Li Yi treated her and she had a child, she didn't need to have a high rank to be an official. She could look for Li Yi. Her rank was not low. She almost reached the 3rd rank. Qingdai, come and greet the 4 chancellors. Old Bai, Old Song, Old Zhang, and Old Su. Feng Qingdai is my first disciple. Help me with the procedures. In the car, Li pulled the little girl over and officially met the 4 people. Procedures? Bai Gu looked at the little girl. She was not bad. She gave people the feeling that she was quick-witted. The key was that her identity was different. Xiao Yi finally took in a disciple, the official kind. The little girl was definitely capable to be chosen by Xiao Yi. The Empress's palace advisor, an external female official of the Imperial Physician Department, standard 3rd rank. Li Yi said his disciple's official position. The 4 people looked at each other and nodded again. Okay. Regardless of whether there was such an official position and corresponding rank in the past, there was now. It was obvious. The Empress's palace advisor could be understood as she was just strolling around. However, it seemed that there was nowhere she couldn't go in the Empress's palace. This girl. If her medical skills were good, and the women in his family were not feeling well, he could look for her. Moreover, there were women in the group that came with her. Their medical skills should be better, right? In addition, there were 30 female nurses in the Li family Zhuangzi. In the future, his life would be better. Li Yi had finally done something good. What should the official uniform be like? Song Jing already knew that the little girl needed surgery. The death row prisoner was for Li Yi to practice on the little girl. The child was lucky to have met Li Yi. It was time, fate, and luck. Light pink clothes with dark embroidery on the sleeves and hem. Li Yi thought of the nurse's uniform and decided that the female nurses in the Zhuangzi would wear it in the future. It looked beautiful and friendly, and it set off the temperament better. It could not be inlaid with gold, so it would be embroidered with dark embroidery. The kind with a long hem was not considered a sexy outfit. What do you want to embroider with dark embroidery? Zhang Jiuling did not care whether the embroidery was complicated or not. Anyway, Li Yi was rich. Embroidery of Phoenix, Luan. Li Yi wanted to say embroidery of Phoenix, but he realized that it was not possible. He changed it. You design the pattern, and it will be decided in the future. Song Jing did not find fault with it this time. He was looking forward to more female doctors appearing. Who did not have a female family member? They could not look for Li Yi every time something happened. Okay, I have already made one. It's a good painting. Li Yi agreed. His eldest disciple's official position was confirmed. After the new year, she would start to receive her salary. The salary of a rank 3 official was not low. In addition, he specially prepared a medicinal herb plantation for his disciple. His disciple would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. The little girl was happy and began to bow one by one. Qing Dai thanks by Zaifu, Zhang Zaifu, Song Zaifu, and Su Zaifu. Call me Grandpa. Li Yi corrected her. Don't call me Zaifu. The word Grandpa was written by Li Yi in the newspaper. Otherwise, she would not call him that now. The little girl followed her master's instructions and bowed again. The four of them began to rummage through their bodies to find something. If they called her Zaifu, they could not give her a gift. But if they called her Grandpa, they must give her a gift. Xiao Yi was too bad. Bai Gu gave her a jade pendant. Zhang Jiuling gave her a tortoiseshell pendant. Song Jing and Su Yi did not have anything. They could only take off their goldfish bags and give them to the little girl. The little girl's eyes narrowed into crescents as she held the item in her hands. Seeing her happy look, the four of them suddenly became happy. Later, I will make some precious glass for everyone. Li Yi decided to make up for it. Don't. The four of them still had the same thought. Other people might think that glass was precious, but they knew that it was not worth much. They would burn a lot of it. There is a type of jade in the southwest. I will ask the local Zhichong to get some for you. It is a type of dragon. Don't worry, it will not offend His Majesty. Li Yi knew that the current jade had not been recognized yet. The most recognized jade was the Lantian jade. The jade from Lantian County and the Anxi Jidushi's Hetian jade were slightly inferior. As for the Hunan Prefecture's Dushan jade and the Khitan's Xiuyan jade, no one cared about them, not to mention the bloodstone. However, the jade was indeed beautiful. The type of dragon was not differentiated by color. It was the purity. When the imperial jade was pure to a certain extent, it was the type of dragon. Jade without color, when pure to the extreme, was also the type of dragon or other colors. Li Yi knew where to find gems and diamonds. There were a lot of them. The Western countries did not recognize jade. It was not that the jade was not beautiful, but that they did not have it. Only the country in North America had a little, and the quality was not good. Therefore, if they did not have it, they would belittle it. If they did have it, they would admire it. It was very realistic. It was not based on aesthetics, but on politics and their own interests. Chapter 1338. Master, is the jadeite beautiful? The little girl loved beauty. She knew that she would not live for long, so she had no time to pursue it. She was sensible and smart since she was young. Her IQ was estimated to be more than 200. Beautiful. I found some beautiful jadeite for our Qing dye. Red jadeite and green jadeite. However, the beauty of external objects is in appearance. The true beauty lies in one's virtue and skill. As a doctor, the most beautiful moment is when you relieve pain and save lives. Li Yi took the opportunity to teach his disciples. He did not teach students for money. He did not teach them to earn money by running cram classes. The children had to enter the class. The classes were very casual. The knowledge was taught in the cram classes. He taught his disciples. He preached, taught, and solved their doubts. Just like the teachers, and professors in the capital. Li family Zhuangzi gave the children special exchange coupons. The teachers had some subsidies. However, they did not arbitrarily set the level of the children because of some influence. There was no need for the law to regulate. The teachers themselves kept the bottom line. One was the ethical and moral ideas that the current teachers accepted. The other was the cost of crime. People who could be teachers had self-restraint. Otherwise, they would think that they were on the wrong path. The other was that once a person violated the rules, he would not only lose his students. It was a social death. He would lose his circle and everyone would ostracize him. The most terrible thing was losing his circle. Confucius could kill Xiao Jingmao when he had the right to speak and establish his position in the circle. There was no absolute right or wrong. The truth was within the range of the canon. The truth now was the moral constraint. No matter what problems the Confucian school had, at least in some aspects, it played a positive role. Li Yi taught seriously, teaching by example and teaching by word. He taught without discrimination. Li Yi never admitted that Confucius was a saint. His evaluation of Confucius was more positive than negative. It would be better if this person did not delete Si Yuxi. Confucius deleted the spring and autumn annals. The book of songs that was passed down was changed by him. Si Wuxie was left. It was good in education. But in the research of history, Si Yuxi was gone. It was a loss to the research of future generations. Simply speaking, Si Yuxi was a pornographic film of Li Yi's time. Si Wuxie was a film that deleted a lot of scenes before it could be released in China. Li Yi thought that this was ridiculous. It was like the contradiction between science and religion in the West. He could not deny science, nor could he deny religion. What could he do? Vexing. The Western countries pretended to be confused in this regard, deceiving themselves and others, and deceiving themselves. If it was Li Yi's country, it would be the same in terms of sex. What was the difference? In the past, when they got married, they would give them brochures and tell them how to do it. After that, there will be discs. After that, there will be no need to give anything. Everyone understands, right? Hypocrisy and double standards did not only exist in the West when it came to issues between religion and science. It was the same in Li Yi's country. While shouting against the leaders who opposed pornography, he found dozens of women outside his marriage to play with. The leader of a certain film that could be broadcasted outside but had to delete some scenes in the mainland had to arrange for a beautiful actress to sleep with him if he wanted to pass this film. It was just that interesting. It was so red, just like the emperor's new clothes. Many men and women were willing to enter that department because they had the right to review films. Men could look for female celebrities, and women could look for male celebrities. There were also clubhouses and gatherings. This department was as dirty as the entertainment circle was messy. Sigh. Li Yi sighed and then smiled. The best thing about our Tang dynasty is that there is an impeachment from the censorate. The officials who are impeached must avoid suspicion and not quibble. Li Yi thought on the bright side. The past had become history. Yes, he did not want to complain too much at that time. It was meaningless. According to the lyrics of a song, it was, "Look at the mandarin ducks and butterflies." It should not be in this era, but this song was the same as the song written by Sanmao. It had a lot of meaning. It was the theme song of the Snow Mountain Flying Fox, Let Youth Blow Your Long Hair. It was written by Sanmao. What did it have to do with the Snow Mountain Flying Fox? The song was called New Mandarin Ducks and Butterflies Dream. Many people did not know the problem. Because there was once a sect called the Mandarin Ducks and Butterflies sect, which emphasized games. At that time, some people who had the right to speak said that this was called vulgarity, and could not tolerate its existence. In other words, it was no different from 100 schools of thought contending and only respecting Confucianism. It was a different kind of justice and eliminating human desires. That was all. That was, the Mandarin Ducks and Butterflies sect did not disappear. They just changed their identity. So these people came up with a new Mandarin Ducks and Butterflies Dream. The lyrics were borrowed from Li Bai's Where Can I Go? Yesterday's day cannot be kept. Those who disturb my heart, today's day is full of worries, times had changed. The people of this sect could finally speak. That was why they used the theme song of Bao Qing Tian. Why was it Bao Qing Tian? Qing Tian, you finally got through it. It was no longer the time when you were being suppressed. Every word was tears. And another song by the person who wrote this song was interesting. The joys and sorrows of the human world are as easy as turning one's hand. Look at the green mountains and clear waters. How have you been? If it was just listening to the song, it would be superficial. There were too many things behind it, too many. The generation of artists at that time vented and roared through it. In other words, anyone who wrote online historical novels should not change the course of history. Otherwise, it would be wrong and would be criticized. Whatever skit or crosstalk, they would all be criticized. For those who wrote online historical novels, as long as you changed history, you would be a sinner and would be beheaded. But what if you wrote about the real events of Wench? If you did not change this, why did you still ban it? Every 4th of May, they would vigorously promote the May 4th movement. On the 4th of May, why would they always block the book reviews and comments section? They could not even tolerate a single online novel. What was there to be afraid of? Those who could write such novels all understood that if a country had principles, it would not change. If a country had no principles, it would not change even in death. Li Yi complained in the depths of his heart. Then, he smiled, Old Bai, everyone, everything in the Tang dynasty will be fine. Don't worry about my power. My heart is with the Tang dynasty. What you know is what you know. What you don't know is what you don't know. That's right. The 4 people spoke again at the same time. There's still a sentence missing. It's you, teach girls how to know. You refers to Zhongyou. The character Zilu refers to the path of being a person. The name and character echo each other. At this time, the little girl also wanted to show off. She directly said the person in this sentence. It was not enough to say the person. She had to say the meaning of the name and character. She was only 8 years old, but she had already memorized this and could understand it deeply. Bai Gu and the other 3 chancellors looked at the little girl in horror. They finally understood why Li Yi accepted her as his disciple. This little girl was simply heaven-defying. When they spoke, she used an illusion, and the little girl understood them clearly. Everyone, what do you think? Don't try to steal my disciple. She's my first disciple. Li Yi could see that they were jealous. Xiao Yi, don't be in a hurry to make a move. I'll get a few more death row prisoners for you to practice. Bai Gu looked at the little girl and was afraid. He was afraid that Li Yi would not practice well and kill the little girl. Chapter 1339. When the team was about to reach Shuangzi, the sky was dark, and ice lanterns were lit one by one. Smoke rose from the houses of more than 40,000 Southwest barbarian captives. Each family had their own small courtyard. The children were receiving education, while the older children worked hard to learn the language of the Tang dynasty and worked to earn money. The women were also organized to do some things. The men who were captives were still captives. They were accumulating points and preparing to regain their freedom. They had an agreement with the Li family Zhuangzi that after they regained their freedom, they would still live here, but they would be paid when they worked. They had already fallen in love with the Tang dynasty, especially next to Chang'an. Their food, drink, clothes, and daily necessities were all incomparable to those of their original places. Just like the poor African people in Li Yi's time who came to a developed country, they could not be driven away. Are we really going to give them freedom? Bai Gu looked outside through the window. There were ice lanterns in front of the captives' houses at a certain distance. A large amount of ice was dragged out of the river by the captives. The children of the captives stood next to the ice lanterns with newspapers in their hands and worked hard to learn Pinyin. They wore several layers of clothes. The southwest was warm, but Chang'an was cold, so they needed to adapt. Bai Gu had mixed feelings as he watched the children learn. As long as the points are enough, I'll give it to them. Li Yi was already at ease with the captives. If the captives did not want to run away, where would they go? Back to their previous places to live a hard life? Are we still sending them back? Song Jing knew Li Yi's plan. First, they would be trained, just like the Khitan warriors. Then, they would be sent back to their original places to make a name for themselves. Li Yi hesitated for a moment and shook his head. No need. Send people who are familiar with the Tang dynasty back. They will learn the methods of the Tang dynasty to improve the local living standards. This includes the production of tools, the planting of food, the repair of rivers, and the grafting of fruit trees. It's easy to handle when they are alive, but if they are dead, the people who succeed them may feel that they are strong and attack the Tang dynasty like Tubo. Li Longji continued, unless they lead their people to surrender in a short time. How will the Southwest respond in the future? Fight? As the Minister of War, Sui felt that he had to play his role. Recruitment. Recruit workers from the Southwest region. Bring your family along. Sell your land to those who don't want to come. What about slaves? Buying slaves. Li thought of a solution. The population of the Southwest was limited. Through the method of employment, the people were drawn out to work in the Tang dynasty, which was considered as helping the Tang dynasty in its construction. In the Tang dynasty, the commoners were paid for their work. When the barbarians from the southwest came over, they were paid the same amount, mainly for manual labor. Once there were fewer people in the southwest, their lives would not become better just because they owned more land. The less populated a place was, the poorer it would be. Not only would there not be enough farming, but there would also be a lack of material exchange. The only difficulty was whether the slave owners were willing to sell the slaves. Slaves were property. Including Tubo, they were still slaves. During the period when Li Yi was liberated, there were still slaves in the Tubo area. There was a song called The Rising Surfs Sing. I've thought about it. In the future, I'll use cows and horses to exchange for slaves from the southwest. The slaves exchanged will work in the Li family Zhuangzi and earn points. Li Yi was ready to try and see if the slave owners were willing to exchange, even if the price was higher. The price of a cow was far more than a slave. The value of a slave was based on how much work they could do. Anyway, slaves could not farm as much as cows. In the eyes of the slave owners, slaves were livestock. In Li Yi's view, every person was more valuable than a cow. People could learn and then learn all kinds of skills. What could cows learn? Bullfighting? No, bullfighting was not something cows could learn, unless cows fought with cows. I'm thinking about using the relay station to send messages. Before the new year. Li Yi narrowed his eyes and was about to arrange things. Xiao Yi, after the new year, don't say before the new year. Are you in a hurry? There are still 8 days left. Let's have a peaceful new year. Bai Gu almost begged Li Yi to interrupt. We agreed not to make trouble. In the past few years, he had not been able to hide in Hunan province. In Chang'an, there were even more things to do. Today, he came up with an idea. Tomorrow, he came up with a solution. Everyone revolved around him. Li Yi smiled, okay, don't say before the new year. There's no hurry. Sometimes, that. No, Xiao Yi. Are there enough candles in the ice lanterns? Bai Gu interrupted Li Yi again. The other three ministers silently praised Bai Gu. Yes, don't ask Li Yi to say it. Yes, we're using paraffin wax now. The fats of the livestock have been eaten by the people, including the pancreas. It's better to make soap. Li Yi said. He was thinking about whether to cook pancreas soup for the night. The Li family Zhuangzi no longer bought animal fats, and the people knew how to eat them. The oil used to make soap was vegetable oil. The Li family Zhuangzi lived in the southern part of the city, and there was still oil left over from the Zhuangzi's cooking. It was mainly fried food. When the oil was too old, it was thrown away and used to make soap and scented soap. Not only did they not lose money, but they also made money. Report. A voice came from outside the carriage. Tubo's envoys, Buizhu and Isinba, request an audience. What are they doing here? Are they here to assassinate you? Zhang Jiuling did not have a good impression of Tubo's envoys. They wouldn't dare. If something happens to Li Yi, the army at the front will march straight in and destroy Tubo. Su Yi did not think that the other party was stupid. Where is Zi? Please come with me. Li Yi said as he put on his equipment. Anti-stab clothes, anti-stab collar, and a tempered helmet with a transparent mask. It was absolutely impossible for the other party to kill him. After putting on the equipment, Li Yi got out of the carriage. Guozi was waiting outside, his hand on the belt with the throwing knife, ready to attack at any time. Li Longji showed a gratified expression. Brother Yi is reassuring. He never takes risks. Even if there is a 1 in a million chance, he will be prepared. The four prime ministers nodded. Yes, Li Yi should be like this. If he could hide in Zhuangzi, he would not go out. When he went out, he had to make sure that he had a group of guards with him. When he met with the Tubo's envoys, he would be well protected. In fact, his fighting skills were not low, and he could use immortal means to create things in an instant. Even so, he was still on guard. Princess Yongmu smiled. It is responsibility. Li Lang said that his life belongs to the entire Tang dynasty. If he acts, many people will be worried. Outside, Li Yi was accompanied by a group of people to meet with Buizhu and Isinba. There were only the two of them, no one else. The Yulin flying cavalry standing behind and next to the two nodded, indicating that they were done. There was no problem, including the teeth. Buizhu and Isinba were used to it. They had long given up on the idea of assassination. Li Yi was not a coward. He dared to fly alone to the Honglu temple to cause trouble. Of course. He did not give anyone a chance. If he found a loophole in the defense against assassination, it would definitely be a trap. Because he had already suffered losses. For example, when he stole the method of making heat, there was actually a road sign. Later, he found out that the Li family Zhuangzi did not have a road sign. It was specially designed for him. How sinister. Chapter 1340. It's been a long time since we last met. I've missed you. Li Yi stood in front of them, wearing a full set of protective equipment. Greetings, Dr. Li. Isinba and Bokeo returned the greeting at the same time. Is your place still warm? Li Yi asked with concern. It's warm. Bokeo answered, then sighed, but... Sigh. Li Yi looked at them with a smile. You can sigh all you want, but I won't ask you why. I know you've always wanted to kill me. Look at the beads you gave me. They're radioactive. Why don't I find a way to purify some radioactive materials and give them back to you? For example, tools for injury detection. Or I can grind the diamonds and put them in the food I invited you to a banquet and ask third brother to treat you to a meal. Then, the diamond powder will be ground in your stomachs until you have gastric ulcers, gastric bleeding, and gastric perforation. I can also purify the poppy juice. You'll get addicted to it. It's too easy to kill you. With the current technology, no one can find out. Li Yi was thinking. Bokeo waited for a few breaths. Seeing that Li Yi didn't respond, he could only say it himself. Dr. Li, to be honest, the lives of us envoys are about to be unsustainable. All of this is caused by a misunderstanding. Bokeo was helpless and hinted at Li Yi. But you want to go back? I happen to have some local specialties. Take them with you. I'll miss you. Li Yi's eyes were filled with tears. He looked as if he couldn't bear to part with them. Bokeo and Isinba, Dr. Li, the war was a misunderstanding. We were deceived by Su Lu. We didn't know that we were going to fight the Tang dynasty. We thought it was just for show. Isinba emphasized the war first, trying to get Tubo out of the picture. You mean you launched a war against the Tang dynasty? Is there anything wrong with that? Li Yi grasped the key point. We were deceived, Isinba emphasized. The Tang dynasty suffered a great loss. How many soldiers were buried in foreign lands? It's almost the new year. Their families don't even dare to think about it. Li Yi raised his hand to wipe his eyes, even though there were no tears. But we paid the price. We lost a large amount of land. Isinba's heart was in tears. He didn't need to wipe it away. What losses? We agreed to cooperate. Li Yi would never admit that he had invaded someone else's territory. Since we are cooperating, can you find a way out for us in Chang'an? We can't always help others find livestock. Isinba went along with the flow. Let's cooperate. Li Yi pretended to be enlightened, so it's this matter. That's easy. Easy to handle? Bo Xia and the other two asked in unison. That's right. Is it before the new year, or after? Li Yi asked casually. The problem had been solved. It was just employment. Knowing that you have no money, the money you brought from Tubo was either cheated or conned. Oh. And compensation? You guys are in too much trouble. Boiju and Isinba glanced at each other. They could see the same emotion in each other's eyes. The two of them still wanted to kill Li Yi. No, they wanted to kill him even more, even if it meant dying together. Sure enough, Li Yi was still the legendary Li Yi. He could easily solve any problem in a casual conversation. The Tang dynasty's foreign minister expanded the territory. The immortals' methods were boundless. The palace maids and eunuchs beside them were transmitting the contents of the conversation back to the carriage. Can you tell us? Isinba wanted to know. He suddenly stopped Li Yi and asked him about the situation. How could it be so easy? Let's talk as we walk. First, tell me about your situation. How many people do you have? What skills do you have? What are your requirements for the salary? Li Yi looked. It was only 5 or 6 minutes away from Baqiao. It wasn't a big deal to talk as they walked. The two of them began to talk about the situation. They told the truth. Even if they didn't, the other party would know. The palace maids transmitted the situation to the carriage. Li Longji frowned and looked at the 4 ministers. What do you think? Sigh. The 4 ministers sighed at the same time. This was what they were most afraid of. Who would have thought that the other party would come and ask for a job, and not to buy or sell livestock? Should they arrange it? If so, how should they arrange it? Anyway, they couldn't think of anything, at least not now. But looking at the message, Li Yi could do it. He had a way. It was just that casual. The little girl was smart and could read people's expressions. She quietly touched Princess Yongmu and whispered, "Master's wife, these ministers can't compare to Master." Princess Yongmu smiled and patted the little girl's head. "Bai Gu and the others, no matter how low your voice is, you are still a child. When you speak, your voice has a penetrating power. We can all hear it." Zhang Jialing smiled, "Qingdai, your master is an immortal. Don't compare yourself to a mortal." "Yes, yes, yes. I know, Grandpa Zhang. Grandpas, you have worked hard to meet my master." The little girl still understood. Thus, the four ministers felt even more hurt. "What do you mean by worked hard? Are you sure you are comforting us?" Outside, Li Yi strolled around. The ice lanterns were of different shapes and sizes. There were also students who were preparing for the imperial examinations next spring. In order to save money, they were also reading at the side. Li Yi looked at them and couldn't help but think of himself. In the past, he wasn't satisfied. There were bright lights and classrooms. When he was studying, he always felt tired. Now, it wasn't like he was a jade sack reflecting snow, and he wasn't chiseling the wall to steal light. The light was there, and there was also free hot soup. As Li thought about it, his thoughts diverged. He felt that the person who was chiseled the wall should be praised the most. "You didn't know that there was such a big hole in your wall? Then do you still want your house?" The main point was that the protagonist, Quang Heng, went to chisel someone else's wall and then read in their courtyard. Because at that time, the houses weren't close to each other and had courtyards. Did you think it was a building? You just had to chisel a hole in the wall. Each house had a courtyard. It was a house in the countryside. Quang Heng went to someone else's courtyard and chiseled the wall to read. How many people lit up the lamps? They didn't blow out the lamps for the whole night. When there was a big hole in the wall, there was no wind. Li Yi felt that if Quang Heng's matter was true, the neighbor was a good neighbor. Theoretically, the neighbor was deliberately letting Quang Heng borrow light. Why was the neighbor so rich but not buying lamp oil for Quang Heng? That was called charity. Quang Heng's neighbor had to know what was going on with his wall, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he lit the oil lamp and let Quang Heng borrow light. Then Quang Heng's talent was inferior to the neighbor's virtue. This was equivalent to me using your Wi-Fi for free internet lessons. Your Wi-Fi password was given to me by your child. Then I used it. I was admitted to a university and became a high official. Because when I was studying, I stole someone else's Wi-Fi. I was too great. I did everything I could to study. And the person who let the child tell the password was actually a network maintenance person. If he didn't know how many connections his route had, he would be an idiot. He knew that the network had been borrowed, and he was even willing to lend it out. This was the neighbor's virtue when he chiseled the wall to steal light. Shouldn't Quang Heng's neighbor be the one who should be promoting it? In a house in the countryside, whose house was next to another's? Try chiseling a hole in the house. Tell the neighbor, I want to study, so I chisel a hole. You should understand. When the sky turns dark, you have to light the lamp. You can only turn off the lamp when I finish studying. Pretend that you don't see the big hole in the wall between our houses, understand? Chapter 1341. Are you asking us to help look after the livestock? Buqiao didn't think of stealing the livestock. From what he knew, the people from Tufan and Turkic Khaganate were basically there to get some leather and help look after the horses. They were already doing it, otherwise, life would be difficult. No! Li Yi waved his hand. Although there is no noble or lowly in the world, there is no master in every profession. However, everyone should have the most suitable position. Herding. Isinba wondered if Li Yi wanted his people to help raise livestock. No, where should we put them? The capital government doesn't have a ranch. Li Yi shook his head. Buqiao and Isinba looked at each other and saw the unreadable meaning in each other's eyes. Li Yi said himself, "Be a teacher and teach others." Teacher? Teacher? Buqiao was surprised. He didn't think of this profession. Yes. Li Yi nodded. Our people can teach the people of the Tang dynasty? Isinba was surprised. If 3 people walk together, there is bound to be a teacher. Li Yi said a sentence from the Analects of Confucius. Teach what? Isinba asked again. Teach everything that can be taught. What the environment of the plateau is like, how to raise horses and yaks, what animals and plants there are, how to live, how many dialects there are, and so on. Li Yi was never conservative. He hoped that the people of the Tang dynasty would be willing to learn and then work there to make money. He had learned more than 40 dialects of the Great Tang and the languages of the surrounding tribes. There was no other way. He was talented and also had experience. For a moment, Buqiao and Isinba were in a much better mood. As envoys who taught others things, their status was naturally different from those who helped the horses. First, we need to see what everyone knows. Then, we'll divide them into classes. I'll be responsible for finding students. The money won't be much. After all, we're educating people. Each person can only earn 500 to 10,000 yuan a day. Li Yi gave a price of at least 500 yuan a day. His words made people happy. It wasn't much. The two didn't know what to say. 500 yuan a day. Was this robbery? At the same time, the prime ministers were also discussing. This old man thinks that he should specifically look for a fine steed. Bai Gu guessed what kind of work Li Yi would assign to Tubo's envoy. They should be rearing animals. Tubo and Turkic are good at rearing animals. Song Jing felt that there was no shortage of people from other places helping to look after the livestock in the market. Maybe it's manual labor. Su Yi said according to his own thoughts. If he came up with an idea, it would make those people lose face. In his heart, the people who worked at the docks were of low status. After the 3 of them finished speaking, they looked at Zhang Jiuling. I don't know. Zhang Jiuling was the most straightforward. He couldn't figure it out. He had seen how Li Yi did things. He was like a heavenly steed soaring across the skies, like an antelope hanging its horns. As soon as he finished speaking, what Li Yi said came back. Lecture? A Tubo envoy giving a lecture? At least 500 yuan a day? Li Longji was puzzled. He was puzzled about the lecture and the amount of money. Not long after, Li Yi sent Buizhu and Isinba away and came back. Everyone entered Zhuangzi. When the team crossed the bridge, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were home. The little guy pulled the little girl's sister and Qian, and Sun, and ran with his short legs, laughing all the way. The little guy was more familiar with Li family Zhuangzi than Xingqing Palace. The place he was most unwilling to return to was Xingqing Palace. It was not fun and there were no friends. Moreover, the people in the palace talked to him differently from the people in Zhuangzi. The difference was too big. Brother Yi, what can Tubo's envoy teach? Li Longji asked directly. It was a small court meeting. The emperor and 4 prime ministers were busy with other things. Lan Bao's sister-in-law and noble consort Lu went to rest first. The female nurse would be in charge of the examination later. It's fine without them. Let them teach. We'll send someone to listen and see if Tubo's envoy is diligent in teaching. It's necessary for espionage. If he's diligent in teaching, who knows Tubo better than them? We despise the enemy strategically, but we value the enemy tactically. Tubo can maintain this situation naturally has its advantages, even if it's altitude sickness. The sun can't shine forever and the moon can't be full. Learn by conquering, wait for the right time while learning, and accumulate enough knowledge. Li Yi's reasoning was that the other party was paid a high salary and had to show their value. Xiao Yi, isn't it too much money? Bai Gu had tens of millions of yuan in funds, but he was only concerned about a few hundred yuan. 500 yuan and 1 yuan. Give it to Buizhu and the others. They want to use it as funds for the diplomatic mission. I'll give extra money to Tubo who teaches knowledge. Li Yi nodded slightly. Is it too much? Do you know what I'm going to do? Extra money. Extra money. Song Jing guessed that the cold weather had frozen him. He couldn't figure out Li Yi's purpose. Guangping, how did you get your Earthly Paradise membership card? Bai Gu reminded him. You drew a lottery, didn't you? Song Jing, he cherished his reputation, but he still fell into the trap. Li Longji smiled. If you want to develop into a spy, you'll get more benefits. This money is well spent. As Li Longji's words fell, everyone understood that Li Yi had been scheming all along. His scheming was deep and frightening. Li Yi, who countless children called Big Brother, and Li Dongzhu, who countless people set up a memorial tablet for longevity. His attitude towards internal affairs was completely different from when he was external. When the team was stopped and he learned about the needs of Tubo's envoy, he actually thought of a series of things. Give money, arrange work, bribe. It felt so familiar, as if he had experienced it countless times. They didn't know what Li Yi used to do. It was Li Yi's instinct to leave a good impression on the leader for the first time. Who cared most about intelligence? One was the country, the other was the group. Li Yi had always been very strict about intelligence. As long as there was a chance, he would take advantage of it. Intelligence, in many cases, could not be valued. We have to conduct psychological profiling and comprehensive consideration. When the conditions are met, we can adjust at any time. The 4 ministers looked complicated. They really didn't have the courage to compete with Li Yi. Li Yi had considered everything alone, even the intelligence work was arranged properly. The key was that Li Yi had written a book on intelligence. Only people with special status and specialization were allowed to learn it. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that he didn't know. Brother Yi, arrange it. Li Longji didn't want to worry. It was tiring. If any of the ministers mentioned it, he would think about what the other party's purpose was. Li Yi said not to worry about it. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt him. Not only Tubo, after the new year, people in other places in the Tang dynasty must be concerned. Li Yi emphasized when he said the word concern. Li Yi didn't care about the current spy system of the Tang dynasty. It was too weak. Do you know what double agents are? Have you heard of triple agents? Do you know how many things are contained in that space? At this time, the most important thing was not money, but faith. Chapter 1342. After a short break, the group went to the canteen and picked their favorite dishes. The little girl picked the dishes carefully and was dazzled. There were dozens of dishes and she wanted to eat all of them. Unfortunately, there was a limit to her appetite. The other 40 people of the Feng family were satisfied with any place. In the future, their children would live here to study and treat illnesses. Song Jing and the others had already put on their regular clothes and walked among the dishes skillfully. Qian and Sun were picked up by the palace maids to see which dishes they could eat. The eunuchs next to them served them. Princess Yongmu did not eat the staple food. She bought a lot of red braised pork, which was oily. After thinking about it, she also added some vegetables. Li Yi wanted to drink wine. Along the way, he was exhausted. Whenever he arrived at a place, he would come up with several ideas. While helping the local people increase their income, he also schemed against the aristocratic families and foreign countries. Mo Jia, the dishes look better than Drunken Immortal restaurant. Meng Haoren had heard of Li family Zhuangzi's canteen and finally had the chance to taste it today. He had never been to earthly paradise and did not have the money to apply for a membership. When he came to Drunken Immortal restaurant, he went to eat there and ordered 2 dishes, which cost more than 60 yuan. Wang Wei had a membership card of Earthly Paradise and had been to Drunken Immortal restaurant before. Today was his first time in the canteen. Smelling the smell, his face was intoxicated. We can eat here often in the future. We will be the county magistrate in Lantian County and be closer to Li family Zhuangzi. You can't leave your post. Meng Haoren knew some of the rules for officials. If you say you are here to eat, you are leaving your post. If you say you are here to ask for advice, you are working for the people. Wang Wei reminded Meng Haoren. Yes. Meng Haoren suddenly realized that this person who was younger than him was smart. When the dishes were served, he was absent-minded again. When the dishes were served, he thought of his wife and son. Would they be able to arrive before the new year? How are they doing now? There was never a moment when he felt that he was such a failure as a husband and father. After the dishes were served, the servants returned to the private room. The Feng family did not go in as there was no room. They sat outside the private room. The little girl was in a dilemma and finally chose to accompany her family outside. The little boy was willing to be with his sister, including Qian and Sun. Brother Yi, it is indeed refreshing to go out and see the people. Li Longji felt that he had gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he have fun, but he also got rid of many important matters. In the future, when the road is better, we'll go to other places. For example, when the railway is built, we'll take the train to Haizhou. We'll find a beach with fine sand and swim there. Li Yi hadn't seen the sea since he arrived at the Tang dynasty. Sunbathing, surfing, and swimming at the beach are not popular nowadays. The key point was that the official robes restricted the movement of people. Citizens had to show proof before they could go out. It was similar to the situation in Li Yi's space-time planned economy. Otherwise, it would not be possible to take the train or stay in a guest house. Yes, yes, yes. You have to go and have fun. No, you have to observe the people's livelihood. Li Longji loved to play. In history, he was now working hard to make the Tang dynasty strong and prosperous. He had great ambitions. At present, he still hoped that the Tang dynasty would prosper, but he was not worried about it. While having fun, he dealt with the affairs of the imperial court. In the future, the train would be faster, so if there was any important information, he could take it back and transport it back. Even if the border was in a state of emergency, how many days would it take? Song Jing lowered his head and ate. He did not want to make a sound. Do you think it's good to go out and have fun and keep sending back imperial edicts? 15 million. Bai Gu was distressed about the money. Building the railway was very expensive. The surplus money in the treasury was allocated again. Not a single bit was left. In the past, there was no money left. Now that there was more money, Li Yi promised to find a way to spend it. Old Bai, you have to manage the lending area well. It's the easiest place to have problems. Money moves people's hearts. Li Yi was not worried about making money or spending money. He was worried about the integrity of the local officials. I've sent people. Do as you said. Keep sending inspection personnel out. Bai Gu was not worried about this. Money was tempting. Do as Li Yi said. A team was sent out at least once a month. January passed, and no problem was found. When the second batch of people went, a problem was found, and it was in December last year. As long as there was enough evidence, not only would the officials be dealt with, but the inspection personnel would also be dealt with. The second batch of people would receive actual monetary rewards and a promotion. If the local officials wanted to bribe, could they bribe for a noble title? A noble title represented an increase in salary and benefits. If one was a fifth-rank noble, their children would enter the imperial college. If they were a third-rank noble, they would enter the Cheongwen Hall. If they were a first-rank noble, they would naturally enter the Cheongwen Hall. If they cleaned up more places, they would be promoted by half a rank each time. It was possible to raise their noble title to first rank. If the local officials could get 1,000 or so coins, it would not be enough to bribe. What? 100,000 coins? $100 million coins? Where would the local officials get the money? The capital governor was good in theory. The Hunan magistrate was also good. The Hunan magistrate was now Zhang Shua. He did not dare to touch it. The capital governor was right under everyone's nose. If he could get 100,000 coins, did he think everyone was blind? Braised rabbit meat is delicious. Zhang Jiuling loved to eat rabbit meat because Li Yi said it had many benefits. If he wrote it in the newspapers, wouldn't that be asking the winged knights and the recruits to catch rabbits? In the future, when they raised rabbits, they would encourage everyone to eat more rabbit meat. The reproduction speed of rabbits was not inferior to chickens. Moreover, rabbits were heavier than chickens. At the same time, chickens would not produce as much meat as rabbits. Unless it was the kind of chickens that were fed antibiotics. They were fast and specialized in eating meat. Chicken feathers and rabbit skin were not equivalent, right? It was not duck down. The price was high. Raise them for half a year first. One is to summarize the experience, and the other is to let the people see if they can make money. Raising rabbits is easier than raising dogs. Rabbits eat grass, and dogs also eat grass. When they are sick, they will take the initiative to eat grass. Small dogs are also fine. Dogs are small, but they can be compared to a rabbit. Li Yi said as he remembered what people said at the time. Stealing dogs was disgusting. Stealing other people's pet dogs. Someone asked, if you steal such a small dog, does it have meat? The other party said, how much meat does a rabbit have? If you eat it like a rabbit, it is enough for 3 or 4 people to eat a pot. Why don't you raise it for a year? Song Jing was not nitpicking this time. He just wanted to know. After 6 months, rabbits can give birth again, one nest after another. Rabbit meat is most suitable for people who do manual labor. It is also eaten during military training. It consumes protein. Pork protein is not as good as chicken and rabbit meat. Beef protein is high, but it can't be eaten too much. The black-bone chicken is the best. I have copied it in the medical book. It is used as medicine. In the future, more artificial breeding is needed. Li Yi separated fat from protein. Eating fat was not the only way to replenish protein, but to replenish fat. It is also divided into saturated and unsaturated fats. Unsaturated fats are good for the body. Saturated fats will not be absorbed after eating. For example, fake cod can be replaced with oily fish. Oily fish is full of saturated fats. The cheapest cod is yellow pollock, commonly known as Ming Tai fish. In Li Yi's time, it was available on the islands of the Xian tribe. Then, it was available in the northeast, especially in Liaoning. The local people eat it, and the price is not high. Li Yi's thoughts diverged. He thought of Ming Tai fish. Yes, he wants to eat it. He wants to make chili sauce with big scallions. Chapter 1343. Li Yi loved to eat this fish. It was very hard after being cooked and dried. It could only be eaten after being smashed with a hammer. His price was low because people outside the Northeast did not agree with this. Of course, South Korea also ate it and made spicy fish. If he bought it from South Korea and converted it to Li Yi's money, it would cost more than 50 yuan per catty if he brought it over from South Korea. However, if he bought it from the northeast, it would cost 10 yuan, and it would be packed. He would also give extra green onions. Li Yi used to say that if one wanted to buy South Korean traditional food, one should look at the northeast first. They were all the same, but the price difference was huge. One should not always think that South Korean traditional food was good. Most of the time, South Korea imported it from the northeast. As a Korean, a traditional Korean would usually have a wooden hammer at home. What was it used for? Smashing food. Those who did not know how to make bell flour would use a knife or scissors to cut it. In fact, they would use a wooden hammer to smash it. Same for Ming Tai fish. Don't use scissors. Use a hammer. Smash. Including dog meat. Use a hammer to hit a dog. One hit from a stick could kill the dog. There was also cake making. Fresh people made cakes. At first, it was not a wooden hammer but a wooden stick. It was used to wash clothes. This was the source of all the talk about bang 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 bang. It was not a derogatory term. It was an orthodox description. Fresh women usually had a big wooden basin and a big wooden stick. The basin could hold anything. It could be used to wrap a child, put on the child's head, and smashed with a big stick. There was nothing in the world that could not be smashed. One could travel 1,000 miles without fear. One stick could travel the world. South Korea did not properly carry on this tradition, but they specifically snatched Li Yigua's traditional items, including chopsticks and so on. Li Lang, there are no more green onions. Princess Youngmu pointed to her plate and woke Li Yi up. She took the last few green onions. There were few green onions, and they were still being planted. There are green onions in the greenhouse. I'll cook some twice-cooked pork for you. Li Yi had no choice. There were only so many green onions left, and they were still waiting to be planted. Princess Youngmu shook her head. I'm saying that spring onions are delicious. There should be a variety of them, and they should be a little sweet. Set up a grill, don't peel the green onions, minced garlic chili sauce, long bamboo skewers. Li Yi listed out a bunch of things. Pine tree number 2 was at the door. He leapt out with a whoosh. The others looked at each other, and peach tree number 3 followed suit. I'll roast a few pieces of green onions for you. Actually, I don't want you to eat green onions at night. The taste is too strong, but I've roasted the green onions until they're soft. You can eat them as dessert. Li Yi was thinking about the problem of green onions. There was a big difference between raw and cooked green onions. The difference in diet was huge, and the difference in medicine was even greater. I don't want green onions. Li Lang, roast some garlic for me. Princess Youngmu didn't want to eat roasted green onions. They were soft after being roasted. It wasn't like he was making vegetables with scallion sauce, nor was it like he was taking medicine when he was sick. Yes, garlic. Li changed his mind. Purple Jade number 2 ran out and told the other side to change the onion. Don't change it, increase it and give it to the chancellors. Li hurriedly shouted. The 4 chancellors were speechless. They felt that they had been insulted. What do you mean by supplement? Supplement what? Xiao Yi, if you say that, this old man is not happy. You have to know that this old man. Bai Gu was not convinced and wanted to get back at her. I've brewed some wine with a very high alcohol content. It's the first 2 years of wine. I've finished brewing it, and now. Li gave Bai Gu a knowing look. You have to know that this old man likes wine. This old man is unhappy because you didn't mention wine just now. Bai Gu didn't blush at all. I'll send it to you later. There are several jars, and everyone has them. This wine is intoxicating, mainly because. Li Yi suddenly paused. He thought of a series of wines that were red in color. Something about a few whips, something about strength. This kind of wine had a relatively low alcohol content and could be drunk slowly. A normal person's body could bear it. It wasn't because of the quality of the ingredients. The price was because of the advertising fees. The so-called strong wine that was sold for more than 10 yuan or 2 taels was actually a blend of alcohol. Then, sugar was added, color was added, and the adjustments were made. The alcohol content was low to begin with, and because there was a large amount of glucose and blended spices, it was very comfortable. There was a lot of sugar, and people would feel happy when eating sugar. At the same time, sugar could accelerate the decomposition and conversion of alcohol. This was the principle behind it. People who didn't understand would think that they could drink a lot of that strong wine. In fact, if the metabolism couldn't keep up, the sugar conversion rate would decrease. The next day, there was no need for the next day. If they drank too much that day, their head would hurt and they wouldn't be able to recover for a few days. If they were drunk in other places, they might die. If they were alive the next day, they would have to drink the revival wine. As long as it was alcohol, no matter how pure it was, there would be methanol in the metabolism. Methanol made the body uncomfortable, especially the liver. Ethanol could replace methanol, so the revival wine used new ethanol to get rid of the remaining methanol in the body. When the methanol was removed, the ethanol would still produce methanol, but the dosage was relatively small. If someone was drunk in front of Li Yi would exchange for drugs. Naloxone hydrochloride for injection, omeprazole, and pantoprazole to protect the gastric mucosa. At the same time, he would check for diabetes. If not, he would get glucose injections to increase the intake of sugar. What? Sore throat? Need to take cephalosporins? Some people can take it no matter how much they want. Cephalosporins were alcohol, and the probability of an accident was very small. There might not even be 1 in 1,000 people. The only thing that couldn't be eaten after drinking was tobacco ointment. If someone ate this, they would definitely die. Even if they ate a few taels. Drinking and eating cephalosporins had a very low mortality rate. The reason why it was so serious in the publicity was because no one wanted a 1 in 1,000 chance of dying. It was just like giving birth. Li Yi went to a maternity hospital and said that 1 in 1,000 women would die. The consequences were unimaginable. It was guaranteed that no one would go. Who would be willing to be 1 in 1,000? Taking the civil servant exam, 1 in 1,000 good positions. Many people were discouraged and couldn't pass the exam. If 1 in 1,000 children died, many people were afraid. There was a high chance that I would be one of them. Third brother, I can sell the alcohol blended with me overseas. The alcohol content doesn't need to be too high. The key is in the publicity. For example, after drinking this alcohol, men will be better in that aspect. They can last for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, men. Li Yi started to exaggerate. 2 hours was indeed too much. In the past, he would usually last for about an hour. It was mainly because he was tired. 2 hours was really not enough, unless it was the second or third time. It had nothing to do with taking drugs. It was just that the muscles were tired. That was why it was better for athletes. Li Longji didn't know. When he heard that it was 2 hours, he immediately asked, "What drugs?" "Just train with Z. I am talking about selling it. When you sell it, create a gimmick." Li Yi was very helpless. Did he not understand what he was saying? Princess Yongmu understood and blushed. "Li Lang, is it because you ate too much sugar?" There is indeed such a factor, but it is not just about sugar. It is also about psychological cues. When Tian, I have thought of another way to earn money. When Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion will be expanded. We can add in some entertainment activities. Anyway, rich people will come over. Li Yi said and suddenly had an idea. It was so magical. Chapter 1344. Is there a lot of money? Before Princess Yongmu could react, Bai Gu asked. Old Bai, you want to collect taxes? How much did Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion donate to the border? Li looked at Bai Gu with that gaze. What's the point of raising taxes? I'm just asking because I care about the younger generation. Bai Gu suddenly remembered that the princess property belonged to the royal family. Why would the royal family pay taxes? He was confused for a moment. It was all about money. Li Lang, do you need a big place? It's not easy to buy a house next to Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. Princess Yongmu did not even consider whether she could earn money or not. She was too embarrassed to bully others. She knew that Li Yi had many ways to make people willingly sell their houses, but she was afraid that she would go overboard and affect Li Yi's good reputation. The opposite building. Build a passageway from Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. That building is ours. Li Yi said casually. There was already a place for that. When Princess Yongmu went to work, the winged knights were always on standby in the building. There were ropes and crossbows. If anyone wanted to hurt Princess Yongmu, they would not be able to reach the top floor. Princess Yongmu would be taken to another building. If there were too many people, the winged knights would be prepared in advance. If there were too few people, the female bodyguards would not be able to kill them. That building is ours. Princess Yongmu had already accepted the fact that she was Li Yi's wife. She was surprised by the ownership of that building. Yes, the winged knights are usually there. Li Yi nodded. Yes. Princess Yongmu's face was filled with happiness. What kind of entertainment? Li Longji stopped the two from showing off their affection. A gym, a women's gym. Logically speaking, men and women should be mixed so that everyone would like to come. However, men are not allowed to enter Wen Tian's shop. The bigger the rule, the more famous Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion is. Yes, the gym has to be equipped with a bathtub. This gym can be open every day. After Li Yi finished talking with Li Longji, he turned to Li Qingqi and said, Elder brother, add a men's gym to His Majesty's bathing pool. The good or bad in that aspect depends on the health of the body. Li Yi was very clear about that kind of thing. Protein, vitamins, muscles, and temperature. The first two required money, especially the daily protein and winter vegetables. Muscles could only be trained. As for temperature, it was low. For example, when breeding a stallion, if the stallion was not in good condition, cold water could be used to scrub that part of the stallion several times a day. Of course, ice cubes would not work. Then we'll sell the medicine. Li finally got to the point. Sell medicine? What medicine? I need it. Li Qingqi was not surprised by the sale of medicine. What surprised him was that there were really good medicines. Didn't you say that I should train? It's not that useful. Desert cistanche, caterpillar fungus, desert cistanche have some effect. Caterpillar fungus, at least it has a psychological effect. Li Yi was very conflicted when he mentioned caterpillar fungus. It was not written in the orthodox medical books. It seemed that only 2 local medical books had a brief record of it. Caterpillar fungus was not even written in the book about Tibetan medicine. Only saffron and snow lotus were written in the book. Eating these things would not kill people. The problem of excessive heavy metal was not the caterpillar fungus, but the local environmental pollution. Of course, in the area around Mount Laojun, because the soil contained a lot of metal elements, the roots of perennial woody plants could not be used as medicine. Eating a little occasionally might have a good effect. There were a lot of heavy metal, and the human body needed to absorb a lot of it. Li Qingqi understood. Liar. Brother Yi, is the gym free of charge if we sell the medicine? Li Qingqi thought of a marketing method. Li shook his head. The problem is that they don't charge money. They have to charge a lot of money, like heaven on earth. Otherwise, how can they show their noble status? The people need the same help. Li Qingqi suddenly became warm-hearted. The workers at the docks need to eat. They don't need to go to the gym to eat meat. Have you ever seen a worker who is fat? Li pointed in the direction of the docks. There were still people there. They helped to pull the sled up and even went down the ice to carry things on the wooden steps. The prefectural soldiers who did not fight were not as physically fit as the docks workers. However, the docks workers were no match for the prefectural soldiers. The prefectural soldiers always knew that they would die on the battlefield. When a fight broke out, one side was a relatively honest worker who was paid to do the work, and the other side was a warrior who was ready to die. The result was already decided. Meat, we need to eat meat. Zhang Jiling finally understood that people still needed to eat. Zishou is right. Li Yi called Zhang Jiling by his courtesy name, which was also a way of matching. Jiling, Zishou. Jiling was an imaginary number, and 9 was the limit. Zishou should be the age of the father. This meant that Zhang Jiling's family did not want Zhang Jiling's wealth. They only wanted the child to live a long life. According to Li Yi's time, many people called it the pitiful hearts of all parents. Li Yi himself was especially disgusted by this sentence because many people did not understand it. They thought it was a kind of pity for the love of parents and children. It was a kind of sadness. In reality, it was not. The pitiful hearts of all parents referred to beauty. The source was Empress Dowager Cixi, but the real meaning was by Zhiyi's Mu Jiangyin. One of the lines was, "The pitiful third night of the 9th month." This pitiful was definitely not pity. The poem that Empress Dowager Cixi gave to her mother was a birthday poem. From the beginning to the end, it was sad. They had really underestimated Cixi. Therefore, the final, "the pitiful hearts of all parents," was the turning point of the first 3 lines. In the world, the love between parents is the truest. Tears and blood melt into the bodies of children, exhausting all mental and physical effort to produce a child. These 3 lines. Li Yi was more stubborn about literature. He was disgusted by some people who would make a sentence sad. Just like Li Shangyin's sunset, it was infinitely beautiful. It was just near dusk. From historical vocabulary research, that just at that time represented just and not a turning point. In other words, the sunset was so beautiful because it was at dusk. Li Yi was thinking about Zhang Jiuling's name and character, and his mind wandered again. Zhang Jiuling did not wander. He drank a mouthful of warm yellow wine. He did not put ginger in it. It was not good to eat ginger at night. Putting down the cup, Zhang Jiuling said, "Therefore, you asked everyone to catch rabbits. Pork is not as good as rabbit meat, is that right?" "No." Li put his hands together. What a joke. Pork was pork, rabbit was rabbit. Did they have to compare? Whether it is the difficulty of raising or the nutrition that each animal can provide, pork is not inferior to other meats. Some people like to raise pigs as deer, wishing that the muscles and fat of pigs are the same as those of deer. Its muscle fiber and fat content are what people need. Everything in the world has its uses. Li looked at Princess Yongmu as he spoke. Princess Yongmu loved to eat red braised pork. Princess Yongmu understood with one look. She nodded in agreement. Red braised pork is still better. Red braised beef is not good. It's too thin and not fragrant. Li Longji's expression was complicated. Now his daughter could communicate with Brother Yi with just a look. "Brother Yi, do you want to promote the gym?" Li Longji was thinking about expanding it. Chapter 1345. There's a shortage of people at the moment, so I can't open a chain store. I'll consider it again when all the local taxes are collected. Li didn't intend to expand rapidly. Those who expanded rapidly were guaranteed to be finished in the end, especially those who collected joining fees. Everything was fine at first, but then it became a mess. The software service and hardware quality deteriorated together, and a good brand was ruined. To put it bluntly, there was a generation that was too self-centered and didn't have the consciousness to continue the family legacy. They threw away ethics and morals and looked at money. Money was justice. It was no problem for individuals. With so much money, they could eat, drink, and play. Others would flatter them if they said something. Those who had 10,000 yuan gave others 100 yuan, others didn't care. Those who had 1,000,000,000,000 yuan didn't give others a cent. Others took the initiative to approach them, and they spent money to please them. In the end, they didn't get anything, but they felt that they had gained something. Li Yi wasn't making money for himself. He was responsible for the entire Tang dynasty. Opening a chain store and expanding rapidly, but the management staff wasn't in place. It was over. Many chain stores collapsed because of greed. The chain stores themselves were already making money. Such people suddenly realized that they didn't have to care about quality. They had to be fast and join more. Even if the software and hardware weren't good, they just had to pay joining fees. With this money, they forgot the hardships when they started their own business. They didn't do business and went into finance. They lost money. The cash flow game ended because the capital chain was broken. Third brother, the involvement and operation of capital is a double-edged sword. Apart from the law, what really stabilizes a country is the persistence of civilization. The creation of the law is due to the norms of virtue. The emergence of virtue is affected by empathy. Empathy is, if there's a word, can it be done for life? Li Yi was serious. He was persuading the monarch now. He didn't say the rest. Everyone present understood. Then it was, forgive. Don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself. Wen Tian, what do you think of Xiao Yi? Li Longji thought of a new name. Xiao Yi, specifically for his daughter. Princess Yongmu bit her lip and thought for a while, then answered, Sui Han. Then the pine and cypress will wither. As she spoke, she looked at Li Yi. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Li Yi picked up a piece of braised pork and fed it to Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu chewed with a smile. Li Longji, Bai Gu and the other three chancellors were gratified. Li Yi was stable now and would be stable in the future. Good. In their opinion, Li Yi's future wife would be the same as His Majesty's conferring the title of Empress. History was just as they thought. After Li Longji's Empress, Wang Yurong, died, no matter if it was Wu Huifei or Yang Guifei, they could never become empresses. Did Li Linfu have a lot of power? He could remove all the examinees from their positions. Was Yang Guizhong awesome? His name was illustrious. However, Li Linfu could not let Wu Huifei become empress, so Yang Guizhong could only watch Yang Yuhuan become a Guifei. This meant that in Li Longji's lifetime, there would always be officials who knew how respected Empress Wang was. If they did not agree, no matter who became the chancellor, they could work together to stop the other party from conferring the title. No. No matter how much the emperor doted on those women, if the empress was not given, they would only acknowledge one empress, the dead Wang Yurong. The more difficult it was to be conferred the title of empress, the more comfortable the chancellors were with Li Yi marrying Princess Yongmu. Braised rabbit heads are ready. A voice came from outside. The kitchen had just finished making braised rabbit heads. They probably made a lot of them. Why? Because when the winged knights and the recruits were catching rabbits, even if they tried their best to catch them alive, some rabbits would still die. When catching rabbits, they would knock themselves to death or be scared to death. It was normal. At first, they roasted the rabbits themselves and skinned them. After a few days, the Li family Zhuangzi started collecting rabbits, dead and alive. Living rabbits were more expensive, so they were the ones who caught them. Dead rabbits, the weather was cold and they were frozen solid. The Li family Zhuangzi did not use them to make dishes. A dead rabbit could be exchanged for 3 caddies of braised rabbit meat. There were rabbits of all sizes, usually 6 to 7 caddies. After removing the fur and internal organs, 3 caddies of braised rabbit meat was a cost. They also had to be made into canned food and placed in bamboo containers to be sent back to the soldiers. The Li family Zhuangzi's canteen did not make much money, but the internal organs were part of the processing fee. For example, the heads. Rabbit heads were the same as pig heads, they were considered as leftovers. With such good exchange conditions, the winged knights and the recruits tried their best to catch rabbits alive. Yes, they did not want to die. If they were dead, he would eat meat. If they were alive, he would get money and give it to his family. How could sending back a large can of rabbit meat that was worth 10 caddies compare to sending 10 caddies home? It was different, right? The price of live rabbits was always higher than that of dead rabbits. That was why everyone was willing to catch more live rabbits. Li Lang, is the rabbit head delicious? Princess Yongmu heard the sound. She had never eaten a rabbit head before, so she was tempted by the sound of braised rabbit meat. No, eat the head and eat the fresh meat. The rabbit has probably been frozen for a long time, and there are a lot of bones in it. It's strenuous to eat it. Li Yi explained the situation. Princess Yongmu licked her lips. I want to try it. Send a rabbit head over. Li Yi understood. If you want to eat it, I'll get it for you. Isn't this your home? Why are you asking me? You're too honest. The rabbit head was not big. It was 2 times bigger than a chicken head. When a complete rabbit head was brought over, the benefits were dissected with chopsticks. The others looked at her with a sense of appreciation, but also with a sense of fear. How proficient did one have to be in understanding the bones and muscles to reach Li Yi's current level? That's all there is to it. Zhu Yi, you. Bai Go was mesmerized. He's not as good as me. He's based on experience, while I'm based on science. He can only dissect cows, but I can dissect all animals. The ability to kill cows is nothing more than that. I'm saving people, and I can't make any mistakes. Dissecting cows can be done with rhythm, and then be praised. Every cut is as heavy as Mount Tai. We need more dead people to practice dissection. Think of a way. For example, if a person dies, contribute and give money. No, the money is secondary. For example, 100 coins. The key is that we say that the dead have good karma in the underworld. It's left for the younger generation to accumulate good karma and good fortune in the future. Li changed the topic to cadavers. He needed money. Money was sometimes not very useful in this regard. Then, other superstitious doctrines were added. In the end, practical benefits were naturally given to the younger generation. Li family Zhuangzi would treat all the former cadavers' family members free of charge once they fell sick, including the silly boy who wanted to find a fairy. His family was now looking for gold mines. They were very good at it. His family was making money and also contributing to the Tang dynasty. Everyone, the people are old. Sign the word donation and press your thumbprint. Then, they can receive free medical treatment from Li family Zhuangzi for 4 generations of their immediate family members. Li looked at the 4 chancellors solemnly. Xiao Yi, can I live through the new year? Bai Gu was scared. He had died in history. Now that he was still alive, he wanted to live for a few more years. I'm talking about the people. Old Bai, don't be nervous. I'm here. Li Yi hurriedly comforted him. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.